Monte Cassino, A German View by Rudolf Böhmler, read by Isaac Darlin.
Chapter 1. The Downfall of Mussolini. The grim fate which was to bring Mussolini to his ignominious end was hastened from two directions by the army and by the fascist party itself. Behind the army stood the king, behind the party only those who still waxed fat on its bounty and were determined to preserve their privileges even over the dead body of the Duce. In actual fact, Mussolini dragged both of them, king and party, down to destruction with him. In the preparations for the coup d'état, a particularly active part was played by the Crown Princess, Maria Jose, an energetic and ambitious woman who had never been friendlily disposed towards the dictator. In her eyes, he was an upstart who should never have been allowed to attain the high position that he had. When the tide turned decisively in North Africa in the second half of 1942, and Italy was on the road to defeat, Maria Jose felt that her hour had come. She sought and succeeded in making contact with senior military officers whom she hoped to persuade to intervene. One was the aged Marshal Caviglia, another was Marshal Pietro Badoglio. For Badoglio, too, was no friend of Mussolini. The aversion which in his heart of hearts he had always felt for him turned into implacable hatred when Mussolini, attributing to him the blame for the failure of the offensive in Albania, removed him from his post as Chief of Staff, Armed Forces, on the 6th of December 1940. This was a slight which Badoglio had never forgotten. In the Italian army, Badoglio was held in high esteem. In the First War he had served in the field and as a staff officer with a distinction that was rewarded by the conferring on him of the title of Marchese di Sabotino. After the war, he was for some years Italian ambassador in Brazil. In 1926 he was promoted to Marshal of Italy and appointed governor of Libya. In 1933, the king appointed him Chief of Staff, Armed Forces. When Marshal de Bono was seen to be making no progress in the Abyssinian War, he was replaced by Badoglio, who within 6 months brought the campaign to a successful conclusion. Honored with the title of Duke of Addis Ababa, he returned to his post of Chief of the General Staff, where he remained until Mussolini sent him into the wilderness. In his heart, he had never sided with his German ally. His sympathies, as was generally and well known, had always been with the West. When the scales of war moved steadily in favor of the Allies at the beginning of 1943, his friends urged him to approach the king and beg him to dismiss Mussolini. At first, Badoglio was averse to the idea, though this did not prevent him from putting out feelers. The year before, he had had a long and detailed discussion with the Crown Princess in the vicinity of Cogno, and this had been followed by numerous further conferences between these two important figures. Maria Jose impetuously insisted that the time had now come to get rid of Mussolini and his fascist spectre. But the only channel through which this could be accomplished was the Villa Savoia and the king himself. The monarch, however, did not consider that the time for action had yet come, nor did he change his mind when he heard Badoglio's appreciation of the situation and his proposals for dealing with it. For by this time Badoglio was determined to set the wheels in motion. He very quickly persuaded the minister of the royal household, Prince Acquarone, who had once served as his aide-de-camp, to support his conspiracy. And from him Badoglio learnt that the king too was now in favour of swift action. The time had now come to win over the waverers and the faint-hearted. As in Germany in 1944, so now in Italy, only the army was in a position to do this. It alone possessed both the requisite organisation and adequate material power, and Badoglio knew how to deal with the army. His task was made much easier by the fact that the new Chief of Staff, Colonel General Ambrosio, entirely agreed with his views. With Prince Acquarone and Ambrosio, he quickly decided to arrest Mussolini and a number of the more senior party officials. Of primary importance was the neutralizing of the fascist militia and its black shirt battalions, and above all, of the M Armored Division stationed near Rome. Ambrosio thought he could achieve this within 3 weeks. He and Acquarone now set about creating the secure and reliable system of communication which they would require to direct the activities of those officers and officials of police headquarters and the Ministry of the Interior who supported their cause. In good time, a detachment of carabinieri was stationed in the vicinity of the Villa Savoia. At the end of June, Badoglio held a series of discussions with Bonomi and other politicians on the subject of his intention to form a cabinet composed of all the political parties which had been driven underground by the fascists. About this there seemed to be no difficulty. But what really was difficult was how first to unseat Mussolini and then to seize power. In addition, there remained one insuperable obstacle: the breaking away from the Germans and the declaration of an armistice. Through the medium of confidential agents, I had been able to establish contact with prominent British officials in Switzerland. These latter, however, could give no assurances whatever, and the sole result was that the British government was informed that I was seeking every possible means of reaching an understanding with them. Badoglio, of course, had no illusions regarding how Hitler would react to the defection of Italy. Only the help of the Allies could save him from the rubbish heap. But if he wished to come to an agreement with the Western powers, he would first have to rid himself of the Germans, and that, in all conscience, was a tough problem. While Badoglio was thus spreading his net, a second group of conspirators were also spinning their web Mussolini's own immediate entourage. They saw disaster coming and were anxious to leave the heaving deck and get safely ashore before the leaking ship of state plunged with them to the bottom of the sea. The king heard all about these machinations, but remained a passive spectator. It would be better, he thought, to leave it to the fascist pack to bring the quarry to bay, and then to step in and personally deliver the coup de grace. But once that was done, the pack would, of course, have to be put under lock and key forthwith. The leading spirits in the party leaders' group were Count Dino Grandi and Count Galazzo Ciano. Grandi had for many years been ambassador to the court of St. James's. He was regarded as an Anglophile and an opponent of the Duce's foreign policy. The 8th of February 1943, the day on which he had been compelled to give up his post as Minister of Justice, had left Grandi at a dead end. The same applied to Count Ciano, whom, in the government reshuffle, his father-in-law had tucked out of harm's way as ambassador to the Vatican. Both these ambitious politicians had thus been shorn of power. The party big men, who set about forcing the downfall of Mussolini immediately after the beginning of the invasion of Sicily, were unanimous in their determination to see that control of the country did not fall into the hands of any other group. The fascist party, they were resolved, must maintain its predominant position in the state. There was general agreement, too, regarding Mussolini's successor. The Duce was to be replaced by a triumvirate consisting of Grandi, Ciano, and Ferrazzoni. There was no agreement, however, regarding the fate of Mussolini after he had been deposed. Some wished to see him completely and irrevocably removed from public life, while others were in favour of retaining him as a puppet without power or credit. His military successor was to be the king himself. Mussolini's bad state of health at the time was very convenient for the conspirators. The Duce was suffering from a recurrence of an old malady, an inflammation of the duodenum, presumed to be of syphilitic origin. And now the word was being passed round Rome and the other cities that the Duce was very ill and was seriously considering retiring. The party plotters zealously added fuel to this fire in order to conjure up the impression that Mussolini was a spent force and that the appointment of a successor was both inevitable and urgent. Thanks to the invasion of Sicily, the ball was slowly set in motion. On July 12th, the party secretary, Scorza, issued an appeal to the party leaders to go out into the countryside and urge the population to remain steadfast in their resolve. But before doing so, these leaders wanted to hear from Mussolini himself the truth about the state of affairs. Accordingly, they were received by the Duce at the Palazzo Venezia on July 16th. In the course of a lively debate, Farinacci urged Mussolini to convene a meeting of the fascist Grand Council as quickly as possible and place the facts before it. Pressed by the majority to do so, Mussolini, much against his will, at last gave way and fixed July 24th for the convening of the council. Now, with the assistance of Ciano, Grandi set about sharpening the point of his deadly spear. He drafted an order of the day, a resolution demanding the termination of Mussolini's dictatorship and the assumption of power by the king. This order of the day met with the approval before ever a vote was taken on it in council of most of the members of the Grand Council. Mussolini's days were numbered. It was during this period that the meeting between Hitler and Mussolini took place at Feltre on July 19th. The Germans taking part were Keitel and Warlimont from Supreme Headquarters, von Mackensen, the ambassador to Rome, and General von Rintelen. The Italian delegation consisted of Colonel General Ambrosio Bastiani, the Undersecretary of State for Foreign Affairs, and Alfieri, the ambassador to Berlin. Mussolini was plainly in a very depressed frame of mind. After the receipt of the negative German reply to the demand for weapons made on June 21st, the Italian Chief of Staff had reproached him heavily and had painted the blackest possible picture of Italy's desperate military plight. In Ambrosio's view, Italy was quite incapable of continuing to wage war. He had therefore insisted that the Duce should tell Hitler tersely and quite bluntly that the country was tottering on the verge of collapse. At Feltre, Hitler opened the proceedings with a 2-hour monologue on the conduct of total war, in the course of which he aimed an oblique but emphatic smack at the Italians by saying that he could continue to wage total war for as long as the auxiliary resources of the European countries, and of the Balkans in particular, remained at his disposal. Hitler's speech was not translated, so his Italian audience were able only to follow the broad gist of it. Mussolini listened in silence, and when Hitler ended, he made no reply. In the middle of the conference came the shattering news that Rome had been bombed. Mussolini was horrified, so the Allies were not even going to spare the Eternal City. 270 flying fortresses and liberators had wrought havoc in the marshalling yards at Littorio and Termini, and the adjacent residential areas of San Lorenzo had been lain waste. At the same time, 320 medium bombers had attacked the Roman airfields. This was a terrible blow to the Italians. But even this nightmare news failed to goad Mussolini to speak plainly to Hitler and clear the air. When the conference ended, Ambrosio, Alfieri and Bastiani reproached the Duce for not having then and there made Italy's desperate plight clear to Hitler and told him the blunt truth. Driven into a corner, Mussolini promised to do so during the drive to the Treviso airfield. But even then he could not bring himself to confess that he was at the end of his tether. All he did was to ask for further German reinforcements. Keitel and Ambrosio also had an opportunity for a brief talk during the drive. Keitel demanded that the Italian High Command should take measures to guarantee the security of the lines of communication across the Messina Straits and should send further troops to reinforce the defences of Calabria. The whole of southern Italy, he said, should at once be declared to be a theatre of war. On the German side, he was ready to transfer forthwith 2 infantry divisions to South Italy, provided the Italians did likewise. Finally, the German Field Marshal asked that a German liaison staff should be allowed to join the headquarters of the Italian 7th Army in southern Italy. Ambrosio received these demands with reservation. In the end, he replied that he hoped to be able to obtain a reply from the Duce very soon. The next day, Mussolini's reply, agreeing to the German demands almost in their entirety, reached German Supreme Headquarters. When Mussolini flew back to Rome on the morning of July 20th, dense clouds of smoke formed an admirable landmark for the pilot of his aircraft. The Roman railway stations were still burning. The population was in a state of hysterical despair. Badoglio, who had visited the stricken districts, was greeted with angry shouts and demands that this futile war be stopped at once. In the afternoon, Mussolini was received in audience by the king, who met him with furrowed brow and an anxious expression on his face. Victor Emmanuel, too, emphasized that Italy could not hold out much longer. Sicily, he said, was practically lost. The morale of the troops was bad, and Italy had been deceived by Germany. Mussolini ended his reply by saying that he hoped to put an end to the Italo-German alliance by September 15th. All this shows only too clearly how far removed Mussolini's ideas were from the stern reality of the situation. That evening he sent for Ambrosio and told him that he had now decided to write a letter to Hitler, telling him that Italy was no longer able to continue the fight. Greatly agitated, the Chief of Staff retorted that there had been ample opportunity to do so at the Feltre conference. The letter Mussolini now proposed sending, he said, would simply be pitched into the wastepaper basket in Berlin. The Duce, he continued, had ignored all his previous warnings, and he therefore did not feel able any longer to share the responsibility with him and requested to be relieved of his post. This, however, was not permitted. The king and Badoglio had need of the chief of staff, devoted to their cause, to help them overthrow Mussolini and the fascists. But the proposed letter to Hitler was never written. A few days later, the fascist Grand Council belaboured the man to whom all its members owed their high position. It was July 24th. In the morning, the Duce had received first Grandi and then the Commander-in-Chief, South. When Field Marshal Kesselring entered Mussolini's office, the Duce greeted him with the words, "You know Grandi. He has just been here, and we had a long discussion. We are in complete agreement, and Grandi remains faithful to me." On the same day, the German ambassador, von Mackensen, reported to Kesselring that Mussolini was in no danger and was complete master of the situation. In the afternoon, the storm burst about Mussolini's head. At 5 o'clock, the Grand Council met in the Palazzo Venezia. A heavy, tense atmosphere prevailed, which boded no good. The meeting opened with the reading out of Grandi's Ordine del Giorno. He started off with admirably turned and pompous phrases. The thoughts of the fascist Grand Council, meeting at this grave hour of dire peril, he declaimed, turn first and foremost to those heroic warriors of all arms, who side by side with the proud inhabitants of Sicily, those most shining examples of the unshakable faith of the Italian people, are so worthily upholding the traditions of gallantry and selfless devotion to duty of our armed forces. And he ended rather tamely with a request that the king should now please reassume active command of the armed forces. Grandi was followed by Mussolini, who defended his policy. At great length he described the assistance that Italy had received from Germany, enumerating in detail 220,000 tons of aviation petrol, 421,000 tons of crude oil, 2,500,000 tons of steel, and 40 million tons of coal. Turning to Grandi's resolution, he asserted that this was tantamount to presenting the king with a blank cheque. It meant that the latter and not the Grand Council would have the power to make decisions, and that fascism itself would thereby be exposed to mortal danger. When Mussolini ended, Grandi opened the discussion. He attacked the Duce with unwanted acerbity, and was followed by Ciano, who confined himself to hurling abuse at the Germans. Nearly all the members of the Grand Council had their say. Towards midnight, Scorza proposed that the meeting be adjourned and continued the next day. This was sharply opposed by Grandi, who insisted that their business must be completed without delay. He was, of course, already aware that the king had completed all the arrangements for Mussolini's arrest on July 25th. At last, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, the council cast its votes. Grandi's resolution was carried by 19 votes to 7, with 1 abstention. In addition to Grandi and Ciano, Alfieri and the aged Marshal de Bono, who had taken part in the march on Rome, had also turned their backs on the Duce. Mussolini's fate was thus sealed. He made no attempt to oppose it with any show of force. The die had been cast against him, and he no longer had the inner strength of will to resist. Without further ado, he submitted. After the voting, when he asked who should convey the council's decision to the king, Grandi sprang to his feet and cried, "You yourself!" Mussolini then declared the meeting closed with the words, "It is you who have provoked this crisis in the regime." In reality, sentence of death had already been passed on fascism. The news of the council's decision spread through Rome with the speed of the wind. Excitement was intense. There were open demonstrations against fascism, some of which ended in blows. Mussolini, who in contrast to most of his opponents in the Grand Council had spent the rest of the night in his own residence, set off as usual at 9 o'clock the next morning for his office, as though nothing had happened. During the morning he telephoned to the Villa Savoia to ask that the king should grant him an audience. After that he received the Japanese ambassador and a number of other prominent people. About noon, accompanied by General Galbiati, the chief of the militia, he visited the areas of the city which had been badly damaged in the air raid. When he returned to the Villa Torlona, the king's reply awaited him. The Duce was requested to be at the Villa Savoia at 4 p.m. Devoid of any misgivings and dressed, as he always was, for an audience with the king in civilian clothes, Mussolini arrived at the king's residence at the hour appointed. The monarch, of course, had been fully informed of the events of the previous night. All he now had to do was to close the trap. The ensuing conversation was of brief duration. Mussolini was reluctant to admit that the resolution of the Grand Council affected him personally in any way. But the king pointed out that the Grand Council was a constitutional organ of the state, and as such derived its authority from the constitution. Its decrees, therefore, were equally binding on both the monarch and the head of the government. In that case, Mussolini retorted, if that were the king's view, he had no option but to tender his resignation. "And I accept it forthwith," replied the king. Taken utterly aback, Mussolini reeled as though hit by an unexpected blow. At that moment he may well have recalled the words he used to von Rintelen in 1939, when he said that any government which led its people into disaster, as the Polish government had done, had no option but to resign. The king accompanied Mussolini to the door and shook him by the hand as he took his leave. But as the Duce strode towards his car, a captain of carabinieri, to his surprise, came over to him and stated that the king had entrusted him with the protection of the Duce's person. At the same time, he pointed to an ambulance standing nearby and invited Mussolini to get in. Without protest, the Duce clambered into his prison on wheels, which took him to the carabinieri barracks that for the time being were to be his place of confinement. During the night, he received a letter from Badoglio, in which the latter assured him that he would come to no harm and that he had been placed in custody solely for his own protection. Would he please say, Badoglio concluded, where he would prefer to take up his ultimate abode? Mussolini replied that he would like to go to his summer residence in northern Italy, Rocca delle Cominate. The prefect of the provincial administration in question, however, demurred, and his protestation that he would be quite unable to guarantee Mussolini's safety caused Badoglio to move his prisoner to Gaeta on the night of 27th and 28th July, and from there to ship him across to the island of Ponza. While Mussolini's fate was thus being settled in the Villa Savoia, Badoglio, surrounded by a group of trusted friends, had remained at home ready to pounce. The tension eased when, at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Prince Acquarone arrived with the eagerly awaited news of the events of the previous hour. At the same time, he brought an order for Badoglio to report forthwith to the king. The latter, said the prince, had now made up his mind to entrust the forming of a government to the marshal. The game was won. Not Grandi, but Badoglio was to be the next prime minister. At the Villa Savoia, Badoglio submitted his proposed list of ministers to the king, and on it were names such as Bonomi, Cassati, Einaudi representatives, that is, of all the major political parties. The king, however, had already drafted a list of his own, all experts in their own particular sphere. The dismissal of the Duce had caused great indignation among the Germans, and the king, obviously, did not wish further to exacerbate them by forming a government composed entirely of Mussolini's non-fascist political opponents. The measures taken by the new government were dictated to a large extent by the anticipated reactions of the Germans. It was impossible for Badoglio to announce, as the Italian people were hoping, Italy's immediate withdrawal from the war. Such an announcement would have forced Hitler's hand and compelled him to intervene. The danger of any such intervention could be obviated, the government hoped, by the issue of 2 proclamations which were already complete in draft form when the king received his new prime minister. Both were broadcast, one by Badoglio and the other by the king himself in the late evening. In both, the king and Badoglio called upon the Italian people to redouble their war efforts and declared that Italy would unflinchingly fight on at the side of her German ally until final victory had been won. During the night of 25th and 26th July, Rome and all Italy was cleansed of fascism. In the capital, the news of Mussolini's dismissal had led to scenes of wild and frantic enthusiasm. And all through the night a vast mass of humanity, intoxicated with joy, roamed through the streets of the Eternal City. Enemies of the former regime started a witch hunt against fascists, and Badoglio set his henchmen on the tracks of the senior party officials. Many, however, succeeded in fleeing in good time to safety. Grandi was on his way to Portugal, Ciano en route for Germany, and Farinacci had sought refuge in the German embassy. Among those caught was Count Cavallero, a former chief of the General Staff. Fascism disappeared overnight like a ghost whom the earth had swallowed. By July 26th, there was hardly a single fascist emblem to be seen in the whole of Rome. With pickaxes and hammers, the people had set about demolishing these insignia of a regime which had perished miserably thanks to its feet of clay and the corruption with which it had been permeated. As always happens when a dictator is toppled from his throne, people shot up like mushrooms who had always been anti-fascist, without admittedly having previously themselves realized it. Opportunists made a rush for the flesh pots, doing their utmost to brush aside the men who for years on end had had the courage to oppose fascism. Many acted in perfectly good faith, inspired solely by the desire to see freedom and order re-established in the land. Many too were moved by hatred, born of the injustices they had suffered. But there were also those, and truth, bitter though it may be, compels me to say that there were not a few of them who were actuated solely by avarice and the hope of getting a good job. And it was these latter, of course, who were the most clamorous. Contrary to expectation, the assumption of power by the new government took place without any opposition. Only General Galbiati, the chief of staff of the fascist militia, seems to have contemplated opposing the new regime with his black shirt battalions, but Badoglio's intervention persuaded him to vacate the field in favour of General Armelini, an old and trusted friend of the Prime Minister. The M Armoured Division too remained passive. Command of it was taken over by Count Calvi di Bergolo, the king's son-in-law, and it was then renamed the Centauro Division. The Germans in Rome were completely flabbergasted when they heard the news of the coup d'etat. Even as late as the evening of July 25th, Field Marshal Kesselring had urgently requested audience of the king. This the king had refused to grant, for there was always the fear that the Germans might intervene before the new government was firmly in the saddle. But he promised to receive the Field Marshal the next day. Before the audience, Kesselring went to see Badoglio, who reiterated the sentiments he had expressed in his broadcast and begged Kesselring not to make things difficult for him. To the Field Marshal's question regarding the whereabouts of Mussolini, he replied, "That is known to the king alone." Victor Emmanuel received the commander-in-chief south with a great show of friendship. He too repeated that Italy would remain true to the alliance, that she would indeed redouble her war effort. When Kesselring tried again to find out where Mussolini was, the king answered, "That is known to Badoglio alone." Although the attitude adopted by the king and his government was both dishonest and evasive, the field marshal accepted the king's word and the official assurances of the head of the government. Führer headquarters was not in the least surprised to hear of the Italian coup d'etat. Ever since May, since the defeat in Tunisia, Hitler had been expecting a political upheaval in Italy and the defection of his Italian ally. His whole attitude towards the Italians was based on this suspicion and a deep sense of mistrust. This it was that had caused him to concentrate large armies in Austria and southern France, so that he would have strong forces ready to hand in the event of Italian defection. When the news of Mussolini's fall reached Führer headquarters, it did so in the middle of a conference concerning the strengthening of the armies in question. Hitler foamed with rage. Once again, he had been proved right. In the initial paroxysm of his fury, his first inclination was to drive without any ado into Rome and arrest the government, the king, the whole bag of them, especially the Crown Prince and Badoglio. His rancour was also directed against the German representatives in Rome, who, he considered, had allowed themselves to be well and truly duped. Kesselring's days seemed to be numbered, while von Mackensen, the ambassador, and General von Rintelen were recalled and were given no further employment. Field Marshal von Richthofen and the German air attaché, General Ritter von Pohl, also came under suspicion, but were nevertheless allowed to remain at their posts. Nor did Mackensen's successor, Dr. Rahn, bask in the sunshine of Hitler's approbation. To the Western powers, Mussolini's fall came as a surprise. Militarily, they were not in the least prepared for it. Churchill, of course, had consistently urged his allies to carry the war to the Italian mainland and destroy fascism. But the Americans put on the brake and held back. On July 17th, Allied aircraft had dropped leaflets on Rome, calling upon the Italian people in the name of Roosevelt and Churchill to overthrow Mussolini and surrender. No military preparations had, however, been made to exploit the Duce's downfall by a swift coup de main. Eisenhower's hands were tied by the campaign in Sicily, and reserves and the transport and landing craft necessary to create a strong force and launch it at once against the peninsula were not available. For the Western powers had other objectives in view, in addition to Italy, for the second half of 1943. And in this way, they allowed Hitler the requisite time to appreciate the potential consequences of Mussolini's downfall and to consolidate his own position in Italy. Badoglio, Italy in the Second World War. At the beginning of the war, Mussolini had assumed the post of Supreme Commander, Armed Forces. Badoglio, Italy in the Second World War. Chester Wilmot, The Struggle for Europe. Chapter 2. Italy capitulates. Mussolini's downfall, occurring as it did during a period of unbroken military failures, inevitably shook the Berlin-Rome axis to its very foundations. The effect was all the more shattering because, with the Duce, fascism too vanished like a ghost. Hitler, as a friend of Mussolini, not only felt that the Duce's fall was a personal affront to himself, but was also equally shocked by the realization that a handful of men had sufficed to topple the mighty dictator from his throne. Then again, the swift sweeping away of the inherently corrupt fascist system must, he felt, have given the German people food for thought, and it was quite possible that this too might have repercussions in Germany. Above all, however, the downfall of his friend was regarded by Hitler as the first step towards capitulation by Italy, the probability of which had now to be taken seriously into consideration. The to his mind shameful and degrading way in which Mussolini had been removed from the stage of world affairs did nothing to mitigate his furious anger. Whereas hitherto his mistrust had been confined to the royal house and its entourage, he now had grave misgivings about the Italian government and the leaders of the armed forces as well. The lack of any success by his allies in the Mediterranean theatre and the failure of the Italian divisions on the Eastern Front now seemed to him to be links in one and the same chain of treachery. In his deep resentment, he gave no thought to the fact that in 1942, against a France on the brink of collapse and a weak but gallant Greece, Italian arms had achieved no success worth mentioning. His reaction then to the events of July 25th was violent in the extreme. He had no doubt whatever that the new government was determined to break off the alliance, to betray its German brothers in arms, and to make common cause with the Western powers. And memories of Italy's attitude in 1914-15 may well have strengthened his conviction. In the first flush of his anger, he decided to seize Rome by a coup de main, and without further ado, to arrest the royal family and all the political and military chiefs. With this object in view, and without informing even the Commander-in-Chief, South, to say nothing of the Italian Supreme Command, he transferred the 2 Parachute Division, General Ramke, by air from southern France to Pratica di Mare, just south of Rome, and ordered the 3 Panzer Grenadier Division, which was a little to the north of the capital, to stand by to move to its support at the appropriate moment. Since these moves could not take place without Kesselring's cooperation, however, he was forced at the last moment to take the Field Marshal into his confidence. Kesselring, not unnaturally, opposed the whole idea, thus brutally to put an end to a brotherhood in arms of long standing by a coup de main which, without positive proof of Italy's shady intentions, would be contrary to every code of military ethics, was, to Kesselring's mind, out of the question. On the other hand, Hitler's second precautionary measure, the immediate transfer of German divisions to northern Italy, was readily acceptable to him. From July 26, German forces from southern France, the Tyrol and Styria poured over the Alpine passes and on into Tuscany. They dismantled, probably with some glee, the mountain fortifications constructed by the Italians against Germany, occupied the main lines of communication, defiles and bridges, and announced for all to hear that they had come to put Mussolini back on his throne. The 8 divisions in question, to which later a mountain brigade was added, were not, as one would have supposed, placed under the command of the Commander-in-Chief South, but were organized as Army Group B under Field Marshal Rommel, who with his staff remained for the time being in Munich. In Rome, too, there was feverish activity. After the new cabinet had taken the oath, Badoglio informed Hitler officially by telegram of the constitution of the new government and suggested a meeting in northern Italy, to be attended also by the king. He did this, presumably, with a view to doing what Mussolini had not had the courage to do at Feltre, namely, to tell Hitler bluntly that Italy was at the end of her resources and could no longer continue the war. Hitler himself did not reply, but through the normal channels he informed the Italian foreign minister that he had discussed the situation in detail with the former head of the government at Feltre on July 19th, and therefore saw no reason for a further conference at the highest level. Instead, he suggested that the foreign ministers and the military chiefs should meet at Tarvisio on August 6th. It is possible that fear may have caused him to refuse the Italian invitation. He may well have felt that on Italian soil, Badoglio might ambush him as he had done Mussolini. Badoglio, on the other hand, had suggested a meeting in Italy because I was quite sure that if I had gone to Germany, I should never have returned. The problem now facing the Italian premier was whether or not it would be advisable to accept the German suggestion. He decided to accept, for had he rejected it, he would only have heightened German suspicion, whereas by accepting he would at least not increase it. At the worst, his acceptance might perhaps give the Allies the impression that Italy intended to remain loyal to the Axis and would honour the assurances given by the king and himself and fight on. He was determined, however, to do his best to counteract any such impression. I had become convinced of the vital necessity of marking time with the Germans for as long as possible and of doing my utmost in the meanwhile to get in touch with the Anglo-Americans. His immediate task, then, was somehow or other to mollify his future allies, before sitting down at the conference table with his current brothers-in-arms at Tarvisio. This he succeeded in doing. Some of the measures taken by the Germans were certainly not of a kind that might have persuaded the Italians not to break off the alliance after all. But it is a gross exaggeration to assert, as is sometimes done today, that these measures simply drove the Italians into the arms of the Allies. Badoglio's vanity had been hurt by the very lively concern shown by Hitler and other leading Germans regarding Mussolini's fate, while he himself was ignored and had not even been vouchsafed the courtesy of a direct reply by Hitler to his invitation. He was annoyed too when Hitler on July 29th sent his friend Mussolini a birthday present of the works of Nietzsche bound in blue leather with the inscription in the first volume, Adolf Hitler to his friend Benito Mussolini. He was equally furious over the birthday telegram sent to Mussolini by Goering. He was also full of complaints regarding Farinacci's flight to the German embassy. The German ambassador was fully entitled, he conceded, to afford asylum to a political fugitive, but this flight, aided and abetted by the Germans, of one of the leading fascists, was, in his opinion, a gross violation of Italian sovereignty. All these, however, were mere pinpricks in comparison with the march of Rommel's army group into Upper Italy and the surprise appearance of the 2 parachute division at the gates of the Italian capital. Hitler's decision to occupy Upper Italy without even consulting the Italian Supreme Command was undoubtedly based on the assumption that in the event of Italy's capitulation, the Italians intended to block the Alpine passes and seal off the other main routes of communication in northern Italy. For Germany, the results of such measures would have been incalculable. For one thing, it would have meant that the German divisions in central and southern Italy would have been starved out, and it might well have constituted an open invitation to the Allies to carry out a major landing in these areas. Kesselring condemned this as a devilish plan, for, he said, as a reward for all the comradeship and help we had so unstintingly given and all the sacrifices we had made, it could not be adequately described by any other words. The dispositions of their major formations seems rather to support the assumption that the Italian High Command was indeed contemplating some such sinister action. For whereas in southern Italy, where the danger of invasion was greatest, there were only 3 Italian divisions, in the relatively secure north there were no less than 7, which, together with 7 further divisions that the Italians demanded should be withdrawn from southern France and the Balkans, would have constituted a most formidable threat to their former allies. Equal suspicion was aroused in German minds by the Italian High Command's efforts to ensure that as strong German forces as possible should be concentrated in the south. There could be only one possible motive behind the suggested moves, namely, to ensure that as strong German forces as possible should be removed as far as possible from their native land and lines of supply and communication, and thus be presented to the Allies as a dowry. The correctness of the assumption is further confirmed by Badoglio's repeated insistence during his armistice negotiations with the Allies that strong Allied forces should be landed north of Rome. Had this occurred, the fate of the German divisions in southern Italy would have been sealed. The measures taken by German Supreme Headquarters naturally provoked a response from the Italians. It consisted firstly of verbal and written protests by both government and the Italian Supreme Command, who regarded Hitler's chess moves as a gross violation of Italian sovereignty, and secondly, of the concentration of strong Italian forces in the vicinity of the capital and the naval port of La Spezia. In the Rome area alone, a battle group of more than 5 divisions was in the process of rapid formation. This army corps was under the command of General Carboni, a trusted friend of the new Prime Minister and a man well known for his anti-German sympathies. That alone gave ample food for thought. The sudden appearance of Italian armoured formations, among them the Centauro armoured division in this battle group, was also regarded as significant. Hitherto, the Comando Supremo had fearfully, or perhaps with more sinister motives, kept its armour far away from the fronts. Now, all of a sudden, here they were. This too gave food for thought. Initially, Carboni's divisions took up positions in light fieldworks, behind swiftly operable roadblocks, and more or less at ease. But there was little doubt that, when the time came, they would turn their weapons on their former allies. 2 further divisions were grouped round La Spezia, with the obvious object of protecting the fleet from being seized by the Germans. These precautions, most unusual between allies and taken by both sides alike, threatened to transform the already existent feeling of mutual distrust into an open and irreparable breach. To avert this danger, the general attached to the headquarters of the Italian armed forces, General von Rintelen, flew to Führer headquarters on August 2nd. What he was there told was very much the reverse of flattering to the Italian ally. His efforts to ease the intolerable tension met with but little success. All he managed to achieve was to cause the temporary postponement of the arrest, planned for the next day, of the king and the government until after the Tarvisio conference. Hitler remained adamant in his conviction that nothing could turn Badoglio from his intention of joining the Allied camp. In contrast to the angry suspicion which overshadowed the relations between the 2 governments and their respective high commands, the mutual confidence between the fighting troops remained for the most part unaffected. For this, the bonds forged during the North African campaign may well have been responsible, even though the attitude of the Italian soldiers regarding the imminent invasion of Sicily had left the Germans with little confidence in their determination to put up a fight. For any illusions of that kind, Sicily was still too fresh in their minds. Relations between the German commanders and their opposite numbers remained equally good, even after the fall of Mussolini. More than anyone else, it was Field Marshal Kesselring who was most anxious to maintain a cordial understanding. Most sincerely, he strove to preserve that feeling of mutual trust between Germans and Italians, the cornerstone of which, in his eyes, was the assurance given by the king and repeated officially by Badoglio. The faith he displayed in the integrity of his allies, his, in Hitler's opinion, too great a readiness to see the Italian point of view and to concede it was all in keeping with the man's character. General Westphal, who worked in close collaboration with Kesselring long enough to be able to form an authoritative opinion, has the following to say: "Trust in his fellow men and a frank and generous nature were the salient features of his character. These qualities manifested themselves in many ways in his giving the whole of his income and fortune to bring joy or help to some of his subordinates or their dependents, and to needy Italian friends, and again in the constancy of his affection for the Italian people, not always understood by others, during 1943 and 1944. At Führer headquarters, the Field Marshal was regarded not without justification as an Italophile. Hitler therefore decided that he should retain his command only for as long as it remained necessary to deal with the Italians on a more or less friendly basis. Behind him, in northern Italy, stood Rommel, specially selected for the task of opening, at the appropriate moment, a new chapter in Italo-German relations. This moment, however, never materialized. Italophile though he undoubtedly was, Kesselring emerged in brilliant fashion from the whole wretched business of the Italian capitulation. He had himself repeatedly tried to mitigate Hitler's deep-rooted mistrust of the king and the new government, but without success. Eventually, on August 22nd, he found himself compelled to revise his ideas, when Hitler told him on that date that he had irrefutable proof of Badoglio's treachery. This information placed obligations on him which he could not ignore, but it also put him in a most anomalous position. He, an officer of absolute integrity and a man who conducted all his affairs with frank honesty, was now called upon to act with the same flexibility with which the Italians had been acting for weeks, perhaps months, in their dealings with him. Now for him too, his right hand was not to be allowed to know what his left hand was doing. To deal with the contingency of a sudden defection by Italy, the OKW issued directives to ensure the safety of the German divisions in that country and the neutralization of the Italian armed forces. The code word Axis was to be the signal for immediate and drastic action. The Italian army was to be disarmed. The Italian soldiers were to be transferred as military internees to Germany. All aircraft and anti-aircraft artillery was to be seized. The Italian fleet was to be prevented from putting to sea, with the object of incorporating it later in the German navy. And all supply dumps and focal points on the lines of communication were to be taken over. In addition, the Field Marshal gave orders for the evacuation of Calabria, Sardinia, and Corsica. All these orders in connection with Axis were on principle passed on verbally by the Field Marshal to be acted upon as soon as an armistice was announced. It is worth noting that Kesselring was opposed to the wholesale arrest of the Italian troops. He thought that this would not only be very difficult to carry out, but that it could also prove to be a dangerous move. Subsequent events fully justified his view. The great question mark, however, remained Rome itself. If Carboni's army corps showed even a modicum of fighting spirit, and if somehow or other it were reinforced by a drop of Allied paratroops, the Germans would find themselves in dire peril. OKW itself feared the worst. Hitler greatly feared that the Italians were planning a St. Bartholomew's Eve for the Germans, while the latter were making all preparations for a counterattack against them. This applied not only to Rome, but to the whole of Italy. But the capital was the nerve centre. Whoever controlled Rome would be the master of southern Italy. The new foreign minister, Guariglia, who up till now had been the ambassador in Ankara, arrived in Rome on July 29th. Before he left Turkey, he gave the Turkish foreign minister to understand that he regarded a radical change in Italian foreign policy as inevitable. Mussolini's downfall, he said, should be regarded as the first step and as the beginning of the disintegration of the Berlin-Rome axis. He had also asked the minister to pass on this information to the Allied representatives accredited to the Turkish government. Having assumed office, Guariglia immediately made contact with the British and American charges d'affaires at the Holy See. His query, whether these two diplomats were in a position to set up a channel of communication between their own and the Italian foreign ministries, was answered in the negative on account of a lack of technical equipment. In both Badoglio's and Guariglia's view, the imminence of the Tarvisio conference made it imperative that they should act swiftly. In an atmosphere reminiscent of the days of the Borgias, the opening of the capitulation negotiations was entrusted to the Marquis d'Aeta. As Ciano's chef de cabinet and a man with family connections in the United States, he seemed to be the right person to take the first steps. On August 2nd, he left Rome for Lisbon. On the day following his arrival, he asked for an interview with the British ambassador, Campbell, letting it be known that he had an important communication from the Italian government to pass on. Campbell was quite prepared to receive the Italian negotiator and gave him the opportunity of fulfilling his mission on August 4th. The latter started off by describing the hopelessness of Italy's situation, coupling his remarks with an assurance that Badoglio was most anxious to surrender, but that his liberty of action was being seriously restricted by the Germans. Hitler, he said, was already suspicious, and the Italians were therefore compelled to attend the Tarvisio conference, not, of course, to reaffirm the Axis alliance, but simply to lull German suspicions. This first feeler by the Badoglio government came as no surprise to the Western powers. As early as the end of July, the British Foreign Office and the General Staff had set about the task of drafting terms of capitulation for Italy, and by the first week in August had completed the draft. Churchill, the old fox, knew what was coming. Gaetta's arguments were convincing, and on August 5th, Churchill telegraphed his views on the situation to the President of the United States, saying that the King and Badoglio had no option but to pretend to wish to fight on, and that this they would continue to assure the Germans at Tarvisio. But, he said, this will be only pretense. The whole country is only longing for peace. The next day, Guariglia and Ribbentrop met at Tarvisio. The two supreme headquarters were represented by Ambrosio and Keitel. The Italian foreign minister succeeded without much difficulty in convincing his German colleague of Italy's loyalty. But a shot in the arm delivered by Hitler on the telephone stiffened the attitude of the German negotiators. The ensuing conference between Keitel and Ambrosio led to no positive result. The Italian chief of staff complained about the German move into Upper Italy and demanded that Rommel's army corps should be placed under the command of the Comando Supremo and transferred to the front in South Italy. The Italian portion of the Brenner railway line he proposed to secure, he said, with 2 Alpini divisions. In addition, the Comando Supremo proposed to withdraw the Italian Fourth Army from southern France and 3 divisions from the Balkans and concentrate them in the threatened motherland. Keitel justified the measures taken by Germany in Upper Italy by pointing out that it was essential to safeguard the German lines of communication and by drawing attention to the possibility of an Allied air landing in that area. He made the investment of further German divisions in South Italy dependent upon the transfer to the threatened south of the Italian divisions, at present being retained in the north. Neither side wanted to take the first step. The Italians felt that their shabby intentions had been unmasked. The Germans were playing for safety and had no intention of voluntarily putting their heads into the noose. While tempers in Tarvisio were getting more and more heated, a certain Signor Berio presented himself at the British embassy in Tangier. As an emissary of the Italian foreign minister, he repeated the latter's plea that the Allies should have patience with the Italians and give them time to free themselves from their German toils. He let it be understood that the Italian government was most sincere in its desire to negotiate, and that he himself had been granted plenipotentiary powers to do so. A week later, Berio returned to Rome with a demand for unconditional surrender as the sole reward of all his efforts. Next, on August 12th, a military mission under General Castellano and camouflaged as a delegation from one of the civilian ministries, travelled by diplomatic train to Lisbon. Castellano took advantage of the fact that he was passing through the Spanish capital to make contact with Sir Samuel Hoare, the British ambassador to Madrid. He informed the latter that he had been authorized by the King and Badoglio to state that the Italian government was firmly determined to break off the alliance with Germany at the first possible moment. That, however, was not the whole story. His country, Castellano continued, was prepared to transfer all its available forces to the Allied camp and to take up the fight against the Reich side by side with the Western Allies. It would, of course, be appreciated, he said, that his government would not be in a position to implement this volte-face until after the Allied armies had set foot on the Italian mainland. But the most succulent bait, at which it was felt the Allies would certainly snap with great eagerness, came at the end. "If the Allied powers are prepared to accept the proposals of my government," said Castellano, "I am in a position to hand over to their representatives all the files and maps of the Italian General Staff, insofar as they refer to the German forces in Italy. You will receive precise details regarding the dispositions, movements, strengths, and armament of the German forces." This was Italy's thanks to an ally who had shed so much blood on her behalf. Now their German brothers in arms were to be ruthlessly sacrificed by the Italians in a frantic effort to save their own skins at the last moment. This offer to betray military secrets, which was implemented a few days later, overstepped by far the lengths to which it was permissible to go in an endeavour to negotiate an armistice that was recognised by all to be unavoidable. History will condemn this act as an indelible blemish on the names of Italy's rulers at the time. Hoare immediately informed Eden, who in turn passed on the information to Churchill, then at sea in the Queen Mary on his way to the Quebec Conference. The latter instructed his foreign secretary to enter into negotiations with the Italian government, but only insofar as was consistent with military requirements. These instructions, writes Jacques Mordal, were quite superfluous, since Castellano was ready to sign anything which would make it possible for him to join forces with the Allies against Germany. On August 15th, the same day that Castellano was with Sir Samuel Hoare, representatives of the German and Italian Supreme Commands, led respectively by Jodl and Roata, met in Bologna. Rommel was also present. From the outset, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and the tension found concrete expression in the security measures ordered personally by Hitler and put into practice by the Leibstandarte. General von Rintelen's remark that he considered these measures wholly superfluous and would himself vouch for the safety of the German paratroops drew from Jodl the retort, "Don't you know the history of the Italian Renaissance?" The negotiations followed very much the same lines as those at Tarvisio. Jodl again demanded that the German and Italian divisions in northern Italy should be placed under the command of Field Marshal Rommel, who would be responsible directly to German Supreme Headquarters, and suggested that the Commander-in-Chief south should come under the direct orders of the King. The first of these demands was bluntly rejected by Roata. As regards Field Marshal Kesselring, he said he would prefer to see him placed under the command of Italian Supreme Headquarters, in other words, under Ambrosio, one of the chief architects of the treachery in process of preparation. Only on the question of the withdrawal of the Italian Fourth Army from southern France was agreement reached, though even here Jodl could not refrain from remarking that it would interest him to know whether this army would be used in southern Italy against the British or in the north against the Germans. This provoked Roata to the furious reply, "How dare you? We are no traitors to go over to the enemy in the middle of a battle." For all these fine words, the Italians were already in close touch with the other side. Castellano's interview with Sir Samuel Hoare had been the signal for the start in earnest of negotiations. On instructions from Roosevelt and Churchill, Eisenhower had sent his Chief of Staff, Walter Bedell Smith, and his intelligence officer, YC, the British General Kenneth Strong, to Lisbon as negotiators. On August 19th at 10:30 p.m, they met Castellano at the residence of the British ambassador. Bedell Smith opened the proceedings with the words, "General Eisenhower is prepared to accept the unconditional surrender of the Italian government," and thrust into the hands of the bewildered Italians a sheet of paper containing the Allies' armistice conditions. Castellano recovered swiftly from the shock and put forward the views of his own government, ending with the words, "The King and Badoglio are burning to join hands with their Western friends and with their help to drive the Germans out of our country." There then followed a recommendation from Badoglio that Eisenhower should land with at least 15 divisions in the vicinity of Leghorn and Ancona, and thus pinch off the leg of the boot well to the north and save Rome from the Germans. In that case, of course, Kesselring's 8 divisions and most of 2 air fleet would be caught in the trap. Here, indeed, was the proof of Badoglio's cunning intention of presenting the German troops in South Italy to the Allies as a dowry. Apart from the fact that the Western powers were not in any case in a position, in view of the relatively small numbers of landing craft at their disposal, to throw any such major forces ashore. Even in Normandy they landed only 5 divisions in the first wave. The landing areas suggested by the Italians were far beyond the range of their land-based fighter aircraft. Had the original plan of the US Chiefs of Staff to follow up the Sicilian campaign with invasions of Corsica and Sardinia been put into operation, then, admittedly, the Spitfires and Lightnings could have reached Leghorn, and in that case the Allies would have been spared the battles in South Italy which, according to Churchill, were among the most bitter of the whole war. The battles of Cassino, with their immense expenditure of war material, would not have been fought, and the peace of the monastery of St. Benedict would have remained undisturbed. Be that as it may, Bedell Smith, following the instructions of his lord and master, was not prepared even to discuss the Italian proposals. Churchill and Roosevelt had decreed that the king and Badoglio must first place their necks in the Cordian yoke before they could be permitted to hoist their flag beside those of the Allies. Once Italy and the Italian fleet were firmly in their hands, then the Allies might consider allowing the Italians to take an active part in the struggle against Germany. The armistice negotiations continued throughout the night. When Castellano could see no other way out, he unrolled before the eyes of the Allied representatives a map of Italy, upon which everything that could possibly be of interest to them was neatly entered: the dispositions and assembly areas of the German forces, their order of battle and defensive localities in the threatened coastal areas, the whereabouts of staff headquarters and supply dumps, in short, everything that the Italian General Staff knew about their allies. This act of treachery was responsible for the death not only of a very great number of German soldiers, but also of thousands of Italian civilians. For reasons of security, Badoglio had refrained from creating any channel of communication with Castellano. When, after 10 days, the latter had still not returned, Badoglio lost patience and sent General Zanussi as an additional negotiator to Lisbon. With him went the British General Carton de Wiart, V.C., a prisoner of war in Italian hands. The reasons for bringing this much decorated British officer out of his POW camp were obvious, but even his appearance in Lisbon did nothing to improve the climate of the negotiations. Zanussi himself had been directed to go on from the Portuguese capital to London, to plead at the highest level for an Allied landing north of Rome. Instead, however, he was sent to Eisenhower's headquarters in Algiers, where he acted as a sort of liaison officer and, with the aid of a wireless set given to him by the Allies in Lisbon, kept the commander-in-chief informed of the defensive measures being taken by the Germans. In return for the handing over to him of the German dispositions, Eisenhower promised to curtail his air offensive against Italy as far as he was able. Future air raids were, in theory, to be directed solely against the Germans. In practice, however, things worked out very differently. It is true that the attacks were concentrated on the German lines of communication, but the carpet of bombs which came hurtling down on the focal points thereof also wrought havoc in the Italian cities and caused grave shortages of food supplies for the civilian population. All this, of course, was grist to the mill of the communists, who were once again creating a great uproar in northern Italy and Apulia and had to be suppressed by force of arms. Nothing, however, could silence the calls for peace, especially in Rome, which had been hit by a second heavy air raid on August 13th. On August 28th, Castellano at last returned to Rome. His journey home had been delayed by the late arrival of the Italian ambassador to Chile, who had been recalled and in whose train he was to travel from Lisbon. The surrender terms came as a bitter disappointment to Rome. Badoglio's hopes that he would be welcomed with open arms by the Allies had not been realized, and his wishes and recommendations had been completely ignored. The Allies had formulated their hard conditions with an eye solely to their own interests: free access to the whole of Italy for the further prosecution of the war against Germany, evacuation of the territories occupied by the Italians, surrender of the fleet and the air arm, in short, complete and utter subjection. And these were only the purely military terms imposed. The political, economic and financial conditions were not to be made known until a future date. It was further laid down that Eisenhower would announce the conclusion of the armistice over the Algiers radio 6 hours before the invading Allied army landed, and that Badoglio should immediately issue a similar proclamation over the Italian radio network. The Italian government was given until August 30th to reply. On August 31st, Castellano again met Bedell Smith, this time at Cassibile, near Syracuse. He was empowered to say that the Italian government would accept the armistice terms, provided that strong Allied forces were landed on the Tuscan coast. Once again he mentioned 15 divisions, the force which Badoglio considered necessary to ensure the success of the enterprise. He again enumerated the difficulties with which Badoglio was faced, and added that the situation had deteriorated in the meanwhile. since the Germans were hastily transferring more troops to Italy. Castellano also persisted obstinately in his efforts to find out the time, place, and strength of the invasion, in order, he said, to enable the Italians to support the landing. This indeed was a praiseworthy gesture on his part, but Bedell Smith nevertheless took good care to give him no inkling of Allied intentions. He had no means of knowing for certain that the Italians were not playing an extremely subtle game, and that anything he told them might not be passed on to the Germans the next day. Jacques Mordal, a Frenchman and a good European, sums up the situation accurately. It must certainly be very difficult for people who mutually distrust each other to reach an agreement, for it must be remembered that the Italians were about to betray their former allies, an act reminiscent of similar action on their part in the past. The stab in the back of the 10th of June 1940 was not a thing to be readily forgotten. And, after quoting Field Marshal Alexander, he continues, "What caused the Italian government to capitulate was not so much a recognition of the justice of the Allied cause and of democracy, but rather the fact that the Italian statesmen had decided, as they had done on a previous occasion, that the time had now come to rush to the assistance of the victors." In short, Bedell Smith remained icily unresponsive. He did not feel, he said, that he was in a position to negotiate on the basis of the Italian government's demands. The only choice he could offer the latter was between yes and no. If the answer was no, however, then the Italian government would have to face the certainty of further air attacks on Rome and a ruthless stepping up of the war in the air. This rejection of all their proposals, passed on by Castellano the same day, drove the king and his government into a corner from which there was no escape. Sink or swim, they now saw themselves at the mercy of Germans and Allies alike, and they had no option but to dare a leap into the unknown. Accordingly, on September 1st, Badoglio, Ambrosio and Guariglia decided to accept the conditions imposed upon them, and after the king's consent had been obtained, Castellano flew back once more to Sicily. There, at 5:30 p.m. on September 3rd, the armistice was signed in an olive grove near Cassibile. The instrument of unconditional surrender bore the signatures of Bedell Smith and Castellano. Once again, with the over-ebullient temperament of his race, he was a Sicilian. Castellano pressed Bedell Smith now at long last to tell him of the Allied invasion plans. This time the latter was a little more forthcoming, and dropped a hint that the Italians might expect a landing sometime between 10 and 15 September, and probably on the 12th. The British 8th Army, he said, had landed that morning at the southernmost point of Calabria, with the object of pinning down strong German forces in the south. The main landing, however, would be aimed on the day appointed at the Germans further north. In addition, he could divulge, he said, the gratifying news that Eisenhower had decided to drop the US 82 Airborne Division in the vicinity of the capital in order, with it and with Carboni's help, to hold Rome against the Germans. Eisenhower's distrust of Badoglio, which was largely responsible for the attitude he had adopted, was the reason for his once again withdrawing Ridgway's 82 Division from General Clark's Salerno army. The latter did not accept Eisenhower's decision without protest, for in his plan he had counted on the 82 Airborne to seal off the Volturno crossings, who, he asked, were now to bar the way to the advance of the German reserves, coming, it was anticipated, primarily from the north. Initially, however, the need to give Badoglio swift military support and keep him firm to his purpose seemed to the Allied commander-in-chief to be the more important, for in the Italian general's palpable terror at the thought of the expected German reaction there lurked the danger of yet another volte-face on the part of the Italian government. And that was a thing that had to be forestalled. As may well be imagined, Castellano's report evoked a sigh of relief in Rome. Now they were free of at least one horrible anxiety. If the date of the main invasion remained fixed for September 12th, they would have a good week in which to prepare for the landing of Ridgway's division, in accordance with the instructions which Bedell Smith had given them. According to these latter, if the Germans had occupied the airfields in Rome, the Italians were to construct a number of landing strips south of the capital for the transport planes and were to have ready-to-hand motor transport and ample fuel supplies for the swift transportation of the American paratroops to Rome. Bedell Smith had further stated that in good time before the landing of the 82 Division was due to take place, a senior American officer would be sent to Rome to coordinate plans with the Italian General Staff. As there seemed to be no particular hurry, Ambrosio went off to northern Italy on family business, and Carboni showed no great eagerness to prepare his divisions for the coming events. Then, on September 8th, Brigadier Maxwell Taylor, Ridgway's deputy, exploded his bombshell. On the night of September 7th and 8th, this doughty officer, accompanied by Colonel Gardner of Air Transport Command, arrived in Rome. The two Americans had boarded an Italian corvette at the island of Ustica, north of Palermo, and had been put ashore at Gaeta. From there they had been driven to Rome in a closed car. Maxwell Taylor wished to see the chief of the General Staff, but as Ambrosio was on leave, Carboni suggested that he should see Badoglio. At about 2 p.m, he arrived at the Prime Minister's house, accompanied by the two Americans. The Italians were thunderstruck when Maxwell Taylor told them of Eisenhower's intention to announce the armistice that very night. Badoglio was the first to recover his wits and protested that all preparations were being made on the assumption that the landing would take place on September 12th and that they could not possibly be completed immediately. Furthermore, he added, the 4 airfields in Rome were firmly in German hands, and this again meant that further measures would have to be taken. In short, he finished, the 82 Airborne's landing could not yet take place. When Carboni added his quota, asserting that his corps still required a few days to obtain its full stock of fuel and ammunition, Maxwell Taylor began to fear that the operation of his division would end in disaster. He wirelessed his unfavourable impressions to Eisenhower, who without hesitation cancelled the whole enterprise. This, of course, meant the giving up of any idea of seizing the Italian capital by a sudden assault. In this way, the Allies abandoned an operation which would have ensured a victorious conclusion of the campaign before ever the first shot had been fired. It is true, certainly, that the Italians had failed to make the requisite preparations for Ridgway's landing, but was that entirely their fault? Hardly the Allies should have fixed September 8th as the latest date for the completion of Italian arrangements. Instead, they had led the Italians erroneously to believe that they had until September 12th. That was the first mistake. The second was the sending of Maxwell Taylor to Rome too late. A successful coordination of plans with Carboni's corps in so short a time, Ridgway's landing was planned for the night of 8th and 9th September, was impossible, since there remained a large number of measures which the Italian units had to complete by the evening of September 8th at the latest, but for which the orders had not yet been issued. Would the 82 Airborne in any case have been strong enough to force a decision? It may well be that it would have become entangled with its opposite number under Ramke and be tied down before reaching Rome. Even that, however, would not have caused irreparable damage. Behind Ridgway's division stationed in Sicily was the admirable British One Airborne Division in Tunisia, which could very swiftly have been dropped on Rome. One further important fact must be borne in mind. An Allied air landing in the vicinity of Rome would not only have put some stiffening into Carboni's corps, but also, and more important, would have restrained the king, the government and the general staff from fleeing incontinently from the capital and leaving the army and the people in the lurch. The machinery of state and the operational command of the armed forces would have continued to function, and the task of disarming the Italian forces would have confronted the Germans with a problem difficult to solve. Finally, Churchill's pipe dream that the German divisions would be forced to retire to northern Italy would have been swiftly realized. The drama was approaching its climax. After his interview with Maxwell Taylor, Badoglio sent a wireless signal to Eisenhower in Algiers, in which he most urgently, and with some justification, beseeched him to postpone the proclamation of the armistice at least until September 12th. On the afternoon of September 8th, Maxwell Taylor and Gardner flew back to Eisenhower's advanced headquarters in Tunis. With them went General Rossi, the Italian Deputy Chief of Staff, who had been entrusted with the mission of reiterating the request for the postponement of the armistice proclamation and of explaining the vital importance of the landing north of Rome, which the Italians had requested. His mission, however, was overtaken by the flurry of events. In Algiers, Badoglio's wireless signal came as a bombshell. Eisenhower's staff completely lost their nerve and repeated Badoglio's signal to the combined chiefs of staff in Washington with a request for further instructions. At the same time, they sent the text of the signal to Eisenhower himself in Tunis. The latter, imbued with a deep mistrust of Badoglio, decided to act at once, fearing that the Italian government might after all change its mind at the last moment. I replied in a peremptory telegram that regardless of his action, I was going to announce the surrender at 6:30 o'clock as previously agreed upon, and that if I did so without simultaneous action on his part, Italy would have no friend left in the war. This reply reached Rome at 5:30 p.m. Its effect was shattering. Badoglio, on the verge of a nervous collapse, decided to call a meeting of the Italian Privy Council for 6:15 p.m. in the Quirinal. But now, blow followed blow. At 5:45 p.m., Reuter announced the Italian surrender over the British radio. This caused Galli, the propaganda minister, who had not been let into the secret of the negotiations, to issue an immediate dementi. The Privy Council met in an atmosphere of tense anxiety and desperation. In addition to the king, Badoglio, and the minister of the royal household, the meeting was attended by Ambrosio, who had meanwhile returned from northern Italy, the ministers of the three services, the foreign minister, an officer representing Reuter, who at that moment was conferring with Westphal, Carboni, and a Major Marchesi, an officer on Castellano's staff. The meeting had scarcely started when the news came that at 6:30 p.m. Eisenhower had announced Italy's surrender over the Algiers radio. The moment for swift action had arrived. Some of those present, however, were now learning for the first time that the government had been negotiating with the Allies for weeks and that the armistice had in fact been signed as long ago as September 3rd. This merely added to the confusion. The Italians found it very difficult to decide what they should do. Some of the generals, Carboni among them, accused the Allies of having broken their word and were in favour of repudiating the armistice, influenced, no doubt, to a considerable extent by their fears regarding German reactions. Badoglio himself was unable to make up his mind and suggested that the king should disassociate himself from his prime minister on the grounds that the latter had acted without his knowledge. In the end, the youngest member present, Major Marchesi, stood up and argued passionately in favour of acceptance of the armistice terms, basing his arguments on the obviously disastrous consequences of a repudiation. With this view, the king agreed and Marchesi's motion was carried. At 7:45 p.m. Badoglio announced the Privy Council's decision. After fighting for 3.5 years at the side of her German ally, Italy had capitulated unconditionally. After Montgomery's leap across the Straits of Messina, the main invasion was obviously close at hand and was the subject of a conference on September 7th between Field Marshal Kesselring and the new Italian Minister of the Marine de Courton. Cooperation between the two had so far always run smoothly, and as far as the Field Marshal was concerned, without any hint of mistrust. Admiral de Courton, says Kesselring in his memoirs, was always very friendly and generally did his utmost to meet my wishes. At this moment, therefore, on the threshold of the decisive battle, he felt that he could confidently rely on the vigorous support of the Italian fleet. De Courton declared that now that the enemy was about to strike directly at the Italian mainland, the fleet would certainly not be content to remain at anchor in its ports. It would put to sea at once from La Spezia and set course for the sea area to the west of Sicily, in an effort to engage the Mediterranean fleet and destroy the invading forces before they reached the Italian coast. They would conquer, he asserted, or go down with flags flying. There would be no scarpa flow as far as the Italian navy was concerned. To Kesselring's question as to when he would like the German Air Liaison Commando to embark, de Courton replied, "Not until the ships are about to put to sea, if you don't mind, for you know, of course, that the enemy intelligence is keeping a particularly sharp eye on the fleet." The Italian played his part in masterly fashion. He had spoken with deep and passionate emotion, and there were tears in his eyes when he referred to the German blood from his mother's side that flowed in his veins. The effect was all that he could have desired. Neither to Kesselring nor myself did the thought occur that this was most probably all a ruse to lull German suspicions of the impending cruise of the Italian fleet to internment in Malta. The next day, both the Italians and the Allies put their cards down on the table. The prelude consisted of a heavy 2-hour attack by flying fortresses on Kesselring's and von Richthoven's headquarters in Frascati. Casualties were heavy. The two German staffs lost about 100 men, while of the Italian civilian population more than 1,000 men, women and children were killed. Two interesting facts emerged from this attack. Firstly, in one of the bombers that was shot down was found a map, upon which the location of the headquarters of the two field marshals was precisely pinpointed. This, of course, was the handiwork of Ambrosio and Castellano. Secondly, within a few minutes of the start of the attack, fire engines and rescue squads from Rome were on the outskirts of Frascati, in spite of the fact that the headquarters were a good 12 miles from the metropolis. A truly remarkable feat, but not one that was in the least appreciated by those who knew for certain that the attack had been delivered with the pre-knowledge of the Italian government. For the moment, there occurred no change in the relations between the German and Italian military authorities. Immediately after this attack, which took place around noon, Westphal went to army headquarters to see Rother. The penny did not drop until the late afternoon, when Jodl and Ribbentrop asked the commander-in-chief and the German embassy respectively whether the announcement by the British radio that Italy had capitulated was true. Both Kesselring and Rahn, who had succeeded von Mackensen on August 31st, were taken completely by surprise and were quite unable to confirm the ominous news. The Field Marshal's inquiries in Rome met with the reply that the report was a swindle, perpetrated by the enemy propaganda. Rahn, after making a few abortive telephone calls, went personally to the Foreign Ministry, where Guariglia, who had just returned from the Privy Council meeting, greeted him with the words, "I have the honour to inform you that Italy has just capitulated." As the news spread, the Italian people burst into one great paean of jubilation. Happy, excited men and women roamed the streets, soldiers and civilians embraced one another, bonfires were lighted on the surrounding hills, and the clergy called the people to Thanksgiving services. All Italy was caught up in a turmoil, as though she were celebrating the greatest victory in her history. Sobriety followed quickly on the heels of this intoxication when the German army went swiftly into action. 2 Parachute Division received the order to move. It surged forward towards Rome, overrunning portions of Carboni's corps, and the next morning was engaged in heavy street fighting on the outskirts of the capital itself. From Frascati, the code signal Axis went forth, and all over Italy German troops, including the divisions of Rommel's army group, were at once on the move. In the midst of the reports pouring in from Rome, came the news of the Allied landing at Salerno. To headquarters in Frascati, this came rather as a relief. They now knew where the enemy was and what he was up to, and they could act accordingly. The first essential remained, however, the clearing up of the situation in Rome itself. This task was entrusted to the Air Force General Student, whose 11th Air Parachute Corps had been transferred from southern France to the area south of Rome at the end of July. Ramke's division and the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division, holding Latium to the north, were also placed under Student's command. Student's first move was to launch the attack of 2 Parachute Division against the capital. His second was directed against Italian Army headquarters in Monterotondo, to which it had been transferred after the second air raid on the Eternal City, and the Italian government, to obviate further attacks, had declared Rome an open city. For the neutralization of this very considerable military headquarters, a parachute assault battalion in Foggia, under the command of Major Guerrica, had been briefed weeks before. Guerrica was an old hand and a thruster who had been with paratroops ever since their formation. In a Storch helicopter, he had already made a personal reconnaissance and had selected dropping areas and objectives. After that, he had bluffed his way by car into the place itself and inspected the area of his future operations on the spot. What he had seen there had not been exactly encouraging. The whole of Monte Rotondo was one large fortress with concrete emplacements, roadblocks and strong anti-aircraft defences, consisting mostly of German 8.8 centimetre guns. This, he realised, could well prove to be a tough nut to crack. In spite of acts of sabotage by the Italians on the telephone lines, Guernica received orders to move in such good time that he was able to take off at 6:30 a.m. on September 9th in 52-JU troop-carrying aircraft. His force suffered its first casualties from anti-aircraft fire on the fly-in and during the drop. After some hard fighting, the battalion thrust its way into Monte Rotondo itself, and by the afternoon it had surrounded the fortress-like castle in which it was presumed the senior officers were housed. Eventually, this stubbornly defended bulwark was taken by storm, and 15 officers and 200 men surrendered. Roata, however, was not among them. The bird had long since flown and was now in Pescara, waiting for an aircraft to take him south. In the late afternoon, even the stout-hearted Guernica began to feel a little anxious when his depleted forces were attacked by an armoured division advancing from Rome. His efforts, in view of the overwhelmingly superior forces against him, to come to some reasonable understanding at first met with no response at all from the Italians. Eventually, however, armistice negotiations initiated by the Commander-in-Chief south put an end to the fighting and led to an agreement. Guernica, who was allowed to march out under arms, handed over the bitterly contested town to the Italians on September 11th, and on the same day made contact with the German forces on the outskirts of Rome. And what of the Eternal City itself? First and foremost, when the news of the Italian surrender was received, OKW had straightway written off Rome and the forces of the Commander-in-Chief south. Field Marshal Kesselring received no further orders from Führer headquarters, and from that quarter no more help, obviously, was to be expected. Hitler had from the outset reconciled himself to the loss of 8 elite divisions. It is difficult to understand how he could bring himself thus lightly to accept so grievous a loss after the previous catastrophes of Stalingrad and Tunisgrad, as the people now referred to the recent tragedy in Tunisia. Could he not see that the boot of Italy formed a perfect counterpart to the British Isles as a base for the strategic air offensive against the Reich? Why, then, did he leave Rommel's army group far away from the decisive area and doing nothing, while round Rome and in southern Italy German troops were fighting for their lives, and at Salerno the fate of the Allied invasion hung by a thread? The answer is to be found in Hitler's conviction, shared incidentally by Rommel, that because of her long coastline, Italy could not be successfully defended south of the Etruscan Apennines, far away to the north. Any attempt to defend South Italy would, in his view, have led to disaster if the Allies made full use of the sea flanks, the whole long stretches of which could not possibly be protected. And that the Allies would do so, he was quite convinced. Field Marshal Kesselring did all he could to prevent the developments envisaged by Führer headquarters. The first step in this direction was to clear up the situation in Rome. When the landing confidently expected north of Rome failed to materialize, the 3 Panzer Grenadier Division was brought up to the capital, and its advent very considerably strengthened the German position. It was still doubtful, however, whether the forces under Student would be able to contain Carboni's corps for any length of time. But above all, it was the possibility of an airdrop in the vicinity of Rome that was causing the greatest anxiety at Frascati, particularly since no more than 2 battalions could be spared for the defence of the Roman airfields. Westphal's comments reflect the anxiety felt by all in the face of this deadly danger. On September 9th and the days following, therefore, all eyes and binoculars turned skywards whenever the rumble of engines was heard. We only breathed freely after the evening dusk had descended, for large-scale landings at night were improbable. In this connection, it is perhaps of interest to note in parentheses that the Allies always preferred to arrange their parachute drops during the hours of darkness. Had this fact been realised at Frascati, the staff would doubtless have had many sleepless nights to add to their other worries. When no landing from the air had occurred by the evening of September 9th and Carboni's corps, with the exception of the units at Monte Rotondo, had remained passive, Westphal suggested that the Italians should be invited to surrender. There was just a chance that they might agree. And indeed, the invitation was accepted instantly, and the aged Marshal Caviglia, the victor of Vittorio Veneto, readily offered to conduct the negotiations. Carbone's men laid down their arms and were allowed to depart with all honour to their homes. Kesselring promised to recognise Rome as an open city and to station only 2 companies of military police in the capital. This success did not, however, prevent Führer headquarters from expressing keen displeasure at the free discharge of the Italian troops. Those above failed entirely to realise that it was only the promise of freedom that had persuaded the Italian divisions to surrender. It really seemed as though they attached more importance to filling up the POW camps than to preserving the German divisions in Italy from destruction. With the surrender and disbanding of Carbone's corps, a great deal had been gained. By and large, we had parted company amicably with our former allies, thanks also, in no small measure, to the state of complete bewilderment in which the Italians found themselves. But now the way to the German 10th Army, which was engaged in heavy fighting at Salerno, was opened. Through the canals which Carbone had temporarily blocked, the stream of supplies, fuel, munitions and food started once more to flow freely southwards. Of no less importance was the taking over of the network of long-distance communication, without which the Commander-in-Chief, South, would have found it impossible to exercise effective command. For this much at least the Germans had reason to be thankful. There still remained the question whether the Italians in other localities had taken up arms against their erstwhile allies, but this danger too was averted. Contrary to expectation, the disarming of the Italian forces was completed swiftly and almost without incident. Only in a very few places had there been any shooting or serious conflict between Germans and Italians. In some quarters, this unfortunately led to the belief that a Prussian corporal and a dozen men were sufficient to disarm a whole Italian division. Of course, the Italian soldiers, like the rest of the Italian people, were war-weary and longing to get home to their beloved spaghetti. But had they received orders from Rome to cross swords with the Germans and defend themselves in earnest, the game would probably not have ended with this checkmate of the Italians. It must not be forgotten that the Italian soldier too had fought and bled for his country, and while perhaps he could not compare in steadiness under pressure and dogged determination with his German brother-in-arms, when on the offensive he nevertheless displayed noteworthy élan and very frequently quite outstanding gallantry. To quote but a few examples, the Italians had no reason to be ashamed of their submariners. Of the 122 submarines in the Italian Navy, 85 had perished fighting, or of the Decima MAS, Prince Borghesi's 10th E-boat flotilla, whose daring and successful operations against British ports and men of war had won for them the esteem and respect of their opponents. Worthy of a place beside these are also the paratroops of the Folgore Division, which, trained by General Ramke, had brought great honour to their instructor in North Africa. Nor must the courage with which the Italian soldiers faced the grim winter of 1940 and 1941 in Albania be forgotten. Thousands of them were stricken by frostbite and lost both feet because they had been sent into a winter campaign without canvas-protected boots. The crucial factor had been the utterly inadequate equipment and the antiquated weapons, which had proved quite incapable of meeting the demands of modern war. This was the real fly in the ointment, and for this the Italian soldier was in no way to blame. The responsibility rested squarely on the shoulders of the political and military leaders, who, with wholly inadequate resources and devoid of any conception of strategy, declared war on a world power. No less irresponsible was the action of the new leaders who in the early dawn of September 9th ignominiously took to their heels and fled, leaving their unfortunate people and the army to whatever fate awaited them. This abject failure, which shed so glaring a light on the character of the weaklings concerned, evoked indignation throughout Italy, and nowhere more vehemently than in the armed forces, for it was the latter more than anyone else who found themselves in a most awkward predicament, and with no one to whom to turn for guidance. To this day, many Italians are severely critical of Badoglio, whom they regard as the man responsible, and whose halo as the saviour of his country very quickly faded away. What, then, lay behind this headlong flight of the royal family, the government and the general staff? On the eve of September 8th, after the acceptance of the armistice terms, The Italian Privy Council agreed that the royal family, the head of the government and the chief of the general staff should proceed at once to the War Ministry, the sole place which seemed to offer some measure of security, and spend the night there. After the armistice had been proclaimed, Badoglio himself went to the War Minister's office, where he went early to bed. Whether he was by this time past caring or was simply physically exhausted, the fact remains that during the hours in which the fate of Italy was being settled, the head of her government was sleeping peacefully in his bed. At 4 o'clock in the morning, he was rudely awakened by Roata with the shattering news of the successful German parachute drop on the capital. Fighting was already in progress at the Porta San Paolo, Roata said, and it would only be a question of time before the Germans reached the centre of the city. The danger that the king and the government would be taken prisoner was acute in the extreme, Roata continued, and it was essential that they should get away at once by the only way still open to them, the Via Tiburtina. He had already given orders to Carboni, he said, to retire to Tivoli and there take up a defensive position. This move, incidentally, was never executed. In spite of the numerically overwhelming superiority of the Italian forces, Badoglio confirmed Roata's irresponsible orders and agreed that they must leave at once. To the king, to whom he immediately went, he painted the situation in the gloomiest possible colours, and he did not have much difficulty in persuading the monarch that the time to flee had come. Nevertheless, Victor Emmanuel himself seems to have had some misgivings, for Badoglio says, "I insisted, however, that the responsibility for a departure in the direction of Pescara was mine, and mine alone." On the evening of September 8th, the La Spezia squadron raised steam, and as darkness fell, stole quietly out of port. Its nucleus, consisting of the modern battleships Roma, Italia and Vittorio Veneto, was protected by 5 cruisers, 12 destroyers and 2 torpedo boats. At the same time, the light forces in Genoa weighed anchor and joined the main fleet during the night. Under the command of Admiral Bergamini, the whole force then set course for the sea area to the west of Sardinia. Below deck, the rumour went round that the fleet was making for the Balearic Islands, where it would be interned. When the fleet changed course and turned southwards, the crews thought, "Well, we're going to have a go at the enemy after all." It was only after the German air attack that they learnt that Malta and internment there was the purpose of their voyage. In accordance with the Allies' instructions, the fleet maintained course along the western coast of Sardinia, where, at 9 a.m. on September 9th, it made contact with British patrols. But the Germans too had begun to smell a rat, and about 3 p.m. a strong formation of Luftwaffe bombers appeared on the scene. The fleet turned away eastwards in the vain hope of reaching the Gulf of Asinara in northern Sardinia. At 3:30 p.m. the first bombs hurtled down on the Italia, scoring a hit near the bridge, but without causing much damage. Roma was less lucky. At 3:41 she was hit by a bomb immediately in rear of one of her turrets. The ship at once lost way and listed sharply to starboard. 10 minutes later, a direct hit on the port side sealed her fate. A great tongue of flame shot more than 300 feet, or about 91 meters, into the air, and Bergamini's flagship began to sink. At 4:18, the waves closed over the proud ship, and she sank, taking the admiral and most of the crew to the bottom with her. Admiral Oliva, who now assumed command, detached a cruiser and a destroyer to pick up survivors and then follow the main body to Malta. From Malta, H Squadron, with the battleships Warspite and Valiant, was sailing westwards to meet the Italian fleet. Britannia, ruler of the seas, was about to gather her most glittering prize, and from her seamen a great cheer broke out when at 6 a.m. on September the 10th the Italian fleet hove in sight. All eyes were riveted on the Savoia as a British prize crew went aboard the Italian flagship. It was indeed a memorable moment in the proud history of the Royal Navy, when H Squadron took station ahead of the enemy battle fleet. On this 10th of September, Eisenhower and Cunningham enjoyed the greatest triumph they had hitherto known in their service careers. To the north of Cape Bon, on board the destroyer Hambledon, they watched the defeated enemy plough his way through the waters of the Mare Nostro in the wake of a British squadron. For Cunningham, who had been chasing the Italian Navy for more than 3 years, it was a particularly unforgettable moment. To me, it was a most moving and thrilling sight, to see my wildest hopes of years brought to fruition and my former flagship, the Warspite, which had struck the first blow against the Italians 3 years before, leading her erstwhile opponents into captivity, filled me with the deepest emotion and lives with me today. On the afternoon of this noteworthy day, the Tarento squadron dropped anchor in the Grand Harbour in Malta. It consisted of the fairly old battleships Giulio and Doria, 3 cruisers, 2 destroyers and 4 torpedo boats under command of Admiral de Zara. On September 9th, while en route from Tarento to Malta, de Zara had passed a British squadron, consisting of 2 battleships, 5 cruisers and a number of destroyers, carrying the 1 airborne division to Tarento. As the 2 fleets passed each other, there was a moment of tension. There was no guarantee that the Italian fleet would observe the terms of surrender and would not, at long last, show fight. The Allies did not trust the Italians, even after they had hauled down their flag. On the morning of September 11th, the La Spezia squadron steamed into the St. Paul's harbour in Malta. On the same day, Cunningham made a signal to the Admiralty, "Be pleased to inform their lordships that the Italian battle fleet now lies at anchor under the guns of the fortress Malta." Still more Italian ships arrived, among them the battleship Giulio Cesare and the aircraft carrier Miraglia. But Malta was too small to accommodate this great armada for any length of time. On September 14th, therefore, the battleships Italia and Vittorio Veneto, which, incidentally, with their 30 knots, were faster than their British escorts, and a number of cruisers and destroyers were ordered to proceed to Alexandria. The former naval person had every excuse for treating himself to an extra Havana. The surrender of the Italian fleet was something well worth celebrating. The capital ships were stripped of their armament, but the cruisers and destroyers rendered invaluable service on convoy escort duties. In one way, of course, de Courten had been right. There had indeed been no Scapa Flow, in that the Italians had not scuttled their fleet, but equally they had no one of the calibre of Admiral von Reuter. The tragic chapter of the Italian capitulation ended with the liberation of Mussolini. His stay on the island of Ponza had been of short duration. After a little bird had told everyone in Rome where he was, Badoglio had him transferred to the sea fortress of Maddalena between Corsica and Sardinia. Even this place, however, did not strike him as being altogether safe from a possible German surprise attack. He therefore moved the Duce once more, under conditions of the most rigorous secrecy, to the 10,000-foot plateau of Gran Sasso d'Italia, where he was hermetically sealed off from the outer world in the winter sports hotel, Campo d'Imperatore. As everyone knows, Hitler was from the outset determined by some means or other to secure the liberation of his friend. He entrusted the preparations for, and the execution of, the rescue to General Student, whose army corps at that time was still in the Nîmes area. At the end of July, Hitler summoned him to Führer headquarters in Rastenburg to discuss the practical possibilities with him in person. After this conference, Student, with Scorzeni aboard his HE-111, flew direct to Rome. The first essential was to find out where Mussolini was. This task was given to Scorzeni, to whom some 30 men of the security branch were attached. The actual rescue, the purely military execution of the plan, was entrusted to the Lair Parachute Battalion under the command of Major Moores. After weeks of searching, Scorzeni thought he had located the Duce in the Campo d'Imperatore Hotel. Although he was by no means certain that he was right, the enterprise was fixed for Sunday, September 12th, not, as has often been stated, by Scorzeni, but by Student, who was responsible for the whole enterprise. At about 2 p.m., a company of paratroops under the command of Lieutenant Freiherr von Berlepech, packed into transport gliders, landed on an undulating hillock in the immediate vicinity of the hotel. Scorzeni was with them. At his urgent request, Student had given him permission to accompany the party. Another guest was the Carabinieri General Soliti, who had been given the task of persuading Mussolini's warders to hand him over. Contrary to expectation, everything went well. The Italians, who at first had mistaken the German paratroops for Americans, offered no resistance, and were only too pleased to come out of the whole business unscathed. At the funicular station in the valley below, everything also went according to plan. The station was occupied without resistance by Major Moores and his battalion, which had marched there on foot. A few moments later, Captain Gerlach, who was to take Mussolini off in his helicopter, also landed. Again, Skorzenny begged almost on his knees to be allowed to accompany Gerlach, and the latter acceded to his urgent pleas. After a hair-raising takeoff in which the overladen Storch narrowly escaped plunging into the yawning abyss below, Gerlach flew to Rome, where a waiting HE-111 took over Mussolini and Skorzenny and flew them to Hitler. Himmler lost no time in telling the whole world that Skorzenny was the hero who had rescued the Duce, and to this day Skorzenny is known all the world over as the man who liberated Mussolini. Captain Gerlach, however, as the man in charge, puts things in their proper perspective. When I look back after 10 years on the events of the late summer of 1943, I am more than ever convinced that it is idle to quarrel over who deserves the credit for having rescued Mussolini. It was a team effort in which everyone did his best, and in which the cooperation of all concerned was the key to our success. There is only one man who can with justice claim to be Mussolini's rescuer, and that is General Student, who planned and directed the whole operation and bore the sole responsibility for it. Almost as soon as it had been accomplished, the liberation of Mussolini gave rise to the comment that the Duce had merely exchanged one warder for another, and at the best had been transferred from the hands of Badoglio into those of Hitler. This, people said, explained why the Salo Republic pursued its course as a shameful satellite, at the head of which stood a dictator, enchained by the Germans and devoid all lustre and repute. It is true, of course, that after the debacle of July 25th, Hitler no longer placed any great trust in his friend, and for that reason had cut down the sovereignty of the Social Republic, the official designation of the fascist rump in Italy, to nothing more than a facade. But one fact must not be forgotten. Mussolini's willingness to place himself at the head of the Republic saved Central and Upper Italy from being treated by Hitler as enemy territory. The German troops there moved about as they would have done in the country of any ally, though Mussolini kept a sharp eye on all their comings and goings. It was not long before the following wisecrack was being bandied round among the Germans. Hitler decorated the people who brought Mussolini here from the Gran Sasso with the Knight's Cross, but anyone who would take him back there would deserve the oak leaves as well. Those in the other Italy, who believed that the Allies would now accept Badoglio as a partner on equal terms, were destined to be bitterly disillusioned. In fact, he fared no better than his fascist opponents. Whereas at Lake Garda there was only the German ambassador to keep an eye on things, in Brindisi the Allies established a complete military government in the anteroom of the monarchical cabinet. Badoglio had no option but to reconcile himself as best he could to the presence of foreign troops, and violations of the sovereignty of his government by the Western powers were inevitable. Nor could they in any way be mitigated by the soft words which the Allies, statesmen and soldiers alike, poured in such abundant measure into his ears. On September 11th, for example, Roosevelt and Churchill sent him a telegram from Quebec. The German terror in Italy will not last much longer. The Germans will be exterminated in their own country. To sum up, Badoglio's patience was being put to a severe test, and cooperation with the Allies was most certainly not being made easy for him. Before they were willing to grant monarchist Italy the status of a co-belligerent power, they demanded the written acceptance of the political and economic clauses of the armistice. Only when this had been done would they regard the wholesale capitulation of Italy as complete in all aspects. Many authoritative critics, however, consider that it was just this insistence on unconditional surrender that was responsible for the subsequent disappointing course of the Italian campaign. Fuller says, "As we shall soon see, this foolishness, conceived by President Roosevelt and Mr. Churchill at Casablanca, trapped the British and the Americans into tactically the most absurd and strategically the most senseless campaign of the whole war. Unconditional surrender transformed the soft underbelly into a crocodile's back, prolonged the war, wrecked Italy, and wasted thousands of American and British lives." To put a final stop to this foolishness, Badoglio sailed in a cruiser to Malta on September 28th. There he was received aboard HMS Nelson with full military honours, a nice gesture, but not one likely to make it in any way easier for him to sign the instrument of unconditional surrender. This he nevertheless did, after a vain attempt to secure some mitigation of the harsh terms imposed on September 29th in the presence of Eisenhower, the three commanders-in-chief, Alexander Cunningham and Tedder, and the governor of Malta, Lord Gort. The ceremony was followed by a discussion with Eisenhower, who raised the question of an Italian declaration of war on Germany, a thought that had been at the back of Badoglio's mind for some time. Therein, in his eyes, lay the only prospect not only of avoiding utter ruin and desolation, but also of ensuring for himself a seat at the victor's table, a hope, incidentally, which was realized only to an extremely modest degree. On October 13th, the Italian ambassador in Madrid handed to his German colleague the Badoglio government's declaration of war. 6 weeks later, the first of Badoglio's troops were in the forefront at Cassino, and there then began that tragic period of fratricidal war in which Italy was torn into two. In all conscience, a sorry heritage of unconditional surrender. Badoglio, Italy in the Second World War. Ibid. Kesselring, Soldat bis zum letzten Tag. Westphal, here in Fesseln. Churchill, The Second World War, Volume 5. Jacques Mordal, Cassino. Eisenhower, Crusade in Europe. Kesselring, Soldat bis zum letzten Tag. Westphal, the German Army in the West. Badoglio, Italy in the Second World War. A.B. Cunningham, A Sailor's Odyssey. Eisenhower, Crusade in Europe. A.B. Cunningham, A Sailor's Odyssey. Gerlach in Der Deutsche Fallschirmjäger. Fuller, The Second World War. Chapter 3. The Landing in Italy. It was not until 6 weeks after Mussolini's fall that the Allies set foot on the Italian mainland. A great opportunity had gone begging. The Western powers had failed to gather the crop which had sprung up thanks to Badoglio's coup d'etat and the Italian surrender. Victory over Italy had been thrust so swiftly upon them that it caught them unprepared and unable to exploit it. For during the summer of 1943, their attention had not been focused on Italy, but rather on Southeast Asia, on the Pacific, and on Northwest Europe. At first sight, this may seem to have been a departure from the overall Western strategy, as decided at the Washington Conference of December 1941 by Churchill, Roosevelt, and the combined Chiefs of Staff Committee. Then it had been agreed to concentrate the whole of the war effort of the United States and Great Britain in the first instance on the defeat of Germany and her European allies. Only after Germany had been defeated would the offensive against Japan begin. This had been a bold decision, and one which reflects credit on Roosevelt's courage, for it was entirely contrary to the wishes of his countrymen. The American people were filled with a bitter hatred of the Japanese, who had descended like a thunderbolt from the skies at Pearl Harbor, and they were imbued with a burning desire for bloody revenge. What did the Americans care about Europe when the torch of war had been brandished in the Pacific, their very own parish? Yet in spite of this, the president decided Germany first. This decision was undoubtedly the result of his realization that emotion can play no part in the framing of strategy, which must be based solely on political and military reality and objectives. These latter were clear for all to see. The Russian colossus had only just begun to recover from the heavy blows it had received, and was now in process of halting the German onslaught at the gates of Moscow. Even so, whether in the long run Stalin would gain the upper hand was a very open question. On the other hand, if once Hitler overthrew Russia, he might be able to build up so formidable a military force that the Western powers' chances of ultimate victory would be slender in the extreme. Like that of Russia, the fate of Great Britain was indissolubly linked to the European theatre of war, and Britain's position too was critical. The high shipping losses she had suffered at the hands of the German U-boats and the uncertainty of the outcome in Libya gave rise to grave anxiety and a feeling that there might well be worse to come. Neither Britain nor Russia could release any appreciable forces for use against Japan. On the other hand, if the Americans launched a single-handed offensive against the Japanese, there was a real danger that, Having achieved victory in the Pacific, they would be compelled to attack Fortress Europe side by side with a Britain and a Russia, exhausted, bled white and battle-weary, if indeed capable of waging further war at all. There remained then no alternative. It had to be first victory in Europe, and then altogether against Japan. But how was victory in Europe to be achieved? To discuss this question with the British, Roosevelt sent his Chief of Staff, General Marshall, and his personal representative, Harry Hopkins, to London in April 1942. In principle, the British accepted Marshall's thesis that the decisive blow against Germany would have to be delivered across the Channel and through the West European countries, but they were mildly shocked when he came out with the suggestion that a landing should be made on the Cotentin Peninsula in 1942, with the object of creating a beachhead for the main invasion in 1943. Churchill and his chiefs of staff were faced at the time with other grave problems. The Prime Minister had expressed the view that it was essential to defend India and the Middle East in order to guard against the possibility of the Germans and the Japanese joining hands. His chiefs of staff had come to the conclusion that the focal point strategically lay in the Persian Gulf and the oil fields in its vicinity. They were therefore disinclined to commit any forces at all for a landing operation in 1943, which in their opinion was in any case foredoomed to end in catastrophe. The capture of Tobruk by Rommel in June, the headlong retreat of the Eighth Army to the Nile Valley, and the unexpected success with which the Germans came through the merciless Russian winter and were now thrusting towards the Caucasus were proof enough of the correctness of their views regarding the strategic importance of the Middle East. It certainly seemed as though Hitler intended to envelop the Middle East by means of a pincer operation on a gigantic scale. Here, however, he was threatening the vital artery of the British Empire. In July, the British refused to consider Operation Sledgehammer, the preliminary landing in France in 1942, and put forward an alternative suggestion of their own, a landing in French North Africa. By a thrust here in Rommel's rear, they hoped to put an end to the danger threatening the Middle East. The British Chiefs of Staff had the very greatest difficulty in persuading their American colleagues to agree, for the President himself was adhering rigidly to the decision: Germany first. In this way, in the autumn of 1942, the Western powers temporarily transferred their major attention from northwestern Europe to the Mediterranean, but without for a moment losing sight of their ultimate strategic objective, the invasion of France. At the beginning of 1943, however, when victory in North Africa was all but in their grasp, when the Middle East no longer stood in any danger, and on the Russian front the scales of war had begun to tilt decisively in Stalin's favor, the Allies found themselves faced once again with the question: what next? Should they leap against the European mainland from North Africa, or should they, after all, launch their offensive against the northern coasts of France? They decided in favor of overlord and imposed strict limitations on operations in the Mediterranean theater, which were to be confined to Sicily alone. In addition, the combined Chiefs of Staff were instructed to draw up plans and make the necessary preparations for the recapture of Burma, Anakim, beginning in 1943, and for operations against the Marshalls and Carolines if time and resources allow, without prejudice to Anakim. The offensive in Burma was to begin on the 15th of November 1943, while in May attacks with limited objectives were to be launched in Assam for the purpose of securing suitable bases for the air bridge to China. These plans for Burma and the Pacific had been forced upon the British much against their will by the American Chiefs of Staff. In conjunction with the obstinate adherence to Overlord, they were destined to become a merciless drag and millstone round the neck of subsequent operations in the Mediterranean theatre of war. At the end of January 1943, Churchill, by no means pleased at the decisions taken at Casablanca, flew on to Turkey to try and persuade this ally at long last to enter the war. But the Turks proved deaf to all his blandishments and thus frustrated the plans which Churchill had been evolving for the further prosecution of the war in the Mediterranean. There remained now but one way open to him, the road to Italy, and perhaps, by means of a diversion, into the Balkans. In May 1943, Churchill sailed for the third time across the Atlantic. this time to attend the Trident Conference in Washington. The suggestion that a further conference should be held had emanated from the Prime Minister himself. It was essential, he felt, that a clear-cut decision be reached regarding both the future course of operations after Sicily and the approximate date of overlord. At the conference, a wide divergence of views became at once apparent. Firstly, there was the question of Southeast Asia. The thrust into Assam had to be abandoned on account of supply and transport difficulties, and the attack on Akyab, planned for May, had also failed to materialize. Churchill could not reconcile himself to the idea of initiating operations against Japan while the fruits of victory in the Mediterranean still remained to be plucked. The Americans thought otherwise. Filled with a deep anxiety regarding the position in Burma and the Pacific, they were most reluctant to allow any Mediterranean operations to interfere in any way either with the planned Far Eastern operations or with the preparations for overlord. Roosevelt supported the views held by his chiefs of staff, not only on purely military grounds, but also for political reasons. A bare 18 months ahead lay the presidential elections, in which he would certainly be opposed by MacArthur, whose Republican Party were loudly demanding reinforcements for the Far East. On the next point at issue, what were to be the objectives of the Mediterranean campaign? After Sicily, the British again lost all along the line. Churchill urged that as soon as Sicily fell, an invasion of the mainland should at once be undertaken and Italy be compelled to give up the fight. The defection of one of the Axis partners, he argued, would have incalculable repercussions. He confidently expected that Turkey would soon declare war and that the gates of the Balkans would thus be opened. Finally, once the Italian fleet had been destroyed or neutralized, powerful British naval forces, he said, would become available for service in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. And what of the veteran and experienced divisions in the Mediterranean? They could not possibly stand idle for the 8 or 9 months that would elapse between the fall of Sicily and the mounting of the cross-Channel invasion. What would the Russians, to whom the Western Allies were so greatly indebted, have to say? Italy offered a unique opportunity. It would not be necessary, Churchill said, to occupy the whole country. If Italy collapsed, the United Nations would occupy the ports and airfields needed for further operations into the Balkans and southern Europe. To all this, Roosevelt retorted that the forces which would be set free at the end of the Sicilian campaign must first and foremost be held in readiness for overlord, to which priority had to be accorded over everything else. At the same time, he insisted that forces would have to be transferred from the Mediterranean for the reconquest of Burma and the securing of airfields in Assam. Only in this way could help be given to the Chinese, who, in the president's opinion, were a potent factor in the war against Japan. He was not in favor of an occupation of Italy, and took care to see that his chiefs of staff did not commit themselves to any such operations. Roosevelt's attitude, which was in complete accord with the views of his chiefs of staff, is clearly reflected in the official communiqué. That the Allied Commander-in-Chief, North Africa, will be instructed, as a matter of urgency, to plan such operations in exploitation of Husky as are best calculated to eliminate Italy from the war and to contain the maximum number of German forces. Which of the various specific operations should be adopted and therefore mounted is a decision which will be reserved to the combined Chiefs of Staff. At the time, the US Chiefs of Staff were only prepared to agree at the most to an attack on Sardinia and perhaps Corsica. This, in their opinion, would give them the requisite basis from which to launch a subsidiary operation in the form of a landing in the south of France in support of the main overlord invasion. The Americans were completely obsessed with the idea of a cross-channel invasion and were not in the least worried by the strength of the Atlantic Wall. They did not for a moment doubt that the concentrated mass of material power at their disposal would succeed in blasting the essential breach and opening the way into the heart of Germany. With this in view, they proceeded to amass a vast amount of material and immensely powerful forces in Britain, with which quite simply to blast the Germans out of existence. They showed but little appreciation for the art of manoeuvre, and seemed rather to prefer to run head-on at their objectives. The British had very different views. The recollections of the Flanders battles of the First War, which had swept away the flower of British youth, were still painfully vivid in their minds. Now they feared that once they had regained a foothold on the continent, they would again become tied down in trench warfare unless they first succeeded in splitting up the German forces, and that could only be accomplished by manoeuvre. It was with this in mind that Churchill strove so hard to mount subsidiary operations in the Mediterranean in order to draw German troops away from France and thus make things easier for the cross-channel invasion. Neither he nor his chiefs of staff had ever intended that the major offensive against Germany should be made via southern Europe or the Balkans. The Americans, on the other hand, rather suspected that Churchill's Balkan plans had been formulated for political reasons, and that was contrary to their fundamental principle that in strategic planning, political considerations carried no weight. Adherence to this principle explains why, since Pearl Harbor, Hull, the American Secretary of State, had not been invited to attend a single conference at which military affairs were under discussion. Roosevelt and his chiefs of staff felt that, in the eyes of the American people, their only justification for the employment of American troops in Europe would be that they would be used solely for the purpose of the military defeat of Germany. Truly astonishing is the fact that the US chiefs of staff refused even to recognize the importance of Italy as a base for air operations against Germany. Although Marshal of the Royal Air Force Sir Charles Portal, the Chief of the Air Staff, pointed out that from the airfields of southern Italy, attacks could be delivered not only against the Ploesti oil wells, but also, and perhaps even more important, against the aircraft factories in southern Germany and Austria, the Americans remained unmoved. Even the alluring prospect of striking a vital blow at the production of German fighter aircraft and thus achieving one of the essential prerequisites to a successful crossing of the Channel failed to persuade them to agree to the invasion of Italy. Churchill was greatly disappointed that Italy had not been named as the strategic objective for the second half of 1943. It was to achieve this that he had firstly convened the Trident Conference and had then gone once again to Washington. The result, as has been seen, had been a vaguely worded directive, which was neither flesh, fowl, nor good red herring. Eisenhower had certainly been instructed to prepare plans, which, it was hoped, would lead to Italy's withdrawal from the war. But the combined chiefs of staff reserved the right to decide upon both the scale and the objectives of the operations. Nor was this all. They deprived Eisenhower of much of the arms and equipment he would need to carry out the instructions given to him. He was told that on the completion of Husky 4 squadrons of heavy bombers and a large proportion of his naval forces and landing craft were to be transferred to the Far East and to England. His land forces, too, were to be very appreciably reduced. 7 divisions, 4 American and 3 British, were to be ready to move to Britain by the 1st of November 1943. Still, Churchill would not admit defeat. His last bet he staked on Eisenhower himself. As has already been mentioned, on the completion of the Trident Conference, he flew straightway with General Marshall to Algiers. Although at that conference he had expressly stated that he was planning no attack against the Balkans in the immediate future, he had in actual fact suggested to the President as early as the autumn of 1943 that a thrust should be made via Laibach into the Viennese basin, and he continued stubbornly to woo the Turks with the primary object of bursting open the door into the Balkans. This he did not solely on military grounds, not on account of Ploesti alone and the number of German divisions he hoped thereby to divert from Overlord. Behind it all lay grave and important political reasons. Stalin's unprovoked attack on East Poland and Finland and the rape of the Baltic states were unmistakable signs of a recrudescence of Russian imperialism. Churchill felt sure that the countries of Western Europe would preserve their democratic forms of government, regardless of where the Allies decided to launch their offensive against Fortress Europe. But it seemed to him to be very doubtful whether the Balkan countries, should they be liberated by the Red Army, would be either willing or able to maintain their traditional state structures in the face of Russian pressure. From 1943 onwards, foreseeing all too clearly the calamity that was coming, he persisted with all that stubborn perseverance of which he was so great a master in his efforts to initiate a strategy which would put a stop to Stalin's lust for expansion. The strategy he envisaged should not, he felt, be confined solely to the achievement of victory in the field over Germany, but should aim also at a political victory over the Russian ally. To implement such a strategy, however, proved to be beyond his powers. His American friends thought they detected a soupçon of British imperialism in his arguments, and for that, they refused absolutely to risk one single G1. As a result of the surprising initial success achieved in Sicily, Eisenhower made up his mind, while the campaign was still but a few weeks old, to come to grips with the mainland as soon as Sicily had been conquered. On July 20th, the US Chiefs of Staff gave their approval, but added a proviso that these further operations must not be allowed to interfere with the agreed transfer of forces to Southeast Asia and Britain, and that these transfers should be initiated according to plan as soon as the Sicilian campaign ended. This proviso exasperated the British. Now, when they only had to lift a finger to bring off a brilliant success, their American friends proposed to put a spoke in their wheel. Churchill was furious. This was something up with which he would not put. On July 22nd, the British Chiefs of Staff, mindful of Churchill's dictum, "Why crawl up the leg like a harvest bug from the ankle upwards? Let us rather strike at the knee," proposed a direct attack on Naples, for which a special assignment of transports with aircraft carriers in support would have to be made. The US Chiefs of Staff approved of the proposal, but refused to place any additional means at Eisenhower's disposal to enable him to put it into practice. Thereupon the British Chiefs of Staff, without further consultation, issued a stand-fast order to all their naval and air formations which had been earmarked for withdrawal from the Mediterranean theatre. Washington's reaction was swift. Marshall and King declared that they must insist on the carrying out of the orders issued in accordance with the Trident Conference decisions. Then came July 25th, and with it, the fall of Mussolini. Eisenhower's hands were tied. The transport and landing craft allotted to him were insufficient to allow him to seize this favourable opportunity and mount a large-scale landing. When the Eighth Army had been halted at Catania, it became obvious that no swift end to the Sicilian campaign could be expected, but equally, until it did end, it would not be possible to withdraw any shipping from Sicily for other purposes. It was not long before Eisenhower's wings were further clipped. On August 2nd, Marshall confirmed the order that 4 groups of liberators were to be transferred at once to Britain. This very materially reduced the chances of being able to disrupt the German lines of communication through the Alpine passes. There was a derisive note of mockery in the directive which Eisenhower received on August 18th from the Quadrant Conference in Quebec. It urged him to accept the unconditional surrender of Italy and to obtain the greatest possible military advantage from it, to seize Sardinia and Corsica, and attempt the establishment of air bases in the Rome area and northward, if feasible, maintaining unrelenting pressure on German forces in northern Italy. This, in all conscience, was asking a great deal of a commander who long since had been denied the means of carrying out operations on anything like the scale now envisaged. The picture as seen from Quebec was very different to that seen by the man on the spot. Those on the other side of the Atlantic seemed to think that the Germans were in headlong flight into northern Italy. They had not realized that it was Kesselring's firm intention, if a landing in Upper Italy failed to materialize, to organize the defense of the country far to the south of Rome. By the middle of August, a large number of American ships had been withdrawn from the Mediterranean, and a considerable portion of the British landing craft had been transferred to the Indian Ocean. The only concession made to Eisenhower had been to permit him to postpone the transfer of 18 tank landing craft to the Indian Ocean until after the Salerno landing. Burma was given priority over Italy, and the Americans were far more anxious about the Pacific than the Mediterranean. They attached far more importance to the reconquest of Burma and the opening of the land route to China than to the occupation of Italy. They were convinced that without Chinese assistance, Japan could not be defeated. But they also knew that without American supplies and help, the armies of Chiang Kai-shek could not exist. In midsummer 1943, there were 13 US divisions in the Pacific, 2 in Britain and 8 in the Mediterranean. Of these 8, 4 were earmarked for Overlord, and only 4 were available for Operation Avalanche, the Salerno landing. So great, however, was the dearth of shipping and landing craft that even these 4 divisions could only be carried in stages. It was this perpetual and acute shortage of landing craft that was the root of all evil as far as the Italian campaign was concerned. The Italian High Command had never seriously believed that the land war would ever leap across the seas from North Africa to the mainland, and therein lay the reason for the inadequacy of the defensive measures, which had to be improvised at the last moment. The loss of Sicily had a paralyzing rather than a rousing effect, and the internal political events were not without influence on the attitude of the army. All the more paramount, therefore, became the importance of the German forces, on whose shoulders the main burden of the fight would rest in any case. They were scattered all over southern and central Italy, and until September 8th, the army corps of which they were composed was under the command of the Italian army. Now that a major enemy offensive was imminent, to concentrate them closely under one hand became the order of the day. In this way, the German 10th Army was born, with a staff composed of officers who had been serving as liaison officers with the Italian army and with Colonel General von Witthenhoff-Scheel as commander-in-chief. The forces in Calabria were put under the command of the newly constituted headquarters, the 76th Panzer Corps, and consisted of those divisions which had been withdrawn from Sicily. The 14th Panzer Corps, concentrated in the Naples area, had transferred its 29 Panzer Grenadier Division in South Calabria and its 1 Parachute Division in Apulia to 76th Corps. In all, Field Marshal Kesselring had the forces shown on page 50 at his disposal. The German High Command in Italy regarded Operation Husky as a clear indication of the subsequent intentions of the Allies. Although their failure to mount a direct landing in Calabria or to conduct an immediate pursuit across the Straits of Messina might have misled Field Marshal Kesselring into thinking that Eisenhower, with the efficient Sicilian ports at his disposal, was planning an invasion of the Balkans, he nevertheless remained convinced that the next move would be an early invasion of the Italian mainland. But in this case too, it seemed to him that the Allies would regard it as important to occupy Calabria in order to protect the flank of their main offensive. If the Allies launched a general offensive against the heart of the Italian mainland, the consequences for Germany might be incalculable. Once the Allies were in possession of Upper Italy, the roads both to southern France and to the rear of the German Eastern Front would be open to them. If they decided on a cross-channel invasion, they would be spared the necessity of the subsidiary supporting invasion of southern France. If not, they had as an alternative a unique opportunity of launching an offensive against the rear of the German Eastern Front and causing it to collapse. The divergence of views among the Allies as regards their Mediterranean strategy came as a rare godsend to the Germans, and was much to the detriment of the Allied cause. After the fall of Sicily, the most important question the Germans were asking themselves was, where would Eisenhower strike if he decided to invade Italy? The obvious answer seemed to be Rome. The political and strategic importance of the capital justified the bold acceptance of risks. An invasion from the sea with Rome as its immediate objective would lead to more rapid success than a land campaign subsequent to a landing, say, in the vicinity of Naples. If the Allies landed near Rome, the commander-in-chief south intended to withdraw with the 2 divisions and the whole of the anti-aircraft artillery stationed there to the Alban Hills, and to bring up the 3 mobile armoured divisions from the Naples area to join him. That the 76th Panzer Corps, together with the strong anti-aircraft formations stationed in Apulia, would also be ordered to withdraw and take up a position in the Alban Hills. If, on the other hand, the enemy landed in the Naples area, Kesselring saw no reason why he should give up central Italy without a fight. He did, however, feel that in that case he should be reinforced by 1 or 2 divisions from Rommel's army group, if he wished to bring the enemy to a halt well down in the south. In the event of an invasion from the Tyrrhenian Sea, he did not consider that it would be possible to hold the islands. In this event, therefore, he decided that the 90 Panzer Grenadier Division and the strong Luftwaffe forces would withdraw to the north coast of Sardinia, cross over to Corsica, and thence be transferred, together with the forces in Corsica, via the port of Bastia to the mainland in the vicinity of Leghorn. If Eisenhower decided to attack via Naples, The Bay of Salerno was the obvious place at which to land. There, he would find all the conditions necessary for a successful amphibious operation: calm waters, flat, sandy beaches, mountain defiles which could easily be sealed off, and air support from his land-based fighter aircraft. These were the considerations which decided Kesselring, in view of the unreliability of the Italians, to entrust the defence of Salerno Bay to the 16 Panzer Division. The old division had been through all the horrors of the Stalingrad battles, and it was the 4,000 survivors of that debacle who formed the nucleus of the new 16 Division. During the Sicilian campaign, it had been stationed in the northern sector of Calabria, and towards the end of August, split into battle groups, it took over the Salerno sector. The Stempel battle group, consisting of the 64 Panzer Grenadier Regiment and attached troops, held a series of strongpoints in the sector Picento-Sele, and the von Doring battle group, 79 Panzer Grenadier Regiment and attached troops, occupied the sector Paestum-Agropoli. Between them lay groups of Italian security troops. The fine autumn weather greatly facilitated the rapid fortification of the positions, and in a very short space of time, extensive barbed wire entanglements and minefields constituted a formidably effective barrier. The hesitant caution shown by the Allies, the weakening of their forces available for the invasion, and the reduction of the number of their landing craft were all of immense assistance to the Germans. It was indeed a slice of luck that Mussolini's downfall had caught the Western powers so completely unprepared. At the conference in Carthage, to which he had summoned his subordinate commanders, Eisenhower realized to his consternation that, thanks to the short-sightedness of the US Chiefs of Staff, the earliest date on which he could hope to invade Italy would be the beginning of September. He decided to launch his main offensive against Naples. Montgomery was instructed to leap across the Straits of Messina as soon as possible after the end of the Sicilian campaign, with the object of drawing German forces from the Naples area to Calabria. Operation Avalanche was to be set in motion by the US Fifth Army, commanded by General Mark Clark, and consisting of the US 6th and the British 10th Corps. Naples, then, the most important port in the boot, was to be the great prize. A direct assault on the port itself was not seriously considered. Two courses were open to the Allies: a landing in the Gulf of Gaeta, or an attack via Salerno Bay. In favour of Gaeta, there was a lot to be said. The terrain was suitable both for rapid movement by armour and for parachute drops. It was relatively close to Rome, and it was on the right side of the Volturno River. Air Chief Marshal Tedder, however, pointed to a number of disadvantages, one of which was of decisive importance: the radius of action of his land-based fighter aircraft, which, from Sicily, would not be able to support a landing there. The Navy, too, had certain misgivings and considered that the anchorage in Salerno Bay was very much better. Salerno had but one drawback: it was encircled by a girdle of commanding heights, which the Fifth Army would have to seize with great speed before the Germans could establish themselves on them. This, it was thought, should not prove to be too difficult, provided that the rapid bringing up of German reserves could be prevented. The plan envisaged a landing along a stretch of coast some 20 miles wide. The US Corps was to land on either side of Paestum, seize the bridge at Celle, east of Eboli, occupy the high ground to the south thereof, and seek contact with the British Eighth Army, advancing from Calabria. To the British Corps was given the task of landing astride the mouth of the Tusiano River, securing Montecorvino, Battipaglia, and Montedeboli airfields, capturing Salerno, Vietri, and Maiori, and blocking the defiles which gave access to the beachhead. The US 82 Airborne Division was ordered to seal off the Volturno crossings. As soon as the beachhead was secure and sufficient reserves had been landed, the Fifth Army was to break out and capture Naples. The task allotted to the air arm was to deliver attacks on and block the network of roads in the general vicinity of Salerno, and thus seriously delay the bringing up of German reserves. The fighter aircraft were to prevent the Luftwaffe both from interfering with the landing operation and from intervening in the subsequent battle. It was further stipulated that 40 aircraft would be permanently on patrol over the landing area, a demand almost impossible to fulfill. In view of the distance from Sicily, which allowed a twin-engined fighter to remain 1 hour and a single-engined fighter a mere 20 minutes over the area of operations. To reinforce the fighter umbrella, the Admiralty contributed the 5 escort carriers Unicorn, Hunter, Stalker, Attacker and Battler, grouped together as V Squadron under the command of Rear Admiral Sir Philip Vian. It was anticipated that from Invasion Day +2, the Monte Cassino airfield would be available for use by Allied aircraft. The whole of the naval side of the operation was under the command of U.S. Admiral Hewitt. The beach officers in charge of the landing operations were Commodore G.N. Oliver, R.N., in the British sector, and Rear Admiral J.L. Hall in the American. H Squadron, Vice Admiral Willis, with the battleships Nelson and Rodney, was to provide overall protection and also to protect the aircraft carriers Illustrious and Formidable against attack from the air. So much for the plan. On August 17th, Eisenhower held a further conference with his commanders and fixed September 9th as the date for the Salerno landings. The attack across the Straits of Messina was to open on September 3rd. Montgomery's preparations to meet this dateline were already in full progress. The attack was to be led by 13th Corps, the British 5 Division being allotted the east coast of Calabria and the Canadian 1 Division the west coast. Both divisions were to cross the straits simultaneously, and strong air formations, light and heavy naval forces were to provide close support. Behind Messina were 600 guns, 48 of them of the heaviest caliber, which Montgomery had borrowed from Patton. In the early hours of September 3rd, the tempest broke, enveloping the Calabrian coast from Reggio to San Giovanni in a sea of fire and smoke. At regular intervals, the fire moved inland and then back to the beaches. With the flickering, rumbling tattoo of the barrage mingled the roar of the 14-inch turrets of the battleships, and cruisers, destroyers, gunboats and monitors lobbed their shells into the seething foreground. As daylight broke, the air, arm joined in, attacking those targets on which the artillery could not bring fire to bear. Montgomery had arranged a firework display reminiscent of El Alamein, as though he were softening up some mighty fortress preparatory to assaulting it. Little did he know that his guns were firing hundreds of tons of shells at nothing, for across the straits in the immediate coastal area there was not one single enemy. The 29 Panzer Grenadier Division had no intention of allowing itself to be shot to bits on the beaches. It could not, in any case, have prevented the crossing, and the task allotted to it was rather to fight delaying actions further inland and hold up the advance of 13th Corps. The 13 and 17 brigades of 5 Division and the Canadian 3 Brigade, the leading wave of the attack, had no difficulty, therefore, in getting ashore and forming a beachhead. After the capture of Reggio and San Giovanni, where the Allied troops were greeted with jubilation by the Italians, the British formations wheeled northwards and the Canadians southwards. During the night of 3rd and 4th September, a British commando landed at Bagnères and captured it. Under the protection of the naval forces accompanying it, the 15 Brigade advanced steadily without meeting any opposition and was leapfrogged by the 13 Brigade, which came ashore ahead of it and fell upon the flank of the German rear guard to the south of Gioia Tauro, and then assumed the role of spearhead of the attack. On September 8th, Montgomery delivered a further blow. In the early hours of the morning, he threw the 231 Infantry Brigade ashore at Pizzo with the object of cutting off the 29 Panzer Grenadier Division. But in vain. The brigade had the misfortune to run straight into the 3rd Battalion, 4 Parachute Regiment, and Captain Grasmell kept it pinned down on the beaches throughout the day, until the rear guard of Freese's division had passed through the bottleneck. The Canadians too made rapid progress. On the left flank they advanced with some difficulty through the mountains, but along the coastal road they stormed forward so swiftly that by September 10th they had reached Catanzaro, at the narrowest strip of Calabria. By this time the British 1 Airborne Division, with a bold stroke, delivered not from the air but from the sea, had seized the town and port of Taranto. Having landed thus successfully on the toe, Eisenhower decided to strike a blow at the heel. All available divisions, however, had already been allotted to Operation Avalanche, and the British paratroops were all that he could lay his hands on. But they, as it happened, had not at their disposal the same generous transport facilities as had been given to Ridgway's division in Sicily. When Eisenhower told Cunningham of his intention of taking Taranto and asked him whether he thought the Navy could carry out so hazardous an exploit, Sir Andrew answered, "Sir, His Majesty's fleet will proceed wherever you send it." Brave words, particularly in view of the fact that no help could be expected from the Italians. At noon on the 8th of September, 6,700 men of the 1 Airborne Division in Bizerta embarked in the cruisers Abdiel, Aurora, Dido, Penelope, Sirius, and the United States, Boise. Under the command of Vice Admiral Power, the squadron, to which the battleships Howe and King George V also belonged, put to sea on the evening of September 8th. The next afternoon it passed the Italian Taranto squadron sailing towards Malta and internment, and at 5 p.m. steamed into Taranto harbour. So far, all had gone well. The first companies were swiftly disembarked, but as Abdiel was about to anchor, she ran onto a mine and was so severely damaged that she sank in a few minutes, taking 200 paratroops to the bottom with her. This was a grievous misfortune, but Taranto, the gateway to the rear of the Salerno front and the key to the Apulian airfields, was worth the sacrifice. As for the invasion of Sicily, overall command of the land operations was exercised by Field Marshal Alexander, the Commander-in-Chief, 15 Army Group, who for this purpose also had the US 5th Army, stationed in French North Africa, under him. By the beginning of September, the 5th Army had completed its preparations, and its convoys started sailing from the North African ports on September 5th, the 2 British divisions from Bizerta and Tripoli, and the US divisions from Algiers, Oran, and Palermo. Clark himself embarked on United States S. Ancon E, Admiral Hewitt's flagship, on September 5th. As in all amphibious operations, all Army troops were under the command of the officer commanding the naval forces from the time of sailing until they set foot ashore. Hewitt concentrated his 4 squadrons, H and V squadrons, and the convoys under Admiral Hall and Commodore Oliver in the southern area of the Tyrrhenian Sea on September 8th. In all, apart from assault craft, there were 450 ships, carrying 169,000 men and 20,000 vehicles. The concentration of this gigantic armada could not be kept hidden from the eyes of the German Luftwaffe. Air reconnaissance had discovered the convoy of US 36 Infantry Division as soon as it set sail from Oran on September 5th, and the transports carrying the British 46 Infantry Division from Bizerta was picked up on September 8th and attacked twice, losing 1 landing ship. When the invasion fleet reached the sea area in the vicinity of Naples, the Commander-in-Chief, South, knew that a landing was imminent and issued the code signal, Alarm Stage II, which brought all German forces to a state of instant readiness. It was not until the night of 8th and 9th September, when the invasion fleet was approaching the Italian coast, that the troops were told by their officers of the Italian capitulation. This news put the men in high spirits, and they saw themselves landing in comfort and without opposition on the Italian coast. Subsequent events, however, by no means came up to their expectations. The attack on the coast turned out to be anything but a promenade, and the march to Naples became a dramatic and bloody struggle. Strong German forces very quickly appeared on the scene, and for days on end the fate of the 5th Army was balanced on a knife edge. Only by a hair's breadth did the Allied divisions escape being flung back into the sea. Furthermore, we knew that in command of these forces was Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, one of the ablest officers in the Hitler armies. Kesselring was well qualified both as a commander and as an administrator. The invasion caught 16 Panzer Division while it was still fully occupied in disarming the Italians. Even so, when the first assault boats approached the beaches at 3:30 a.m., they were met everywhere with a tornado of fire. The US 36 Division launched its attack without any covering fire, and it was only in the British sector that the guns of the fleet did their best to pave the way for the assaulting troops. The Americans attacked with the utmost determination. In his first wave, Walker sent in the 141 and 142 infantry regiments near Paestum, and by 6 a.m. he also had 2 sections of light artillery ashore and in action. Bulldozers were carving roads through the low-lying dunes, and on the beaches the pioneers were busy preparing for the arrival of supplies, reinforcements and reserves. The first objective of the British 10th Corps was the eagerly sought airfield of Monte Cassino. To capture it swiftly, General McCreary launched his 56th Division against the Tusciano estuary, where Templer had had great difficulty in gaining a foothold in the face of stubborn opposition from 64 Panzer Grenadier Regiment. To his north, the 46th Division fought its way ashore. Its right wing was also aiming at the airfield, while its left was wheeled by Hawksworth in the direction of Salerno. During the morning, the British commando had taken both the town and the port, and were now pressing northwards to secure the Nocera Pass. Salerno harbour, however, was still under heavy fire from the German artillery and could not at once be taken into use by 10th Corps. The US Rangers, too, had met with success. They had captured Maiori and then blocked the Tremonti Pass. Despite these initial successes, Avalanche proved to be a hard nut and very nearly a disaster. Mark Clark. The first counterstroke was delivered by von Doring's battle group, the 64 Panzer Grenadier Regiment and attached units. At 8 a.m, he launched a counterattack against the British, who had landed at the mouth of the Tusciano, and after heavy fighting, the German forces reached the vicinity of the beaches at 1 p.m. But there the effort ended. The guns of the fleet poured a merciless and devastating fire on the Panzer Grenadiers and drove them back. 56th Division pursued close on the heels of the retreating Germans, and by the evening Templer was close to the airfield and on the outskirts of Battipaglia. Further south, Stempel's battle group, the 79 Panzer Grenadier Regiment and attached troops, had succeeded in bringing the American attack to a standstill. The battle group had the inexperienced 36th Division in dire difficulty and kept it pinned down to the beaches throughout September 9th. By the evening of the first day, the Fifth Army was clinging fast to its hold in all sectors, but the next morning the storm burst the German counteroffensive, which was to bring Clark's army to the very brink of destruction. Since early dawn, a powerful column had been worming its way through the Calabrian mountains. The 26th Panzer Division and the main body of 29 Panzer Grenadier Division. These two divisions had been in position a good 125 miles, or about 201 kilometers and more away from Salerno, and their object now was to reach the beachhead as quickly as possible. Their march was being constantly held up by obstructions, bomb craters, and lack of fuel, but, contrary to their expectations, they were left unmolested all day by the enemy air arm. Tedder had concentrated his forces over the invasion area. From the north, the 15 Panzer Grenadier Division and the Hermann Göring Panzer Division were advancing against the northern wing of the beachhead. In spite of all Kesselring's efforts to clear up the situation in Rome as speedily as possible, the first elements of 3 Panzer Grenadier Division, the reconnaissance section, could not be set in motion until September 10th, and it was not until September 13th that the rest of the division was able to join in the battle for the beachhead. The struggle for the mastery of Rome had given the Allies a welcome respite. Why the OKW did not lift a finger to help the Commander-in-Chief south in his life-and-death struggle is a complete mystery. In Upper Italy, Rommel's army group was somewhat futilely wasting its time disarming the Italian troops, while the fate of the 10th Army in the south hung by a thread. In the Mantua-Modena area were 2 very efficient panzer divisions, and Kesselring had asked for them to be transferred forthwith to Salerno, but Hitler refused, without giving a thought to the fact that in southern Italy a battle of vital importance was being fought. Westphal affirms, if these high-quality troops had been set in motion towards the front on September 9th, wheeled vehicles by road, tracked vehicles by rail, they would in all probability have arrived to throw their weight into the battle which reached its crisis on September 13th. Once the Salerno battle had been lost and the Allies were firmly established on the European mainland, the fact that Jodl himself admitted that this short-sightedness had been a serious mistake was not of much help. In spite of the very great air superiority enjoyed by the Allies and the murderous supporting fire afforded by their naval forces, by September 10th, the first German successes were beginning to materialize. On September 9th, the 1st Battalion, 3 Parachute Regiment, which until then had been under the command of 26th Panzer Division, advancing rapidly ahead of the division, reached Eboli, where on the afternoon of September 10th it received orders from 16 Panzer Division forthwith to attack and recapture Battipaglia. On the previous night, the place had been occupied by the Royal Fusiliers of the 201 Guards Brigade. By the evening of September 10th, it was once more in German hands. 450 British troops had surrendered to 100 German paratroops and the company of the 2 Panzer regiments supporting them. This counterattack, delivered without any preliminary artillery bombardment, came as a shock to 56th Division, which interpreted it as the opening move of a major counter-move. Templer withdrew his brigades a mile and a half. He still held Montecorvino airfield, which his 169 Infantry Brigade had captured the previous day. But the fire of the German artillery prevented the British from using it right up to September 17th, when Kesselring broke off the engagement. The US 36th Division was by no means content to rest on the laurels of its initial success. On September 10th, it had succeeded in increasing the size of its slender beachhead, and by the evening of the same day, its left wing was in the immediate vicinity of Alta Villa, high up in the hills, and the commanding height 424. The floating reserve of 6th Corps, the 45 Division, had landed and was pressing forward towards Persano and its final objective, the Celle Bridge, the nerve centre in rear of the German defensive position. The next 4 days were full of dramatic events which came within an ace of sealing the fate of the Fifth Army. It was thanks solely and wholly to Tedder's air arm and Cunningham's naval guns that the German 10th Army was prevented from inflicting a second Dunkirk on the enemy. On September 11th, Kesselring's countermeasures began to take effect. On the right flank of the beachhead, such elements of the 15 Panzer Grenadier Division and the Hermann Göring Division as had arrived went into battle, while on the southern flank the leading elements of 29 Panzer Grenadier Division also joined in. Since September 9th, the invasion fleet had been the target of 2 air fleet. During the first 2 days, the latter had achieved nothing worth mentioning, but September 11th brought an important success. During the air attack on the morning of that day, the US cruiser Philadelphia was severely damaged by a near miss from a radar-controlled bomb. A few minutes later, a similar bomb scored a hit on the US cruiser Savannah. It pierced the cruiser's forward turret and exploded in the body of the ship, killing 100 seamen. With great difficulty, the Savannah was kept afloat and eventually managed to limp painfully into Malta. On land, the US 6th Corps, General Dawley, made further progress, and by September 11th, it had pushed the 79 Regiment of the 45 Division back into the vicinity of the Celle Bridge. The 36th Division took Altavilla and height 424, but the German counterstroke came swiftly. Tanks and pioneers of 29 Panzer Grenadier Division hurled themselves at the 179 Infantry Regiment south of Celle Bridge and drove it pell-mell back into the coastal plain. This was the turning point of the battle. The German spearhead was directed against the most sensitive spot in the Allied beachhead, the yawning 10-mile gap between the US and the British Corps. The Fifth Army was in dire peril, and General Clark was compelled to put in the whole of his reserve to plug the gap. German pressure was now increasing both in the Salerno area and on Battipaglia as well. It was with the greatest difficulty that British 10th Corps beat off the German counterattacks. For General Clark, the only ray of sunshine on this gloomy 11th of September was a signal from Alexander, telling him that the 82 Airborne Division was once more at his disposal and under his command. The next day, the Fifth Army's position became even more critical. The German resistance on the southern flank had, it is true, ceased as the result of the withdrawal of 79 Panzer Grenadier Regiment to the area east of Eboli. But now the 26th Panzer Division had also appeared on the scene. It went into action against the left flank of the US 6th Corps, and on September 12th, together with elements of 29 Panzer Grenadier Division, it advanced as far as Persano. The 4 Parachute Regiment, under command of 29 Division, stormed and retook Altavilla and height 424, and side by side with the Panzer Grenadiers drove the Americans back into the plains below. These were shrewd blows. Clark, who in the morning had transferred his command post from United States' Ancon to the shore, was not sure that he would not be forced to go back on board. His whole hope was pinned on Ridgway, who had been ordered to land elements of his division in the beachhead that night and form a combat group to block the road junctions in the Avellino area. Help for British 10th Corps was on its way in the shape of 1,500 men aboard the cruisers Euryalus, Scylla and Charybdis, steaming at full speed from Tunisia. Throughout September 13th, the 10th Army maintained its heavy pressure. Advancing from Pisano, the 76th Panzer Corps thrust further southwards, and by 6:30 p.m., the 79 Panzer Grenadier Regiment had reached the confluence of the Sile and Calore rivers. But farther than that they could not go, under the withering fire of the 158 and 189 artillery regiments of the 45 Division. The German attack petered out, and the Americans were saved at the moment of their direst peril. For neither Dawley nor Clark himself had any reserves in hand, and the Germans were within little more than 2.5 miles from the beaches. Clark viewed the prospect of the next day or two with grave anxiety. He and Hewitt were now seriously considering re-embarking 5th Army headquarters aboard the Ancon, while the American commanders of the formations engaged were preparing plans either to evacuate 6th Corps beachhead or to stabilize it with the help of reinforcements drawn from British 10th Corps. As early as September 13th, no further reinforcements were available for the American sector. In this critical situation, Eisenhower reported to Washington, "Our worst problem is Avalanche itself. We have been unable to advance, and the enemy is preparing a major counterattack. The 45 Division is largely in the area now, and I am using everything we have, bigger than a rowboat, to get the 3 Division into Clark quickly. In the present situation, our great hope is the Air Force." During the first 4 days of the invasion, Tedder's airmen had dropped 3,100 tons of bombs on the German encircling girdle, 1,300 tons on September 13th alone. Then on September 14th, he received orders to use his strategic forces as well as his tactical squadrons. Every available aircraft of every kind was to go into action at this crucial stage in the battle. The fleet, too, was ordered to give the maximum support of which it was capable. At Hewitt's urgent request, Cunningham sent Warspite and Valiant from Malta to Salerno and ordered Nelson and Rodney to proceed to Augusta in case further help should be needed. During the night of September 13th and 14th, the first gleam of light pierced the sinister clouds enveloping the 5th Army. The 82 Airborne Division was on its way. Marshall reports, "On the morning of September 13th, the commanders of our airborne troops were notified that air reinforcements were required by the US 5th Army within 24 hours. At 20:45 hours on the same day, Pathfinder units of the Airborne Task Force took off from their Sicilian base, reaching the drop zone prepared by the 5th Army on the Salerno beachhead at 23:14. 24 minutes later, the first elements of the paratroopers arrived. In 1.5 hours, 90 aircraft dropped 1,300 paratroopers and equipment in an area approximately 1,200 by 800 yards, or about 732 meters. By 0200 hours, September 14th, these paratroopers were completely organized and marching into position on the front line. Many of the units had had less than 2 hours to give their planes a final servicing, arrange takeoff plans, and to load men and equipment. On September 14th, the operation was repeated, this time with 131 C-47s dropping 1,900 paratroopers in the same zone, while 40 C-47s carried a battalion of infantry and a company of engineers to a zone 5 miles southeast of Avellino, behind the enemy lines. Once again, the situation changed, and this time the fortune of war swung finally in favor of the 5th Army. From September 14th onwards, it slowly gained the upper hand. From early dawn on that day, Tedder's great bombers roared in ever-increasing numbers over the beachhead. Battipaglia and Pisano and the defiles in the Salerno area were their principal targets. Squadron after squadron of heavy 4-engined bombers continued to pound the German positions and lines of communication until twilight set in, and when darkness fell, innumerable illuminated Christmas trees guided the night bombers to their targets. The next day, Tedder repeated the performance, and now the 14-inch turrets of Warspite and Valiant joined in the thunderous concert. By evening, the towns and villages in the beachhead and its vicinity were all reduced to smouldering heaps of ruins. From the south, too, another storm was approaching. Montgomery was getting nearer and nearer to the beachhead. The 8th Army advance had been very considerably impeded by the rearguards of the 29 Panzer Grenadier and 1 Parachute divisions, and progress through Calabria had been slow and difficult. In Apulia, too, Heydrich's division had delayed the advance of the British paratroops with great skill. Despite this, the British 5 and the US 36 divisions joined hands to the south of the beachhead on September 16th. The spearheads of the 8th Army offensive had reached Vallo, to the south of Potenza. On the same day, Warspite met her fate. In the early afternoon, she fell victim to an air attack. A radar-controlled bomb crashed through her forward armoured deck and caused severe damage below. Shortly afterwards, a near miss tore a gaping hole in the ship's side. Warspite immediately began to lose way. By 3 p.m. the sea had swamped the last of her boilers, but the stout ship remained afloat. Tugs took her safely to Malta, and from there she proceeded first to Gibraltar and then to England. The most famous ship of the Mediterranean fleet, which, in spite of her 30 years, had rendered so much signal service, had at long last been driven from the waters she knew so well. After taking part in the attack on the Dutch island of Walcheren in the autumn of 1944, Warspite retired honourably from the service. Despite the loss of Warspite, Clark still remained master of the situation. By the evening of September 16th, the British 7th Armoured Division, Erskine's famous Desert Rats, had landed, reinforcements for 10th Corps had arrived from Tunisia, and the US 3 Division was on its way from Sicily. The German 10th Army made one last attempt to turn the tide. On September 17th, the 76th Panzer Corps from Battipaglia launched an attack in the direction of Salerno, and 14th Panzer Corps advanced from the northwest in an effort to encircle the British 10th Corps in a pincer movement, but in vain. After a good start, the attacks of both the German thrusts were dispersed by a devastating hail of bombs and the fire from the naval guns. This was the signal for Field Marshal Kesselring to break off the engagement. As early as September 10th, at a conference with Colonel General von Wiertenhoff, he had decided upon the next line of defence if South Italy had to be evacuated. At first sight, it appeared as though a great deal of territory would have to be surrendered. Even so, in view of the mountainous character of southern Italy and the advanced season of the year, there was every justification for hoping that the 15 Army Group could be brought to a standstill south of Rome. Kesselring had already been considering the possibility of being able to stand and fight on either side of the Mignano or the Cassino line, using the 10th Army to fight a series of delaying actions until construction of the requisite defences in these lines had been completed. Accordingly, on September 17th, the day on which he was compelled to break off the Salerno battle, he gave orders that 10th Army was not to retire from the Volturno line before October 15th. After 9 days of bloody fighting, a battle in which both sides had suffered heavy casualties came to an end. General Clark puts Allied losses at 5,674 killed, wounded and missing. The salient feature of the operation was the attempt by Kesselring to throw the invaders back into the sea. But, as had happened in Sicily, the army, for all its gallantry and with all the skill of leadership, was not able alone to prevail against an enemy who was able almost unchallenged to throw the whole weight of his naval and air superiority into the scales. It was not only the troops who suffered severely from bomb and shell in the very rocky terrain. The directing staffs were also greatly handicapped. The enemy, protected by his air arm, was able to operate at will both by day and by night, but the German countermoves had to be restricted to the hours of darkness and were for the most part unable to keep pace with events on the field of battle. The fact that 76th Corps had been able to hasten to battle by day and unmolested by the enemy air arm was the one solitary exception, and this was due simply to the schematic manner in which Tedder controlled the sorties of his air forces. Despite the disappointing result of the Salerno battle, the Germans could be content with the way things in general were going. The situation in Rome had been very quickly stabilized. The feared landing in the vicinity of the capital had not taken place. Montgomery had failed to seal off Calabria sufficiently far to the north to enable him to catch 76th Corps in his trap. The weakened one parachute division, more than half of its infantry had been committed to the Salerno battle, had given a good account of itself in Apulia, though Kesselring had for a long time been fearful regarding its fate, and the disarming of the Italian forces had been accomplished with comparative ease. Everything could have turned out a great deal worse. On September 18th, General Heydrich at last had his division once more concentrated and under his own command for the first time since July 12th. At that time, some units had been detained in Rome but had then been gradually transferred to Apulia. There, the division had succeeded in fulfilling the task allotted to it. It had blocked the roads leading out of the mountains and considerably delayed the advance of the Canadians debouching from them. It had disarmed a large number of Italian units and had contested possession of the port of Bari until September 20th. In short, the division had held the ring well and truly in the rear of the Salerno battle. On 22nd and 23rd September, the British 78th Division, an armoured brigade and the headquarters of 5th Corps, landed at Bari. The Canadians had taken Potenza on 20th September and were pressing on to Melfi. With great skill, Heydrich withdrew behind the Ofanto sector. There was much fierce fighting for the possession of the Foggia air base, which fell to the Allies on September 27th. In this instance, too, the OKW had refused the divisions for which the Commander-in-Chief, South, had asked, and thus irresponsibly had allowed this important base to pass into enemy hands. For 3 weeks, one parachute division had maintained its positions against greatly superior enemy forces. Leaders and men alike, the weak elements of the division engaged in Apulia deserve the highest praise. And one cannot but agree with a British writer's criticism when he asks, why take a sledgehammer to crack a nut? No less worthy of praise were the divisions of 14th Panzer Corps, which for more than a week held the Salerno passes against all the onslaughts of the British 10th Corps. It was not until September 28th that McCreary's leading elements reached the Sarno, and October 1st that the Desert Rats and Ridgway's paratroops at last marched into Naples. The next day, Churchill telegraphed to Alexander that the end of the month will see us in Rome, and on October 4th, Roosevelt, in a telegram to Stalin, expressed his confidence that Allied troops would be marching into the capital in the very near future. Vain dreams. 4 weeks were to be turned into 9 months before Alexander could hold a victory parade in Rome, and, thanks to the stubbornness with which the German forces opposed the 15 Army Group at Cassino, what was to have been a victorious route march was transformed into a painful and costly inch-by-inch advance. On October 5th, the Fifth Army reached the Volturno and thus completed the first phase of the operations against the Italian capital. It had taken the Americans a whole month to advance from Salerno to the banks of the Volturno. A further 4 weeks were to elapse before they had broken into the first outer girdle of defences before Cassino. From the first moment that the Fifth Army set foot on the European mainland, it had had a foretaste of the battles that awaited it at Cassino. It was opposed by elite German divisions, and Alexander, too, had contributed the best that he had. Side by side with the Anglo-American forces were the troops of the British Empire Canadians, New Zealanders, Gurkhas, Rajputs and Maoris. The French, the Moroccans, the Algerians and the Tunisians were there. And then there were also the Poles, who in the end planted their flag on the ruins of Monte Cassino. It was a true battle of all nations. The bloody battles for Cassino were the salient feature of the first year of the Italian campaign. On Rome, the god of war placed a high price in sweat and blood. And Rome was and remained the glittering prize, though Eisenhower seems rather to deny this when he says, "With the establishment of this base, Naples, and with Foggia firmly in our grasp, we had accomplished the first major objectives of the Italian campaign." All later fighting in that area would have as its principal objective the pinning down of German forces far from the region of the major assault that was to take place the following year across the English Channel. And Churchill, in turn, held very different views. As will soon be seen, he strove resolutely and spared no effort to hasten the capture of Rome. Nor was Rome the ultimate objective as he saw it. of the Italian campaign. His eyes were turned rather towards the Balkans, and Italy was to be his springboard for an invasion of the Viennese basin. The resistance of the US Chiefs of Staff was so strong that at one time they went as far as recommending to the President that the United States should turn their back on Europe and concentrate the whole of their war effort against Japan in the Pacific. Churchill, The Second World War, Volume 4. Churchill, The Second World War, Volume 4. Ebid. Chester Wilmot, The Struggle for Europe. The Fifth Army Order of Battle for the Salerno landing was American 6th Corps, British 10th Corps, Major General Dawley, Lieutenant General McCreary, U.S. 3rd Infantry Division, Truscott, British 46th Infantry Division, Hawksworth, 34th, Ryder, 56th, Templar, 36th, Walker, 7th Armoured Division, Erskine, 45th, Middleton, Numbers 2 and 3 Commandos 82, Airborne, Ridgeway, U.S., 1st, 3rd and 4th Ranger, 13 Field Artillery Brigade Battalions, Air Support, British 1 Tactical Air Fleet, Air Marshal, Sir A. Conyngham, U.S. 12 Tactical Air Fleet, Major General Cannon, Mark Clark, Calculated Risk, the German Army in the West, the War Reports of General Marshall, Eisenhower Crusade in Europe. Chapter 4. Kesselring or Rommel, Cassino or Florence. Hitler was fully aware of the dangers which threatened his position, not only in Italy, but also in the Aegean and the Balkans, after the defeat in North Africa. Once again there arose the spectre of a possible Allied landing in southeastern Europe and a repetition of the Balkan campaign of the First World War. This would inevitably have placed Germany at a grave disadvantage. Once the Allies had established themselves in the Balkans and the Aegean Islands, the entry of Turkey into the war would only be a question of time. Germany would then not only lose the vital chromium deliveries from Turkey, but would also be compelled sooner or later to write off the Romanian oil fields, and an opening of the Dardanelles and a direct sea route of communication between the Western powers and Russia would constitute a deadly threat to the German Eastern Front. Hitler therefore took the possibility of an amphibious attack against Greece and the Aegean very seriously. His fears seemed to be further justified by certain indications, which to his mind pointed to an operation of this nature. Not the least important of these indications was that mysterious British courier whose body was washed up on the Spanish coast before the invasion of Sicily began. He was carrying documents which spoke of an imminent landing of strong Anglo-American forces in Greece. This was sufficient to cause the dispatch, under conditions of considerable difficulty, of German troops, including a panzer division, to southern Greece. As later transpired, the German High Command had been the victims of a skillful ruse of the Allied intelligence service. The broken mountainous terrain of Greece and the confused mass of the Aegean Islands certainly constituted a defensive position organized in depth, which any enemy would be diffident of trying to capture. But if Italy were to defect, as Hitler had been convinced ever since Tunis that she would, the position could change instantaneously. If the Italian garrisons of the islands surrendered, they would be giving the Allies the opening on which Churchill had set his heart. If we could gain Turkey, it would be possible to dominate the Black Sea and to give a right hand to Russia and carry supplies to her armies. To prevent this handclasp between West and East, Hitler sent Field Marshal Rommel to Greece as commander-in-chief. But scarcely had he unpacked his bags in Salonika than he received telephonic orders on the evening of July 25th to report at once to Führer headquarters. Mussolini's downfall put the whole world on the qui-vive, and nowhere more so than in Berlin and Rastenburg, where the Brains Trust reacted in a quite alarming fashion. At about noon the next day, Rommel arrived at Führer headquarters to find most of the big guns Dönitz, von Kluge, Ribbentrop, Goebbels and Gauleiter Hofer from Innsbruck already gathered there. Small wonder that the atmosphere was pretty electric, for Farinacci had reached the goal of his flight and had startled the whole headquarters with the news that the new Italian government intended in 8 or 10 days' time to conclude an armistice with the Allies and to guarantee them free access to the mainland at Leghorn and Genoa. This seemed to confirm Hitler's worst fears. There can be little doubt that in his mind's eye he was already seeing the Allies on the march into Upper Italy, and he was quite convinced of the existence of a clear-cut understanding between Badoglio and the Western powers. It was hardly to be expected that the Allies would not make immediate military capital out of Mussolini's downfall. In Hitler's eyes, the paramount importance of northern Italy justified the recall of Rommel from Greece. On July 26th, the Field Marshal assumed command of the forces which in the course of the next few days were to secure the Po Valley. For political reasons, his headquarters remained for the time being in Munich and did not move to Lake Garda after the Italians had gone over to the Allies. Rommel seemed to be the right man should Italy defect to save the Germans from a St. Bartholomew's Eve and to talk to the Italians in language more usual between enemies than between allies. He could also be confidently relied upon to show no undue softness towards the Italians, to act with vigour and to bring the traitors to book. Kesselring was quite different. Was not his blind confidence partly responsible for the fact that the king and Badoglio had succeeded thus in cunningly hoodwinking the Germans? Did not his affection for the country and its people justify the fear that clemency rather than just punishment would prevail if the Italians, at the end of their resources, abandoned the sinking ship? These were the considerations which led to Hitler's decision that Kesselring must make way for Rommel and the 10th Army be placed under the command of Army Group B, provided always that von Vietenhoff succeeded in slipping out of the trap in southern Italy. Kesselring in that case would leave the Italian theatre, and the first idea was that he might later be employed in Norway. These differences of outlook between the two field marshals did not constitute the sole reason why Hitler favoured placing Rommel in command of the operations in Italy. No less contributory was Rommel's strategic conception, the basis of which was to withdraw from southern and central Italy and give battle in the Apennines between Pisa and Rimini. Hitler's almost slavish adherence to Rommel's ideas led him to opt for this strategy, and from September 8th onwards to be inclined to abandon Kesselring's divisions to their fate, as he had abandoned the 6th Army at Stalingrad, rather than invest even one more soldier in the hazardous enterprises of the Commander-in-Chief south. Kesselring himself held very different views. He had good reasons for advocating that the decisive battle should be fought far to the south of Rome, and that the possession by the enemy of southern and central Italy should be contested for as long as the strength and resources of the German divisions permitted. During the retreat through Tripolitania at the turn of the year 1942 and 3, Rommel had given much earnest consideration to the idea of evacuating North Africa in good time and, instead of attempting to defend Tunisia, of concentrating all efforts on withdrawing the German forces to Italy. They could then either defend the Italian peninsula from the Etruscan Apennines or, should the need arise, abandon Italy and occupy the prepared Alpine defensive positions. This idea had so gripped his imagination during the Tunisian campaign that there may well have been some little justification for the assertion that the field marshal's efforts therein were only half-hearted. Rommel, brought up in the army school of thought, judged the situation purely from the point of view of operations on land. The decisive factor, as he saw it, was the selection of a position that favoured the defence. He feared the long sea flanks, which would be difficult to defend, and he saw no urgent necessity to deny the enemy possession of the leg of the boot. His primary object was to keep the enemy land forces away from the frontiers of the Reich, and other strategic considerations carried but little weight with him. Kesselring saw things from a different angle. He viewed them with the eye of an airman. To him, the Allied superiority in the air was the decisive factor, not only in any review of the operational possibilities open to him, but also in the whole of his strategic conception. His mind was dominated by the thought of the strategic advantages in the air which possession of Italy would inevitably confer upon the Western powers. Italy, he felt, would constitute an extremely valuable complement to England, the great parent ship of the strategic air offensive against Germany. Hitherto, with but few exceptions, the Anglo-American air attacks had been confined to the western territories of the Reich. But once the extensive airfields in southern Italy, Foggia on the Adriatic side and Naples to the west were in Allied hands, the whole situation would be instantly and radically changed. Southern Germany, which had so far remained almost completely unmolested, would then be within the range of Allied heavy bombers. Austria with her aircraft factories, the bauxite mines in Hungary, the Romanian oil fields, the great waterway of the Danube, all these would be at the mercy of the Allied air forces. The German High Command had therefore to do its utmost to prevent at all costs the full exploitation of southern Italy by the Allies as a base for their strategic air offensive. This could be accomplished only by ensuring that the airfields there remained under constant threat of German attack, and by the ability of the German forces in Upper Italy to challenge the Allies to tactical air combat. If that could be done, there was a probability that the threatened Allied air offensive would be dissipated, rather than concentrated on the Reich itself. All this, however, could be accomplished only if the Germans were able to hold the area south of Rome. From the strategic point of view, possession of the Italian capital by the Allies would result in a serious deterioration of Germany's position in the war in the air, which would become untenable when once the struggle for the Apennines and the Alps began, and the Allies were able to employ their light and medium aircraft against southern Germany. These were the considerations which formed the basis of Kesselring's appreciation of the situation. But apart from this strategic aspect of the war in the air, it also seemed obvious to him that, with Upper Italy in their possession, the Allies would have a base from which they would be able to exercise a decisive influence on the German operations on land. If the German forces withdrew to the Alpine positions, the gates to the Balkans and southern France would be thrown open to the Allies. There would at once be a danger of an Allied thrust against the rear of the German Eastern Front, and any subsidiary amphibious invasion of southern France, in the event of a major cross-channel offensive, would become superfluous. Furthermore, the long-term exploitation of industrial northern Italy by the German High Command could be ensured only if German forces held a position organized in considerable depth well to the south of the Apennines. And for political reasons it was desirable that the Republic of Salo should embrace as large an area as possible. Experience in the war had already shown that a defensive position could not be held for any length of time against an enemy with a numerical and material superiority such as that enjoyed by the Allies. For this reason, Kesselring very early on defined the successive lines at which the Allied advance, first on Rome and then on the Apennines, was to be halted. The first of these lines was that of the Volturno River, prolonged on the Adriatic side by the Biferno sector. The implementation of the Field Marshal's order that this line would in no circumstances be given up before October 15th was facilitated by the delay in the Fifth Army's attack, which, held up by rain and mud, could not be launched until October 12th. Kesselring's intention was to hold up Alexander's advance for a prolonged period at the narrowest point of the peninsula, the waist of Italy. There, on the Gustav Line, he hoped to pin down the 15 army group in a battle of attrition until at least the spring of 1944. This line followed the courses of the rivers Garigliano, Gari, and Rapido. From the upper reaches of the Rapido, it passed over the Abruzzi mountains to Castel di Sangro and rested on the Adriatic side, on the mighty Maiella Massif and the lower reaches of the Sangro. The kernel of the Gustav Line was the 6-mile-wide Liri Valley, with its two pivots, the 1,600-foot Monte Cassino in the north and Monte Maio in the south, which towers some 3,000 feet, or about 0 meters above the valley. In these two solid masses were the hinges of the gateway to Rome, through which winds Highway No. 6, the Via Casilina, directly commanded by the Mount of St. Benedict. In front of the Gustav Line was the Reinhard Line, sometimes called the Bernhard Line and christened the Winter Line by the Allies. In its most important sector, it was based on the Mignano Defile and its key points: Hill 1170, Monte Camino and Monte Sammucro. Like two menacing watchtowers, these bare, steep mountains barred the way to Cassino and into the Liri Valley. These naturally strong positions were to be further strengthened very considerably by the swift and intensive construction of defensive localities. The focal point of the whole complex was, in the nature of things, the Gustav Line, and in particular the sector on each side of Cassino. During the autumn army construction units, the TOT organization, Italian auxiliaries and labor battalions, under the direction of pioneer General Bessel, to whom the ever-prying eye of Field Marshal Kesselring must have been a sore trial, created a strong network of modern defensive localities. The villages in the forward area were transformed into massive strongpoints with bomb-proof shelters. Pneumatic drills carved out caverns in the precipitous mountainsides. Minefields protected easily approachable sectors, and the upper Rapido and the lower reaches of the Garigliano were used to flood certain areas. In short, Bessel transformed the Gustav Line into a position upon which the enemy might well break his teeth, provided that it was defended by even moderately good troops. In contrast to the construction of these defences, in which considerable assistance had been afforded by the OKW, the task of strengthening the Reinhard Line devolved upon the troops themselves. They naturally had less time, less means, and only a fraction of the labour which General Bessel had had at his disposal. And it is greatly to the credit of these young German divisions that they nevertheless were able to withstand the onslaughts of the Fifth Army for weeks, until the defences of the Gustav Line were more or less completed. There were two divisions which covered themselves with glory: the 29 Panzer Grenadier Division and the 26 Panzer Division. The strengthening of the Gustav and Reinhard lines was the most urgent of the constructional tasks, but behind them lay a further chain of individual positions. On the high ground at Aquino, the Adolf Hitler Line, later renamed the Senga Line, barred the way into the Liri Valley. Immediately south of Rome and running diagonally across the peninsula was the Sea Line. Far away to the north was the Green Line, Pisa-Florence-Pesaro, called the Gothic Line by the Allies, the initial strengthening of which was entrusted to Rommel. And finally, there were the Alpine positions, the last barrier before the frontiers of the Reich. Originally, Hitler had accepted the Rommel solution in its entirety. But when, contrary to all prophecy, the catastrophe expected after September 8th in the Commander-in-Chief, South's area did not occur, and the hesitant advance of the Allies in southern Italy precluded any likelihood of a blitzkrieg, the Kesselring conception found more and more favour in his eyes. For a long time he could not make up his mind, even when it was pointed out to him that the Cassino position could be held with half the number of troops that would be required for the Apennine concept. Should he accept the risks inherent in the long sea flanks, would not a premature surrender of Rome and almost the whole of the peninsula result in a grave loss of political and military prestige? In Russia, as it was, the past few months had brought great losses of territory. In July, the Kursk offensive had failed. On August 23rd, Kharkov had fallen into Soviet hands. On September 25th, Smolensk, and on October 25th, Dnipropetrovsk. And when Kiev fell on November 6th, the Germans had been thrown back 250 miles, or about 402 kilometers, since the summer. This was a grim balance sheet. Perhaps it could be made to look a little brighter if it were possible to hold Italy. But still, Hitler hesitated. If he decided in favour of fighting south of Rome, then Rommel was psychologically not the right man to be commander-in-chief in Italy. But he had before made up his mind to appoint him as supreme commander in the Italian theatre, and to place Kesselring's forces under him from the middle of November. On the other hand, Kesselring had performed the remarkable feat not only of manoeuvring his way unscathed out of the deadly dangers resultant upon the Italian surrender, but also of fighting at the same time another battle into the bargain, which had all but ended in a catastrophe for the Allies. And now this air marshal was asserting that he could hold southern Italy against the Allied material juggernaut. Nevertheless, he decided in Rommel's favour. Then, literally at the last moment, he changed his mind. While the order appointing Rommel was being dictated in the teleprinter office, he suddenly decided to appoint Kesselring instead. On November 21st, he formally appointed him Commander-in-Chief of all forces in the Italian theatre of war, with the designation Commander-in-Chief, Southwest, Army Group C, in order to prevent any repetition of the confusion that had already occurred with the Army Group, South, on the Russian front. Rommel was transferred to France to take charge of and accelerate the construction of the Atlantic Wall, and later, as Commander-in-Chief, Army Group B, to assume command of the German 7th and 15th Armies in northern France and Belgium. Now, at last, the position in Italy had been clarified, and the unfortunate period of duality in the High Command was at an end. It had certainly not helped the German cause, as the first month's fighting had clearly proved. It was immaterial who the commander was, Rommel or Kesselring, but that there should have been one or the other was essential. As it was, Kesselring had to rely solely on his own divisions, while Rommel's forces were gaining a cheap victory over the Italian formations. Kesselring said, "Field Marshal Rommel would have been better advised to have disbanded the Italian divisions and allowed the troops to go free, rather than to have employed his own forces on so sterile a task, which resulted in the flight of large numbers of Italian soldiers, who later formed the hard core of the partisan movement." Nor was that the only or the most damaging result of this divided responsibility of command. During the critical period in Rome, the advent of one additional division, had Kesselring been able to call on it, would have led to a much more rapid clearing up of the confused situation. Of even more importance had been the effect on the Salerno battle. Had Kesselring been in sole command, the field of possibilities open to him would have been greatly widened. He would have had very different resources at his disposal with which to contest the possession of the sea and air bases of Naples and the extremely important airfields at Foggia. In all probability, he would have succeeded at least in keeping the Neapolitan and Apulian airfields in constant danger of German attack, and of thus impeding the full development of the Allied air offensive. It had taken the Americans long enough in all conscience to appreciate the importance of Italy as a base for the Allied strategic air offensive against Germany. But the short-sightedness of the OKW, which had turned a deaf ear to his appeals for reinforcements in the battle for Foggia, had forced Kesselring prematurely to abandon just those tactical objectives which had eventually led the Americans to decide on an invasion of the Italian mainland. In his message to Congress on September 17th, Roosevelt said, "We now intend to establish bases from which our bombers can reach South and East Germany. We shall extend our attacks to the whole of the Reich and its satellites. With Italy in our hands, the distances which we shall have to cover will be far less and our risks will be proportionately reduced." Hitherto, 3 separate headquarters had directed the air operations in the Mediterranean theatre: Tedder's Strategic Bomber Command, under the American Major General James H. Doolittle, operating from Tripolitania, the U.S. 9 Air Fleet under Major General Lewis H. Burton, operating from North Africa, and the Royal Air Force Middle East Command under Air Marshal Sir Sholto Douglas, operating from the Near East. With the conquest of southern Italy, however, important changes in the organization were introduced. While 15 Army Group was getting its second wind after the capture of Naples and preparatory to the decisive advance on Rome, General Doolittle, at the insistence of the combined Chiefs of Staff, moved his strategic bomber force from Tripoli to Apulia. In a very short time, the Americans, using a vast amount of material, created a network of technically perfect airfields equipped with the most modern storage tanks, workshops and barracks, and with runways covered with steel matting. But this build-up of air power consumed approximately 300,000 tons of shipping during the most critical months of the Italian campaign. So heavy were the shipping requirements of 15 Strategic Air Force, activated the 1st of November 1943 under General Doolittle, that the build-up of our ground forces in Italy was considerably delayed. This, of course, did not fit in at all with Churchill's concept. On November 17th, through General Ismay, he addressed the Chiefs of Staff Committee. "It is surely altogether wrong to build up the strategic air force in Italy at the expense of the battle for Rome. The strategic bombing of Germany, however important, cannot take precedence over the battle, which must ever rank first in our thoughts. I was not aware until recently that the build-up of the army had been obstructed by the forward move of a mass of strategic air, not connected with the battle. This is in fact a departure from all orthodox military doctrine, as well as seeming wrong from the point of view of common sense." But by this time Doolittle's preparations were well advanced. On November 1st he delivered his first attack against the Messerschmitt works in Wiener Neustadt. This was followed by attacks on the ball-bearing factories in Turin, the railway networks in Genoa, Bologna and Innsbruck, and the oil refineries in Ploesti. Next on the list were the Messerschmitt works in Regensburg and Augsburg, bridges and railways in the Balkans, the Alpine passes, and later the Po bridges and the Danube, which was continually mined. With the approach of spring, the 15th Strategic Air Force increased its attacks on the Romanian oil fields. Before the first American attack, delivered from North Africa in September 1943, Germany was obtaining some 220,000 tons of oil per month from Romania and Hungary. In February 1944, the monthly delivery still topped 200,000 tons, but sank in June to 40,000 tons, and in August to a miserable 11,000. This was the work of the 15th Strategic Air Force. At the end of May, it had 850 heavy bombers with the appropriate long-distance fighter escort, and in the 12 months from the 1st of November 1943 to the 31st of October 1944, flew 150 million air miles, attacking 620 targets in 12 different countries and dropping 192,000 tons of bombs. As against the loss of 2,247 aircraft, the bombers and their escorts shot down 3,653 German planes and destroyed a further 2,016 on the ground. These figures are taken from the war reports of General Marshall, who goes on to say, "In the spring campaign, the ball-bearing industry in Austria was all but wiped out by our heavy bombers, adding a further bottleneck to German aircraft production. Heavy attacks against aircraft factories in South Germany, Austria, Hungary and northern Italy, and particularly round Vienna and Budapest, were estimated to have cut planned monthly production in this area in half by May 1944. In this way, when the Germans lost the air bases in southern Italy, the bomber ring was mercilessly closed round the Reich. For the Allies, this was a great benefit, which was of direct advantage to Operation Overlord, for the hazards of a cross-channel invasion could not be accepted until the German fighter aircraft force had been decisively weakened. In actual fact, the campaign in southern Italy caused both Churchill and Alexander grave anxiety. On October 24th, at Eisenhower's request, Alexander submitted to the Conference of Mediterranean Commanders-in-Chief a memorandum in which he summarized the points that were worrying him. Surprised by the German strength in Italy, he frankly admitted that it had been a mistake to have presumed that some of the German divisions would be engaged in northern Italy to deal with the internal situation, which was expected to cause them considerable embarrassment. The reduction in craft, already decreased by wear and tear, has been so serious as to preclude us from taking advantage, other than with minor forces, of the enemy's inherent weakness, which is the exposure of his two flanks to turning movements from the sea. A stabilized front south of Rome cannot be accepted, for the capital has a significance far greater than its strategic location, and sufficient depth must be gained before the Foggia airfields and the port of Naples can be regarded as secure. Churchill and Eisenhower were held fast in the shackles of the Quebec Conference decisions. Since August, landing craft, freighters and transport had continued to leave the Mediterranean, as though the war had for the time being paused to gather fresh strength. Churchill was deeply distressed, and in Washington did his best to prevent the withdrawal of further shipping and of the British 50 and 51 divisions. But the Americans remained obdurate, although Churchill pleaded with Roosevelt that Rome and the airfields to the north of it must be taken, cost what it may. In response to his demand that Eisenhower and Alexander should be given everything they required to achieve victory in Italy, regardless of the effect on later operations, the Americans agreed to allow Eisenhower to retain until December 15th the 68 tank landing craft due for immediate transfer to the United Kingdom. The Americans had set their hearts and minds on Overlord to the exclusion of everything else, and they missed a golden opportunity to reap the harvest of victory in Italy. And the harvest was there, waiting to be reaped, not only in Italy itself, but also in the Aegean. Once again, Washington closed its eyes in almost criminal fashion to the rich spoils which the Aegean offered. The Italians had let it be known that as soon as Italy capitulated, they would be willing to make common cause with the Allies, provided that the latter would protect them from being overwhelmed by the Germans. The British without doubt had their eye on the island fortresses of Leros, Kos and Rhodes, the airfields on the last named of which would have been of particular value to them. But when September 8th came, General Maitland Wilson, the Commander-in-Chief Near East, had but meagre forces with which to initiate any operations in the Aegean. He too had suffered at the hands of the Quebec Lawyers' Agreement. He had detailed and trained his Indian 8th Division for the attack on Leros. But on August 26th, the ships that were to carry it to the island were withdrawn by the combined chiefs of staff for operations against the Burmese coast. The division itself was placed under Eisenhower's command and transferred to the central Mediterranean. Wilson was then left with one solitary infantry brigade and a partially equipped Indian division. Any attack on Rhodes, therefore, was out of the question, and the Italian garrison surrendered to the Germans. But with the help of requisitioned coastal craft, sailing vessels and some small tugs, Wilson succeeded in gaining footholds on Kos, Leros and Samos. Of these, Kos, with its airfields, was the most important, and for this reason became the primary objective of the German counterstroke. On October 3rd, German paratroops, supported by a simultaneous landing of army units from the sea, dropped on the island and overwhelmed the small garrison, consisting of one British battalion. 6 weeks later, it was the turn of Leros. On November 12th, the Germans launched their attack, again in the form of a combined air and amphibious operation. And on November 16th, the last remnant of the British garrison surrendered. In these circumstances, and with Rhodes still in German hands, Samos became untenable and was evacuated. Churchill had pressed the Americans with the utmost persistence to seize the gateway into the Aegean, but had met with a sharp rebuff. The US Chiefs of Staff, secure in the knowledge that the President was behind them, would not allot one single aircraft, let alone the tank landing crafts he had asked for. The Prime Minister had obstinately bombarded Washington and Algiers with telegrams in the hope of gaining the support of Roosevelt and Eisenhower. On September the 25th, he had telegraphed to Eisenhower, "Rhodes is the key both to the Eastern Mediterranean and the Aegean. It will be a great disaster if the Germans are able to consolidate there." The Second World War, Volume 5, and to Roosevelt on October 8th, "I am sure that the omission to take Rhodes at this stage would constitute a cardinal error in strategy." Op. Cite-Bars, Volume 5. Churchill still did not give up hope. He suggested that a conference of Mediterranean commanders-in-chief should be held under his chairmanship and invited Roosevelt to send a representative. But this, too, the President refused to do. And when the conference, attended by Eisenhower, Wilson, Alexander, Cunningham and Tedder, but without Churchill, finally met in Tunis on October 9th, it was too late. The Allies had just been forced to realize that Kesselring had decided to fight south of Rome, a fact which Eisenhower described as a drastic change in the situation during the last 48 hours. It may well be that the counterattack of the 16 Panzer Division at Termoli had been responsible for this point of view. This change, however, was not altogether unwelcome to the Americans. Eisenhower, now supported by the British commanders-in-chief, refused without further ado to consider any attack on Rhodes. I announced the decision I had reached. Its purport was that detachments from the Italian command were not warranted and that we could and would do nothing about the islands. Nevertheless, with one of the sharpest pangs I suffered in the war I submitted, is how Churchill describes his acceptance of Eisenhower's decision, the Second World War, Volume 5. Although he had given repeated assurances that he had no intention whatever of investing an army in the Balkans, Roosevelt and his chiefs of staff remained full of mistrust. The thought that, having once opened the way through the Aegean, Churchill might repeat his ill-fated Gallipoli enterprise, that American GUIS might become involved in a military adventure, which they would be unable to justify in the eyes of the American people, and that the latter might then refuse to re-elect Roosevelt in the coming November, was a constant nightmare to them. The situation would be very different in 1944, when Operation Overlord had brought Hitler to his knees, and that it would Washington was firmly convinced, and reinforcements to the Pacific had taken the wind out of MacArthur's sails. All these decisions were taken, inevitably, at the direct expense of the Mediterranean theatre, though in the long run, at the expense of free Europe. These sins of omission in the Aegean were not, of course, without their political repercussions. First and foremost, they had a great effect on Turkey's attitude. At the Foreign Ministers' Conference in Moscow, October 19th to November 3rd, Molotov unexpectedly urged that Turkey must be persuaded to declare war and open the Narrows to the Russians. Eden promised to approach the Turks again on his way back to London, but the latter proved even less susceptible than ever to British blandishments. They pointed to Germany's unassailable position in the Aegean and in Greece, which they maintained, made it highly inadvisable for Turkey to declare war at this juncture. The man who had the last laugh was, of course, Hitler. Once more, he had been proved right. At the Führer Headquarters Situation Conference on September 24th, both the army and the navy had urgently pressed for the evacuation of the Aegean and Crete, arguing that these strong points had been occupied as bases for further offensive operations, but that in the meanwhile the situation had completely altered. Hitler had rejected this advice out of hand, pointing out the political effects such a withdrawal would have on Turkey and the Balkan states. Although the Western powers had lost the first game in the Aegean, they levelled the rubber with the next deal by occupying the islands in the Tyrrhenian Sea. Here they scored a notable dual success, the conquest of Corsica and Sardinia, at the cost of very little effort. Kesselring evacuated both islands voluntarily, as he had made up his mind to do in the event of an Allied invasion of the mainland. The evacuation of Sardinia began on September 9th, under the skillful direction of General Lungerhausen, the GOC 90 Panzer Grenadier Division. Unmolested by the enemy, his division and the strong Air Force elements were transshipped across the Straits of Bonifacio to Corsica. Initially, the Italians remained passive, and it was only when General von Senger-Etterlin began to transfer the whole German force to the mainland that the Italians, under General Magli, a former colleague of Marshal Cavallero, began to show signs of animation. The entire operation was executed through the port of Bastia, which was protected to the end by a small bridgehead. In addition to the small naval craft, it was the aircraft of two air fleet which made possible the transportation of nearly 40,000 German troops to Leghorn and Elba. By the end of September, the entire garrisons of the two islands, together with all weapons, vehicles and most of their stores, had been successfully evacuated. Field Marshal von Richthoven's airmen, the enterprise and skill of Captain Engelhardt of the Navy, and the unceasing and heroic efforts of the naval crews deserve special commendation. Kesselring, Soldat bis zum letzten Tag. The absence of any activity on the part of the enemy air and naval forces was surprising. It was only during the last few days of the operation that they intervened at all and caused a few casualties. But these were insignificant in comparison with the fact that troops almost to the strength of an army corps were brought safely to the mainland. Just as in Sicily, 4 elite German divisions had been allowed to slip away thanks to this lawyer's strategy. So now there escaped from Sardinia and Corsica a body of men destined to give the Allies endless trouble on the mainland, the 90 Panzer Grenadier Division. It was the 90, together with 2 others, which 8 weeks later brought Montgomery to a standstill on the Adria, which in the first Cassino battle saved the left hinge of the gateway from destruction, and which in future was to be met everywhere where the Allies initiated some fresh move. When the final clear-cut decision regarding command in the Italian theatre was at last taken on November 21st, it seemed as though it had come too late. Side by side with other uncertainties, it was an open question whether the German troops, after a retreat of 12 months' duration, and involving a distance of over 2,000 miles, or about 0 kilometers, would still possess the inner fortitude to defend a position in a manner worthy of their traditions. The retreat, which began at El Alamein at the beginning of November 1942, and which continued through Cyrenaica and Tripolitania to Tunis, had by no means come to an end there in May 1943. Sicily, Calabria, Salerno, Apulia were all merely a continuation. Repeated attempts, certainly, had been made to offer serious and organised resistance, indeed, to initiate counterattacks in an effort to regain the initiative, but for the most part it was numerical and material inferiority that compelled the German forces to continue to retire and confine themselves to delaying actions. Would the new German divisions in Italy now have the strength to fight in earnest for every yard of ground? It must be remembered that a constant feeling of inferiority can in time undermine the morale of the best troops, and that a continuous retreat must inevitably give rise to an inferiority complex. That the German troops were able, in spite of it all, to find the strength and courage to resist for months on end the assaults of the finest Allied divisions on the Gustav Line, that they stood fast in the hell of Cassino in spite of overwhelming odds, is a very great tribute to the outstanding personality of Field Marshal Kesselring, a proven, bold and capable commander, Roosevelt. Like Rommel, he had the gift of winning and retaining the confidence of his subordinates, and in particular of the ordinary rank and file. He was their field marshal, and if he said that Rome must be defended, they were quite sure he had excellent reasons for saying so. As in days gone by, when whole French and German divisions fought and died for their country at Verdun, so now whole companies of Germans fighting at Cassino laid down their lives, faithfully serving their hard-pressed land. No less gallant were the GIS, the Tommies, the Poilus and the Poles, and every true soldier will appreciate the sacrifice they made. Churchill, The Second World War, Volume 5, Soldat bis zum letzten Tag. Roosevelt, in his message to Congress, September the 17th, 43, Organization of the Allied Air Arm, Mediterranean, September 1943, Mediterranean Allied Air Force, Marshal of the Royal Air Force, Sir Arthur Tedder. Tactical Air Force Strategic Bomber Command, 1. Tactical Air Fleet, RAF 15 Strategic Air Fleet, 12 Tactical Air Fleet, United States of America, F. The War Reports of General Marshall, Churchill, The Second World War, Volume 5. The whole of General Alexander's report is contained in Churchill, The Second World War, Volume 5. Winston Churchill to Eden, October 26th. This is what happens when battles are governed by lawyers' agreements made in all good faith months before, and persisted in without regard to the ever-changing fortunes of war. The Second World War, Volume 5. Eisenhower, Crusade in Europe. Chapter 5. In the Rain and the Mud. On October 1st, the Fifth Army marched into Naples. By October 4th, the first lighters were lying in the badly damaged harbour, and one day later the first of the Liberty ships was unloading at the quayside. From that day onwards, the stream of stores and supplies flowed freely through the streets cleared of debris into the vast supply dumps that were springing up everywhere. This was the result of the work of the US pioneers who, with immense energy and the help of the very latest equipment, had in a fortnight performed the remarkable feat of raising the capacity of the completely demolished port to 20,000 tons per day. The German 10th Army and the Italian Navy had done their job very thoroughly when the important base was evacuated. The entrance to the port and the harbour itself had been blocked with sunken ships, and what had been left of the quays, cranes and warehouses by Tedder's bombers had been blown up. The Allied air raids had caused heavy damage in both port and town, and the streets in the vicinity of the harbour had been blocked with debris. The water and electricity supplies had been put out of action, the railways and stations destroyed, and the whole of Naples bore the scars of a major catastrophe. Here the US Brigadier General Spence found plenty to do. He had been in charge of the pioneer and technical side of the lines of communication during the Tunisian campaign, and now in Naples he was faced with a task which made the greatest possible demands on his pioneers. Once again, the superb technical and mechanical equipment of the US Army and the ingenuity of the pioneers combined to achieve a truly remarkable feat in a very short space of time. Cranes and grabs cleared the harbour basin. Bulldozers and an endless stream of lorries cleared the streets of the debris under which they had been buried. Railway pioneers worked feverishly to repair the lines along which supplies and reinforcements would flow to the front. The 100,000 men who had reached the Volturno by about October 10th consumed enormous quantities of stores. In addition, there were the requirements of the Air Force, which had at once set about the task of putting the Neapolitan airfields in order to say nothing of the heavy equipment required by the engineers for the repair of roads, bridges and railways. Clark had originally fixed October 9th for his first attack on the Volturno, but had been compelled to postpone it, for the day after Naples fell it began to pour with rain. So far, Eisenhower's operations had been favoured with brilliant summer weather. Tedder's meteorologists had seemed redundant, and cloudless blue skies and clear nights had allowed his airmen complete liberty of action. Alexander's armour had rolled across the parched plains and the dried-up riverbeds for all the world, as though these had been specially constructed for it. Since Tunisia, the infantry had had no need of any shelter, and though their uniforms may have been clammy with sweat, they had never been drenched by rain. But now, suddenly, the sunny south took on a very different appearance. For days on end the rain poured down in torrents on the bare, steep slopes of the Abruzzi Mountains, over hill and dale and fertile coastal countryside. Small wonder that the men, with the travel agency's picture of sun-drenched Italy in their mind's eye, cursed heartily when some innocent little stream suddenly swelled and swept away the bridges they had so laboriously constructed. They cursed this much advertised land when their feet stuck fast in the cloying mud and no tent could shelter them from the torrential rain. Tanks, lorries and jeeps were bogged down in the morass as soon as they ventured off the metalled road. The British 10th Corps, on the coastal plain between Capua and the sea, was all but buried beneath the mud. The fields were one vast yellowish-brown morass into which the vehicles dared not venture. The US 6th Corps under General Lucas, who had relieved Dawley after the Salerno battle, fared a little better. Its assembly area was on slightly higher ground and not quite so muddy. But even there, plenty of mud-laden water overflowed the banks of the Volturno. The Volturno flows in very much the same manner as most of the other Italian rivers. From its source high up in the Abruzzi Mountains it flows for a considerable distance southwards through a broad flat bed, winds southeastwards till it joins the river Calare, and then turns sharply westwards. In the battles that followed, the 6th Corps crossed it 3 times until the GIS began to think that every darn river in Italy was called the Volturno. Clark planned to cross the river on a broad front. Middleton's 45 Division had made a wide detour via Benevento and was already in position to the north of the lower reaches of the Calore. On its right was Ryder's 34 Division, while Truscott's 3 Division stood in readiness to the south of the Triflisco defile. McCreary set his 56 Division, Templar, straight at Capua. Erskine's Desert Rats were to the south of Grazaniza, and Hawksworth's 46 Division was in the coastal sector, preparing to attack. The German shield was formed of General Hube's 14th Panzer Corps. The western coastal plain was defended by Roth's 15 Panzer Grenadier Division. The Hermann Göring Panzer Division, Conrad, was in position on either side of Capua with the 3 Panzer Grenadier Division, Grazer, on its left, and von Luttwitz's 26 Panzer Grenadier Division east of the Volturno itself. The German commander expected the main assault to be launched along Highway No. 7, the Via Appia. North of Capua, the highway bifurcates, and the other branch, Highway No. 6, the Via Casilina, also led to Rome. The question was, which of these two would the Allies select after having crossed the Volturno? There was a good deal to be said in favour of the Via Appia. Running, as it did, close to the coast, it almost begged the Fifth Army to use it, and thus enjoy the support of the fleet on its flank. Furthermore, it contained fewer defiles than the Via Casilina. On the other hand, long stretches of it had been hewn from the coastal cliffs of the southern slopes of the Orontian Mountains, where it was very vulnerable and where any deployment of mechanized and armoured forces would be impossible. Finally, it was also vulnerable to extensive flooding from the lower Garigliano and from Mussolini's reclaimed Pontian marshes. The Via Casilina was quite different. It is true that to the southeast of Cassino, it squeezed its way for some 12 miles through steep, bare hills, past the 3,500-foot Montesissima, through the Mignani defile, flanked by the mighty massifs of Monte Cassino and Monte Sammucro. But beyond that lay the Liri Valley and open country ideal for armour all the way to Rome. It thus offered the Fifth Army ample opportunity to exploit to the best advantage its motorised divisions and their modern armament. But before it could do so, it had to break open the gateway to Rome and capture its pillars, Monte Cassino and Monte Maio. Is not the highest feature on the north side of the Liri Valley, but for the best part of 2 miles, the Via Casilina winds its way immediately round the foot of the mountain. The Fifth Army could advance along it only after it had succeeded in neutralising the Monastery Hill, particularly as from it the German troops could command the whole breadth of the Liri Valley. This fact perhaps may have prematurely misled the Allies to the false and momentous assumption that not only the mountain itself, but also the monastery, would be occupied by artillery observation posts. It requires but little military knowledge to realise that a conspicuous building such as this, plainly visible from every direction, would be the last place that anyone would choose as an observation post if only for reasons of self-preservation. Furthermore, ordinary common sense should tell anyone that, if the monastery had been incorporated in the German defensive system, it would have drawn the Allied fire like a magnet, and the Germans would certainly have lost their eyes as soon as the offensive opened. Be that as it may, had Alexander and Clark had any inkling of the unpleasant surprise that Kesselring had in store for them at Monte Cassino, they might well have chosen the Via Appia instead of the Via Casilina. To return, however, to Clark, in position south of the Volturno. He proposed to launch his attack on the night of 12th and 13th October. The weather had improved, the ground had become reasonably dry, though the Volturno was still tumbling riotously in its overfilled bed. Both Allied corps were to cross the river simultaneously on a broad front, and the 45 Division was given the task of exerting heavy pressure on the German flank with the object of compelling Hube to withdraw his forces in good time from their positions on the river. Clark's plan for a simultaneous attack was opposed by McCreary, who wished to hold back until the day after the Americans had launched their attack. His object here was to concentrate the German attention on the American sector and thus facilitate the advance of the British corps over the very exposed ground of the coastal plain which faced them. And indeed, the British were to run into a very solid wall. On the coast, they were faced with the sprawling heights of the 2,500-foot Monte Massico. To the north, they were threatened by the mighty massif of Monte Santa Croce, while from the northeast, the Germans occupying the 3,000-foot Monte Maggiore dominated the whole of the coastal plain north of Capua. McCreary's wish that the Americans should lead the way was therefore readily understandable. Clark argued that only by a simultaneous attack along the whole front could the German defence be tied down and von Wittgenhoff and Hube prevented from moving their reserves at will. He was therefore unwilling to accede to McCreary's request. General Cannon, the commander of the 12 Tactical Air Fleet, had already moved the majority of his formations from Sicily to the Tyrrhenian Sea side of southern Italy, and now, with the improvement in the flying weather, he was in a position to support the Fifth Army's offensive with the whole of his force. During the night of 12th and 13th October, in bright moonlight, the Volturno battle opened with the roar of 600 guns and innumerable mortars and the staccato crackle of machine gun fire. Behind a wall of fire and smoke, the rafts and assault craft, packed with pioneers and infantry, slipped across the river. Not everywhere did they succeed in reaching the further bank. The first attack on the Triflisco defile, a joint operation executed by the Scots Guards of the 56th Division and the 30 Infantry Regiment of the US 3 Division, failed, as did a second attempt in the same sector. It was only after the 2 other regiments of Truscott's division had gained a foothold on the north bank to the east of Triflisco, and from there threatened the high ground north of the defile, that the German defence gave way and the 3 Division was able to cross the river. The attack of the 56th Division, which directed its main assault against the demolished bridge on the western edge of Capua, ran into very serious trouble. Every attempt to cross the river collapsed in the face of the concentrated fire of the Hermann Göring Panzer Division. Rott's 15 Panzer Grenadier Division II fought in a manner worthy of its traditions. In a counterattack against Santa Maria la Fossa and Grazzanis, it drove back the spearhead of the British 7 Armoured Division, but for all that was unable to prevent the 45 Division from getting 3 batteries across the river during the first night, shortly afterwards. Hawkesworth brought up his artillery and transferred it by landing craft to the north side of the Volturno estuary. With the US Corps, everything went according to plan. The 34 Division crossed the river without much difficulty at Squille and Caiazzo and advanced swiftly northwards. To the east of the Volturno, the 45 Division stormed unimpeded northwestwards, and the 3 Division, having captured Monticello, reached the commanding heights of Monte Maiulo, some 4 miles north of the Volturno, on October 14th. By the evening of the same day, the Fifth Army was firmly established along the whole of its front on the north bank of the Volturno. The British 56th Division, using the bridge thrown across by the US 3 Division at Triflisco, had crossed the river and captured Capua. The Desert Rats had got across at Grazzanise. The next day, 6th Corps continued its advance. In the face of sporadic resistance from the 3 Panzer Grenadier Division, the 45 Division on the right flank reached Piedimonte d'Alif on October 19th. The next day, the 34 Division took a life, and on October 21st, Truscott's troops clambered up Monte Monaco, 12 miles north of Capua. McCreary's divisions, on the other hand, had been able to advance only very much more slowly. In a series of stubborn attacks, the 56th Division fought its way over the thickly cultivated slopes of Monte Maggiore. In the close, equally thickly cultivated terrain of the coastal plain, the 7 Armoured Division seemed to have completely lost that legendary offensive élan which had made it so famous in North Africa. It was not until October 27th that the division reached Spallanese and Francolise. The 46th Division fared even worse, and had with difficulty got no further than the other side of the Agnena Canal. On October 25th, Clark halted his offensive on the line Monte Monaco-Visiano-Francolese north bank of the Agnena estuary in order to reorganize for the assault on the Reinhard Line. The sinister massifs of Monte Cassino and Monte Santa Croce, the precipitous mountains in the upper Volturno Valley, and the bastions of Monte Camino, Monte Maggiore and Monte Sammucro promised hard fighting ahead. The Fifth Army was still nearly 30 miles from Cassino, the 30 most terrible miles that the US Army has ever been called upon to traverse. Torrential rain, icy mountain storms, shelters that were shot to pieces, inadequate winter equipment, and, last but not least, the elite German divisions turned the battle into a veritable inferno for the GYS and Tommies. The Fifth Army used the time until October 31st, the date of the start of the assault on the Reinhard Line, to regroup within its own army corps. The 7 Armoured Division changed places with the 46th Division and took over the coastal sector, while 46th Division was withdrawn into close support behind the 34 Division. Preparatory moves were also in hand on the German side. The position was being further strengthened, and 2 fresh divisions, the 94 and 305 infantry divisions, were brought up and placed under the command of 14th Corps, and the Hermann Göring Panzer Division was withdrawn from the line. The 94 Division was a Stalingrad division. From March 1943 onwards it had been slowly rebuilt in France on the remnants of the old division, and in the middle of August it had marched via Montseny into Upper Italy under the command of General Pfeffer, who had been in command since the autumn of 1940. The sector which Pfeffer now took over on the lower Garigliano and in the Gulf of Gaeta was not an easy one to defend. The high Monte Maio massif constituted a great menace in that the division would be split into 2 if it did not succeed in halting the enemy in front of, or at the latest on, the main defensive line. Equipped as it was with horse-drawn transport, the division had no mountain guns, and its artillery was therefore tied to the Arsente Valley, which meant that it would be very difficult for the infantry to reform round the artillery positions once the enemy had broken through the main line of defence. A further source of weakness was the fact that the division was also responsible for the defence of the coast at Terracina. It thus had one eye cocked at its sea flank and the other watching the land front, and in neither sector was it strong enough. The old Baden-Württemberg 305 Infantry Division had also been at Stalingrad and had now been re-raised under its new commander, Lieutenant General Hauck. Like the 94, the 305 was still an unknown quantity. On July 26th, it had marched via the Brenner Pass into Italy and had at once been employed by Rommel in disarming the Italian forces. General Hauck was also faced with considerable difficulties in his sector. His division, now called upon to operate in mountains of over 6,000 feet, or about 0 meters, had been neither trained nor equipped for mountain warfare. Its comparative lack of mobility and the inadequacy of its anti-tank equipment were further severe handicaps. The German High Command did not seriously anticipate any attack in the mountainous sectors, but for obvious reasons expected the offensive to develop astride the Via Casilina, for the defence of which 3 Panzer Grenadier Division was responsible. Its commander, Lieutenant General Graser, was a first-class soldier who had lost a leg in the First World War, a grave personal handicap in the rugged mountains. There was one novel aspect about this division which gave rise to grave doubts about its reliability. It was composed to a large extent of men of Volksliste III, that is, of Eastern Europeans, in whose ancestry ingenious investigators claim to have found some traces of Germanic descent. These men could hardly be regarded as fervent patriots, particularly as they were not even citizens of the German Reich, though they could win German nationality by showing conspicuous gallantry in the face of the enemy. At the Salerno and Volturno battles, the number of missing in the division was shockingly high, and this had been attributed to the pseudo-Germanism of its composition. To waste too many words over the magnificent 15 Panzer Grenadier Division and its outstanding commander, Lieutenant General Rott, would be like taking coals to Newcastle. The division was holding the line from Montefiato northwards in the sector common to both Reinhard and Gustav lines. Its sector then turned eastwards as far as Monte Cassino, inclusive, in the defence of which Rott's men fought with conspicuous gallantry. The Reinhard line had been reconnoitred and chosen by General Hube. It was a naturally stronger defensive position than the Gustav line in rear of it, since the latter had had to surrender to it the 2 formidable bastions of Monte Cassino and Monte Sammucro. But in the Reinhard line, too, there were weak points. Apart from the poor defensive quality of the lower Garigliano sector, it was overlooked by Monte Croce in the Camino sector, and in its key position, the Mignano defile, its main bastion, Monte Sesma, was vulnerable from 3 sides. The main object of fighting a defensive battle on the Reinhard line was, of course, to gain time for the completion of the main defensive position on the Gustav line. The German forces had been ordered not to retire to the Reinhard line before November 15th, and to hold it until the middle of December. In actual fact, the battle for the Reinhard line dragged on until the middle of January. On October 31st, the Fifth Army resumed its offensive and had little difficulty in pushing back the weak German rear guards. On November 1st, the US 30 Division took Capriati, east of the Volturno. A combat group of the 45 Division crossed the river at Sesto Campana, and the 3 Division following it pressed swiftly along the Via Casilina. The British 50 Division in a rapid advance reached Conca and Roccamonfina. Having captured Mondragone on the coast, the Desert Rats took Montecicoli and were advancing astride the Via Appia towards the Garigliano. After a brief period of inactivity, the Fifth Army then sprang a disagreeable surprise on the Germans by extending its offensive into the high mountain regions. The 45 Division captured Venafro, and the 34 Division broke into the German positions at Pozzilli and Santa Maria Oliveto, and the fate of Monte Cassino hung by a thread. The mountain position had been constructed by pioneers of the 14th Panzer Corps and was held by one company of the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division. On November 4th, the US 3 Division surrounded the defenders. An attempt by the 3rd Battalion, 6th Parachute Regiment to break the ring from the outside failed, and as no further reserves were available, the mountain was finally lost on November 5th. This, however, did not prove decisive, and the way into the Liri Valley was not yet open. Immediately in rear of the Mignano defile were 2 fresh obstacles, Monte Lungro and Monte Rotondo, and as long as Monte Sammucro and Monte Cassino remained in German hands, the way to Cassino was barred. Clark had had good reasons for concentrating the British 10th Corps in the Camino Massif area. It was here, once the Mignano Defile had been opened, that the second key to the Liri Valley lay. Templar's 56th Division delivered a determined assault on the Bear Mountain from the south, but without at first achieving any great success. On November 7th, it captured Calabrito and height 727 to the south of Monte Cassino, but there its advance was brought to a halt by a German counterattack. By this time, a critical situation had arisen in the sectors held by 3 Panzer Grenadier and 305 infantry divisions. After the capture of Vinafro, the US 6th Corps pressed forward along the pass in the direction of San Pietro Infine, with the object of taking the Mignano Defile in rear. On November 8th, Truscott's 3 Division took Monte Rotondo. Further north, Middleton's 45 Division gained a firm foothold on Monte Corno, and at the same time advanced northwards and northwestwards from Pozzilli. The 305 Division was fighting a fluctuating battle with Ryder's 34 Division, which had advanced into the mountain regions to the north of Middleton. On November 8th, General Houck was no longer able to maintain his position in the face of heavy American pressure, and was obliged to withdraw his division from the salient between Pozzilli and Montequilla to a shorter line on either side of Monte Pantano. Thus, the Fifth Army had succeeded, in both the central and left sectors of 14th Panzer Corps, in breaking into the Reinhard Line. The German Corps, however, quickly stabilized the situation by putting in 2 first-class divisions, the 26 Panzer and 29 Panzer Grenadier divisions. On November 8th, Freiherr von Luttwitz took over the sector between the completely exhausted 3 Panzer Grenadier Division and the 305 Division and barred US 45 Division's way to Acquafondata, the northern gateway into the Liri Valley. On November 11th, 3 Panzer Grenadier Division was relieved in the central sector by 29 Panzer Grenadier Division. Monte Rotondo had been recaptured the day before. On November 12th, the Americans resumed their attack on the Venafro-San Pietro Infine Pass, and the next day were in rear of the Mignano Defile. Still the German front held. Friese's division hung grimly to its position. By November 16th, it was firmly established in its sector, and Clark had to admit that there was nothing much more that he could do. At Monte Cassino, the prize was still far beyond the reach of the British 56th Division. In spite of 3 assaults supported by heavy artillery fire, the mountain remained in the hands of the 15 Panzer Grenadier Division. By this time, both infantry divisions of 10th Corps, the 46 and 56, were showing visible signs of exhaustion. From the moment they had landed at Salerno, they had been continuously engaged with a foe worthy of their steel. According to Linklater, they had suffered 40% casualties, and had so far lost 197 officers and 3,987 men. The US 3 Division II was exhausted, and the 34 and 45 divisions had suffered equally severely. For weeks, in the mud and the icy rain of the Abruzzi Mountains, they had been fighting a series of bloody engagements in which their casualties from sickness had been even higher than their losses in battle. The exhaustion of the troops and the torrential rain that had again started persuaded Clark to suggest to General Alexander that the offensive should be temporarily halted and should not be renewed until Montgomery launched his planned offensive on the lower Sangro on November 20th. So, after a fortnight of bitter fighting, peace descended once more on the 14th Panzer Corps' front. The series of engagements, which were to culminate in the 3 great Cassino battles, had begun. Despite the material superiority of the Fifth Army, despite the cold, rain and mud, the newly raised German and Italian divisions had prevented the enemy from breaking through into the Liri Valley. A few miles behind their main defensive position, they had firmly established themselves in new, albeit less favourable positions. The intervention of the 26 and 29 Panzer Grenadier divisions had exercised a vital influence on the whole of 14th Corps' front. As a breakwater on the Venafro-Acquafondata road, the 26th Division had put fresh stiffening into the 3 Panzer Grenadier and 305 infantry divisions, and had robbed the US 45 Division of what might have been a walkover. The 29 Division had added further laurels to its fame. Having relieved Grazer's division, it took the whole burden of the fight for the Mignano defile on its shoulders. It had given its old acquaintances of the Sicilian campaign, the men of the US 3 Division, a further proof of the toughness of its Hessian and Thuringian grenadiers, and the 15 Panzer Grenadier Division had flatly refused to surrender their Monte Cassino. In the end, however, the German forces were too weak to be able indefinitely to face the onslaughts of the Fifth Army without losing ground. In the alpine climate of the Abruzzi, the loss of a few positions was of less importance than was the resultant deprivation of shelter for the troops, which became a problem very difficult to solve. The Reinhard Line consisted of a chain of individual strongpoints built for the most part round the Abruzzi villages, which stood like watchtowers on the crests of the hills. When one of these strongpoints was captured by the enemy, the defenders were left exposed to wind and weather, to the storms and rain that lashed the mountains, the rocky ground of which offered no shelter of any kind. Clark's hopes of seizing Rome by a swift coup de main were doomed to disappointment. Montgomery, too, found himself compelled to modify very considerably the more distant objectives he had had in view. On October 5th, he telegraphed to Churchill, "When I have got the lateral Termoli-Campobasso, I will have to halt my main bodies for a short period and operate in advance of that lateral only with light forces while I get my administration on a sound basis during the period of halt. After the halt, I will advance with my whole strength on Pescara and Ancona. I shall look forward to meeting you in Rome." But it was not until the summer of the following year that the troops of the Eighth Army marched into Pescara and Ancona, at the same time that Montgomery was blasting the vital breach in the walls of Fortress Europe in Normandy, and his meeting with Churchill never took place. For the time being, Montgomery remained in southern Italy, anxiously observing the bad weather which chose that moment to sweep over Termoli and wondering what was happening on the other side of the hill. After the loss of Foggia, the German 1 Parachute Division was left entirely alone in Apulia and was more than fully occupied in stopping the enemy from entering into the mountains. The 29 Panzer Grenadier Division was moving to its aid, but its progress through the broken mountain country was very slow, and for some time Heydrich's division had to fight alone on a front of well nigh 30 miles against the whole of the British 13th Corps. Having captured Foggia, the British Corps advanced in 2 columns against the German divisional front, its 78th Division moving on Termoli via San Severo, and its Canadian 1 Division via Lucera on Vinciatro to the south of Campobasso. On October 1st, it took Serra Capriola on the west bank of the Fortore, and the next day the Canadians broke through the stubbornly defended positions of 4 Parachute Regiment at Motta and pressed on into the mountains. Heydrich had started to withdraw with great skill behind the Biferno when the Termoli disaster occurred, before ever the whole division had reached its new sector. From the outset, Heydrich had regarded Termoli as a vulnerable spot. As a precautionary measure, he had therefore sent ahead a battle group of light infantry, pioneers and artillery under the command of his enterprising adjutant. Then, what Heydrich had feared happened. On the night of 2nd and 3rd October, a British commando, the 2 Special Service Brigade, made a surprise landing, disembarking at the port and capturing the German staff. They then established contact with the 78th Division's bridgehead near the mouth of the Biferno. These evil tidings reached 10th Army headquarters while Field Marshal Kesselring happened to be there. The Field Marshal ordered the immediate withdrawal of the 14 Panzer Grenadier Division from the Volturno sector and launched it against Termoli, with orders to throw the invading forces back into the sea. His primary object was to secure the stability of the Adriatic sector and, of course, at the same time remove this thorn from the flesh of the 1 Parachute Division. Things did not, however, go as he had anticipated. Kesselring wrote, "The orders were issued in good time. I was therefore extremely surprised when between 2200 and 2300 hours, at a time, that is, when I presumed that the division was hastening at full speed towards Termoli, Westphal, my chief of staff, reported that headquarters 10th Army had expressed certain misgivings. These I could not share, and I directed that my orders should be carried out forthwith. As a result of the delay and the arrival of the division in driblets and its subsequent piecemeal commitment into battle, Tenth Army missed the opportunity of achieving a certain success. Nevertheless, the Grenadiers of 16 Division had advanced to the outskirts of Termoli and on October 5th were actually fighting in the town itself. But the next night, the 36th Brigade of 78 Division landed. At the same time, the British threw a Bailey Bridge across the Biferno, and on the morning of October 7th, with superior forces, fell upon the 16 Division, whose role now changed from pursuer to that of pursued. Montgomery followed General Hare's slowly withdrawing 66th Panzer Corps step by step. The time had now come for him to set his lines of communication in order, and he did not feel that he was in a position to pursue the enemy with strong forces until the lines of communication had been improved. Montgomery, of course, did not, on principle, allow himself to become involved in a major engagement unless his supply dumps were fully stocked with everything he required. On this occasion, 8th Army's administrative services had not been able to keep pace with the rapid advance through Calabria and Apulia to the line Termoli-Campobasso. In this respect, Montgomery was not in the same happy position as Clark, who had a supply base of the capacity of Naples in the immediate proximity of his front. Although Montgomery had not lost sight of the Rome line, the diagonal Pescara-Avezzano Rome Road as his tactical objective, he knew that if the Germans decided to stand and fight south of Rome, he would have great difficulty in reaching it. The approach of winter also caused him grave anxiety. Looking back in retrospect, he says, administration had not been able to keep pace with operational planning, and this was now to have serious consequences, for the winter was beginning. Obviously, our difficulties were going to be greatly increased when winter set in because the leg of Italy is essentially ideal defensive country, and when climatic conditions operated in the enemy's favour, it might become almost impregnable. On land, progress would become impossible off the main roads owing to snow and mud. Mountain torrents subject to violent fluctuations would create great bridging difficulties, and flying would be constantly restricted by low cloud and mist. And that, indeed, is exactly what happened. While the battle for Termoli was still in progress, heavy rain began to fall, and by the end of the year, the 8th Army had been reduced to a state of immobility by the snow in the Abruzzi Mountains. Montgomery used the time required for the replenishment of his supplies to regroup his formations. He handed over the coastal sector to 5th Corps, which he reinforced with the newly arrived Indian 8th Division. 13th Corps moved completely into the mountains and, in addition to the Canadian 1 Division, now had under its command the British 5 Division, which was on the Canadian north. At the end of October, General Hare's Panzer Corps was holding the Trigno sector with 16 Panzer Division on the coast, the 29 Panzer Grenadier Division further south, and the 26th Division astride the Vinciaturo-Isernia road. By this time, Montgomery's preparations for the Trigno battle had been completed. General Lees, now in command of 13th Corps, was to deliver a strong attack on the southern flank with the object of engaging General Hare's attention, while 5th Corps proposed to cross the lower reaches of the Trigno, where 78 Division had already established a small bridgehead. To enlarge this and take San Salvo 78 Division launched an attack on October 27th, but despite artillery preparation on the Montgomery scale, the attack failed in the face of the opposition offered by 16 Panzer Division, to whom rain and mud proved valuable allies. The bad weather also led to the postponement of 13th Corps' thrust against the 26th Panzer Division. As there appeared to be no prospect of any improvement in the weather, on the night of 29th and 30th October, General Lees put in the Canadians, who captured Cantalupo 2 days later. Once again, heavy rain caused the resumption of the British offensive in the coastal sector to be postponed until November 2nd. On the night of November 2nd and 3rd, the 78th Division, with strong support from both artillery and the naval guns, again attacked San Salvo, and this time with success. At the same time, the Indian 8th Division attacked 29 Panzer Grenadier Division on either side of Montefalcone, but suffered a severe reverse at the hands of 3 Parachute Regiment. In spite of a desperate stand by 16 Panzer Division, San Salvo was lost on November 4th, and on November 5th the British took Vasto, the Indians Palmoli and Torrebruno, and the Canadians Isernia. These successes were the signal for General Hare to withdraw his forces to the line of the Sangro, the lower reaches of which had been reached by 78 Division on November 8th. Montgomery's right wing was now face to face with the Gustav Line, and now a new Montgomery set-piece began to take shape. Formations were regrouped, artillery of every caliber was brought up, ammunition dumps rose sky-high, and along the roads in the rear areas moved an endless chain of vehicles laden with fuel and munitions. Montgomery was preparing for a decisive victory, the wings of which would carry him to Rome. It seemed as though the German 10th Army was doing its best to help him. It withdrew first the 26th Panzer and then the 29 Panzer Grenadier Divisions to the Via Casilina, where the battle for the Reinhard Line was raging. The 8th Army was left therefore facing only two divisions, the 65 Infantry Division in the Gustav Line on the lower Sangro, and the 1 Parachute Division, which was holding an outpost on the middle and upper Sangro. By the middle of November, both wings of 15 Army Group had reached that bulwark of the German defences, which was to resist its every effort until May of the following year, the Gustav Line. The key to the whole defensive system was Monte Cassino, which in the months to follow drew to itself the best troops that Kesselring and Alexander had to offer. But the Reinhard Line too still remained unbroken, and for the possession of it and of the Rome Line there was to be much hard fighting in the weeks ahead. The high hopes of the Allies had been submerged in a sea of rain and mud. Even Churchill himself had to resign himself and admit that there now remained no hope of marching into Rome this year. On November 12th, the British Prime Minister had left England on board HMS Renown, and at about the same time Roosevelt set sail in the new battleship Iowa. Both were making for Cairo, the first halt on their way to Tehran, where the Big Three were to meet for the first time. In Cairo, Western ideas were to be coordinated in preparation for the Tehran meeting, for it seemed advisable to have ready cut-and-dried proposals to put to Stalin upon the realization of which British and Americans were agreed. Such agreement had by no means existed before Cairo, and the Tehran conference promised to develop into a long tug-of-war between Churchill and Stalin, with Roosevelt as referee. Churchill was not in the least pleased to see Chiang Kai-shek in Cairo, and even the charm of Madame Chiang Kai-shek failed to restore him to good humour. The Generalissimo urged that this fobbing off of China with fine phrases and empty words should now cease, and that his country should be given concrete help at once. In other words, that the Allies should implement their promises, mount Operation Anakim, the invasion of Burma, and get on with the construction of the Burma Road into Yunnan, along which the vital help to China could be sent. Roosevelt listened with a sympathetic ear to these requests and discountenanced Churchill with a firm promise that a blow against the Japanese would be launched in the next few months, probably in March. Churchill regarded this promise as a serious threat to his Mediterranean plans. He could now hardly hope to get back a single assault craft from Admiral Lord Mountbatten, with which to augment Eisenhower's amphibious resources. During 1943 and 1944, the question of landing craft, and in particular of tank landing ships, was one of the most irksome problems facing the Allies. The demands of Overlord, to say nothing of Anakim, had denuded the Mediterranean to an ever-increasing degree, robbed the Allies of the means of exploiting the Italian surrender, and forced Alexander to fight his way painfully up the shaft of the boot in the hope sometime or other of reaching Rome, but with his armies bled white and battle-weary. Landing craft were not required solely for the purpose of turning Kesselring's flanks from the sea and delivering a deadly swipe at his lines of communication. There were other and equally alluring prospects: the Aegean Islands, the Balkan partisans, who, despite the opening of the Adriatic, had been so deplorably left in the lurch, and Turkey, awaiting the chance to open the Narrows and place the Anatolian airfields at the Allies' disposal. In short, the Mediterranean was shouting to high heaven for action and for landing craft. The Americans guessed that Churchill would once again vigorously develop these arguments in Cairo and Tehran in a final endeavour to persuade Roosevelt and his advisers to accept the Mediterranean strategy he advocated. It was their experience that while the Prime Minister gave the most enthusiastic and eloquent approval to Overlord in principle, he steadfastly refused to accept it as a scheduled fact, preferring to believe that German power could be worn down by attrition to the point of collapse, whereupon the Anglo-American forces in the United Kingdom could perform a triumphant march from the Channel to Berlin with no more than a few snipers' bullets to annoy them. On the other hand, Churchill had repeatedly assured them that it had never been his intention to thwart Overlord, and in Tehran he admitted to Stalin, "It is our duty and obligation to use every ounce of our strength against the Germans on the other side of the Channel. Be that as it may, the Americans, except insofar as the strategic bombing offensive was concerned, were not prepared to agree to a war of attrition. They were determined to use Chester Wilmot's phrase, not to outmaneuver Hitler, but to outproduce him, and the only place where it would be possible and advantageous to throw the whole weight of their vast production of armaments into the scale seemed to them to be the plains of France." The US Chiefs of Staff were therefore taken aback when in Cairo, Churchill raised the question whether, after reaching the line Pisa-Rimini, the Allied forces should wheel left against southern France or right into the Balkans. They felt certain that whenever the persistent Prime Minister started talking about roads or veering towards the right from northern Italy, he was resuming the advocacy of strategic diversions in southeastern Europe and away from northern France. They prepared themselves for a battle in Tehran, in which the Americans and Russians would form a united front. Nevertheless, the Americans could see no way of avoiding consulting Stalin as to which of these operations, from the Russian point of view, should be given priority. On the opening day of the Tehran conference, the chair was taken by Roosevelt. He caused no small surprise by speaking of the possibility of landing on the other side of the Adriatic and, with the assistance of the Tito partisans, invading Romania and then thrusting at the rear of the German Eastern Front and linking up with the Russian forces advancing from Odessa. Hopkins, obsessed with the idea of the cross-channel invasion, was horrified by these new ideas expressed by the President and hastily scribbled a note to Admiral King. "Who's promoting that Adriatic idea that the President continually returns to?" To which King replied, "As far as I know, it's his own." Any such ideas were frightening in the extreme to the US Chiefs of Staff, but for Churchill they were grist to his Balkan mill, and to Stalin they were a signal to clear decks for action. From that moment he used every means he could to frustrate any such plans. Welcome though the tying down of strong German forces in Italy was to him, he sensed the danger which from this direction might threaten his own future intentions. But on the question of future operations in Italy, he came into sharp conflict with Churchill. The Prime Minister, in an eloquent speech, painted a rosy picture of the advantages that would accrue from a vigorous exploitation of the situation in the Mediterranean generally, and first and foremost in Italy. Alexander, he said, intended to capture Rome in January, and the operations he envisaged stood a good chance of destroying some 10 German divisions. They might even lead to a miniature Stalingrad, he asserted. With great enthusiasm, he took up Roosevelt's Balkan idea and himself proposed a landing at the head of the Adriatic and a thrust into the strategic centre of Europe, the Viennese basin. Sherwood noted, "He then reverted to the desirability of getting Turkey into the war, as he did over and over again, with a persistence that was both admirable and monotonous." Stalin was not interested in either of these suggestions. It was obvious that he had changed his mind, particularly as regards the entry of Turkey into the war. He repeatedly expressed his conviction that Turkey would not in any circumstances allow herself to be drawn into a war against the Axis partners. This made strange hearing, when it is remembered that in Moscow a few weeks previously he had urged Eden to make renewed representations to Ankara on his way home. But it was not only as regards the Balkans alone, but also as regards Italy, that Stalin raised objections, though his object in both cases was the same, namely, to keep the Western powers out of the Balkans. An Allied landing at the head of the Adriatic threatened to frustrate Russian plans in the Balkans, and to that he was determined to put a stop at all costs. It was for this reason that he strove so persistently to ensure that future operations in Italy should be of a completely secondary nature, and that the spear which the Allies were threatening to hurl against the Balkans should be aimed at southern France instead. Not only did he demand that an Allied landing on the French Riviera should be mounted 2 months before the start of the cross-channel invasion, but went so far as to insist that Alexander should halt his offensive in Italy, give up any idea of capturing Rome, and confine himself to defending what he already held with a force of 10 divisions. The forces that Alexander would then be able to release should be used, he said, for the invasion of southern France. Once again, the Italian campaign constituted the point at issue, and once again, indirectly, the fate of Monte Cassino hung in the balance. It may well be argued that the Trident Conference decisions robbed Eisenhower of the means with which to exploit Mussolini's downfall, achieve a resounding success, and deny Hitler any chance of defending the Italian peninsula, or that it was the failure of the Italian General Staff to fulfill its obligations which led to the abandonment of a landing near Rome, or that it was the lack of shipping resulting from the Quebec lawyers' agreement that prevented Eisenhower from using the long sea flanks and made him decide on the Salerno landing. But in the final analysis, all these decisions and errors of judgment had a vital bearing on the fate of the Monte Cassino monastery. A concatenation of somewhat incomprehensible decisions led ultimately to the bloody battles of St. Benedict's Mount and the destruction of his superb monastery. But had the Western powers agreed to the Russian proposals, it would, ironically enough, have been Stalin of all people who had saved the monastery at the last moment. Had the Western powers agreed to the Russian proposals, it would, ironically enough, have been Stalin of all people who had saved the monastery at the last moment. As it was, the extravagant demands of the Red Dictator went too far, of course. Stalin's proposal was a direct challenge to Churchill, who was not prepared at this juncture, when all England was waiting for the fall of Rome, to abandon an objective for the attainment of which so much British blood had already been shed. Any such thought was quite intolerable, and on this issue he was determined to have his own way. But although he succeeded, it was Stalin who was in reality the ultimate victor. He did not mind very much whether the Western Allies took Rome or not, but he had got what he wanted, an undertaking that they would invade southern France. With plausible military arguments, with well-meaning advice, and with a half-promise that Overlord would be supported by a general offensive on the Eastern Front, he disguised his real intentions and succeeded in diverting the Western powers from the Balkans and the Eastern Mediterranean. Having thus neutralized the potential menace to his plans from Italy and chained the Allies to the anvil, he was quite certain which flag would be hoisted in the Balkan countries once final victory had been achieved. Churchill, however, was by no means content to accept the Tehran decisions of priority for Overlord and Anvil as the major operations for 1944 without further ado. As will later be seen, in the summer of 1944, after the capture of Rome, he again made strenuous efforts to persuade the Americans to wheel right into the Balkans. Although Alexander had been compelled to advance painfully and inch by inch through southern Italy, and although the 15 Army Group took 5 months to burst asunder the hinges of the gateway at Cassino, it was still by no means too late to advance from the capture of Rome to victory in the Balkans. But once again, it was the US Chiefs of Staff, strongly supported this time by Eisenhower, who threw away a chance of victory offered to them on a silver salver. In contrast, Churchill, after the Tehran conference, was more concerned than ever regarding future developments in Italy, as became evident when the British and American leaders met in Cairo to decide the personal appointment changes to the various high commands necessitated by the Tehran decisions. The most important of these was the appointment of a commander-in-chief for Overlord. At the Cairo conference, the US Chiefs of Staff suggested the appointment of a single commander-in-chief, vested with plenipotentiary powers for the whole of the European theatre of war in northwest Europe and the Mediterranean. Among other things, he would have authority to move troops, landing craft and shipping from one theatre to another without, as before, having to obtain the prior sanction of the combined Chiefs of Staff Committee. This proposal failed in the face of strong British opposition. To Churchill, the idea of being deprived of any control in his Mediterranean theatre was quite unacceptable. He therefore strongly advocated that there should be an American commander-in-chief for Overlord, and that a British general should be appointed as overall commander of the whole Mediterranean area, combining, that is, the commands exercised at the time by Eisenhower and Wilson. For a long while, Roosevelt had hesitated between Marshall and Eisenhower as commander-in-chief, overlord. The decision in favor of Eisenhower was taken against the almost impassioned advice of Hopkins and Stimson, against the known preference of both Stalin and Churchill, against his own proclaimed inclination to give George Marshall the historic opportunity he so greatly desired and so richly deserved. How strongly Roosevelt felt that he could not spare his chief of staff is clearly shown by his remark to him, "With you out of the country, I don't think I'd get a single night's sleep." The appointment of Eisenhower necessitated a complete reorganization of command in the Mediterranean theatre to take effect from the 1st of January 1944. From that date, General Sir Henry Maitland Wilson was to take over from Eisenhower and at the same time retain his appointment as Commander-in-Chief, Near East. Tedder was to go to London as Eisenhower's deputy. The Navy had already got a new Commander-in-Chief in Sir John Cunningham, who had taken over from Sir Andrew Cunningham in October, when the latter had been appointed to succeed the late Admiral Pound as First Sea Lord. Tedder's place in the Mediterranean was to be taken by the US General Ira C. Eaker, who until then had been commanding the US 8 Strategic Air Fleet and been responsible for the daylight raids on Germany and the Western occupied territories. His place in England was to be taken by General Doolittle, who was to be succeeded as Commander, 15 Strategic Air Fleet in Italy, by the US General Twining. A new appointment was that of General Spaatz, who was recalled to London to assume overall direction of the whole of the American bomber offensive against Germany and her satellites. Another noteworthy innovation was the placing, with effect from the 5th of December 1943, of Middle East Command RAF under the command of the Allied Commander-in-Chief, who then became responsible for all operations in the Mediterranean, with the exception of the conduct of strategic bombing. For Montgomery, the day of parting had arrived. To command the land forces in the initial phases of Operation Overlord, Churchill, contrary to the expectations and wishes of the Americans, chose not Alexander, but Montgomery. Eisenhower himself, speaking of Alexander, describes him as Britain's most outstanding strategist, a friendly and pleasant type whom the Americans could not help liking. Churchill, of course, knew this, and, with the Mediterranean in his mind's eye, he was hoping to make capital out of the high esteem in which Alexander was held by the Americans. Montgomery, on the other hand, was not nearly so popular with them. They certainly had a high opinion of his capabilities and the successes he had achieved, but they found it hard to stomach the tight rein on which he held his subordinates. Of this, too, Churchill was well aware, particularly as Eisenhower, on appointment as Commander-in-Chief, had let it be known that he would prefer Alexander to Montgomery. But Churchill deliberately left Alexander in Italy, simply because of the affection he enjoyed among Americans. By so doing, he believed he would stand the best chance of gaining the American support which he needed so urgently for the coming offensive against Rome. Churchill was now determined to take matters into his own hands. On the conclusion of the Second Cairo Conference, he hastened to Tunis to coordinate the threads for the final blow against Rome. To him, the eye of the needle was Anzio, just south of the capital, and it was through there that he intended to pass the thread with the object of throttling von Viertenhoff on the Cassino front and placing a deadly halter round the neck of Rome. But it was not until the late spring, after the inferno of Cassino had at last died down, that Alexander was able to pull the threads together. All this, however, was still a long way ahead. At the moment, the Allies were far away on the outskirts of Cassino. Rain and mud made their lives a misery, and the German defenders had no intention of yielding an inch of ground without a fight. Eisenhower puts the daily requirements of a US division in the field at 600 to 700 tons, inclusive of ammunition for heavy artillery and pioneer equipment. Churchill, the Second World War, Volume 5. Soldat bis zum letzten Tag. Montgomery, From El Alamein to the Sangro. Sherwood, The White House Papers of Harry Hopkins, Volume 2. Ebid, The White House Papers of Harry Hopkins. Sherwood, The White House Papers of Harry Hopkins, Volume 2. Chapter 6. German Troops Rescue the Monastery Treasures. Among the officers bending over the maps in the battle headquarters of the Hermann Göring Panzer Division was a middle-aged staff officer, Viennese by birth, named Lieutenant Colonel Julius Schlegel, the commander of the divisional maintenance section. It was October 1943. The division was in Capua, and the Fifth Army onslaught on the Volturno had already begun. The staff conference was concerned not so much with the withdrawal which the division was about to make as with the further conduct of operations, as outlined by Field Marshal Kesselring. General Conrath spoke in considerable detail about the Reinhard Line and in even greater detail about the Gustav Line, then in the initial stages of construction. It was on the latter, the general explained, that the enemy offensive was to be brought to a final halt. The fiercest fighting, he said, was expected to take place in the Liri Valley and on the high ground on either side of it, and he was at pains to make clear to his officers the very great tactical importance of Monte Cassino. At the mention of this latter, Schlegel pricked up his ears. A lover of the arts and a zealous visitor to the museums and galleries of Italy, Schlegel was filled with foreboding at the thought that the decisive action of the coming battle was to be fought at the foot of a mountain which was crowned with an artistic jewel of unique beauty. He knew how easily in the heat of battle all other considerations were swept aside, how little mercy had been shown in this war to civilian property and works of art. He knew that in the air raid on Rome on July 19th, the famous church of San Lorenzo had been severely damaged. He had seen in Sicily whole towns and villages blown out of existence by Allied bombers. Would they hold their hands at Monte Cassino? Would they respect its sanctity and cultural significance? Schlegel did not believe they would. The proximity of the town of Monte Cassino, through which ran the Via Casilina, the road to Rome, was alone enough to make it certain that further air attacks would be made upon it. In that case, how easily a bomb released too early or too late might land on the house of St. Benedict itself. And what of artillery fire? Did not the same apply to that too? German or enemy shells, a little too low in their trajectory, might easily strike the summit of the mountain and discharge their explosive wrath among the architectural beauties and works of art of the monastery. Schlegel himself had been both a gunner and an airman, so he was well qualified to assess the dangers that threatened the venerable abbey. These torturing thoughts gave him no rest. He knew all about the treasures of Monte Cassino, their glory and their immense value. An inner voice urged him to do something about it. But what could he do? Who would give him authority to do anything? What would a court-martial verdict be, if on his own authority he neglected his duty and used men, vehicles, and precious petrol and oil for an enterprise that had no military purpose and was not of the slightest importance to the prosecution of the war? And suppose, after all, that the monastery was not bombed, that the battle took some other course, or that the Allies respected the immunity of the monastery. What then? No one would be able to defend his actions, and things would go badly with him. Yet the small inner voice persisted. You must do it. He remembered the bishop's palace in Monte Cassino town, which had been destroyed by bombs, and the Serpentina road winding up the mountain from town to monastery, which was also disfigured by a number of gaping craters. The war was indeed creeping closer and closer. The 14th of October saw Schlegel in his car, with a South Tyrolean to act as interpreter, on his way to call on the bishop and abbot of the monastery. The Lord Bishop and Abbot of Monte Cassino, Gregorio di Amare, a venerable old gentleman of 80, was waiting for me in the reception hall. With modest dignity, humbly, yet with an air of awareness of his high office as the successor of St. Benedict, he advanced to meet me. There was nothing either of the aesthete or of the Lord and Master about him. Very simply, he exuded infinite goodness. That was the first impression I got, an impression of the innate sanctity of the man, which shone through his eyes as the salient characteristic of his personality, and which seemed to envelop his whole person like a cloak of soft and silken material. These are the words with which Schlegel describes his first glimpse of the Lord Bishop. Schlegel found it by no means easy to persuade him that the monastery was in grave danger. He simply would not believe that any such danger existed, or that the Allies would not show the same consideration for the disciples of St. Benedict as had been accorded to them by the Germans. German troops had, of course, been permitted to visit the monastery, but without arms, and escorted always by one of the monks. In things of this sort, Kesselring would tolerate no nonsense. Up till now there had been no incidents of any kind, and it was obvious that the German troops had received very strict and detailed orders. The very fact that the bishop had offered asylum to thousands of Italian civilians and that no attempt had been made to evacuate the monastery is in itself eloquent proof of the absolute conviction of the people of Monte Cassino, clergy and laity alike, that the monastery was in no danger of succumbing under the hammer blows of war. It is true that war had left its scars on the town below, which had suffered considerable damage. But then the town was in an important defile, easy to block, through which flowed all the German reinforcements and supplies to the Volturno front. Schlegel set about the task of explaining to the bishop as gently as he could that he was making a grave mistake if he thought that the monastery could not possibly be endangered. He was at pains to try and shake the venerable old gentleman's misplaced confidence, without going too bluntly into details. For one thing, he had to be extremely careful not to give any hint of the German High Command's intention of fighting the main defensive battle on the Rapido-Garigliano line, or to suggest in any way that the forward Cassino position would only be held for a limited period. Cautiously he developed his arguments, and in this he was greatly helped by Father Emanuel Munding, a German monk who had been seconded for 5 years from his own monastery to Monte Cassino and who had accompanied the bishop as interpreter. When Schlegel pointed out that bombs had already fallen close to the monastery, the bishop had replied that the airmen would never deliberately destroy it. But, said Schlegel, it was quite possible that stray bombs might fall and cause incalculable havoc among the refugees and the treasures. To this, the bishop retorted that the monastery did not contain as many treasures as the German colonel seemed to think. It was obvious that he did not quite trust Schlegel, and suspected that the Germans were trying to get hold of the works of art and, perhaps, take them off to Germany. Allied propaganda may well have been partly responsible for thus awakening the old gentleman's suspicions. Don Mauro, the librarian who had joined the conference, regarded the uninvited guest with even more suspicion. His thoughts, too, were running along the same lines, and to him Schlegel was suspiciously like the fairy tale wolf in sheep's clothing. But he could not refuse when the bishop gave Schlegel permission to visit the library. There the German colonel had his first glimpse of the priceless treasures which for centuries had been housed and cherished within the walls of Monte Cassino, and the most valuable portions of which he and his troops were destined to rescue and preserve for posterity. Here, in the archives section, slumbered the old parchments, codices and incunabula which set forth in toto the great story of the monastery. Schlegel was enthralled, and Don Mauro became very much more approachable when he saw the obviously genuine interest his visitor was displaying. This first visit to the bishop did not, however, accomplish very much and certainly did not come up to Schlegel's expectations. There was no doubt that he had failed to shake the bishop's confidence, who simply refused to believe that any harm could come to the house of St. Benedict. This, after all, was the 20th century. He was living among civilized people, not wild barbarians like the Goths and Saracens of old. But one thing Schlegel had achieved: he had won the confidence of Father Emanuel. Speaking to him in German, he had been able to give a few concrete hints, and as he took his leave, the German monk asked him to come again and to warn them if it became dangerous to delay. This Schlegel promised to do, and at the same time he asked Father Emanuel in the meanwhile to have another talk with the bishop and try to make him understand the very real dangers threatening the monastery. Schlegel wasted no time. The very next day he again called on the bishop. This time, in addition to Father Emanuel and Don Mauro, the prior of the monastery, a man of striking appearance with the head of a scholar was also present. The atmosphere was already more cordial, and Schlegel's first visit had obviously had some effect. Above all, it was Father Emanuel and the prior who gave Schlegel the courage to put his point of view more urgently. The bishop's confidence obviously began to waver as the German colonel painted the picture of the military situation in somber colours and suggested that he should drive a representative of the monastery to the Vatican to request the help of the Pope. But Gregorio di Amare retorted that little help could be expected from that quarter. Had he, Schlegel wondered, been in touch with Rome in the meanwhile? Or had he, after all, realised the danger? Schlegel decided to speak more plainly. Although he did not specifically mention the imminent struggle for the Gustav Line, he gave his listeners to understand that Monte Cassino might well become the focal point of the battle if the Allies used the sea flank and effected a landing in its vicinity. That settled the issue. The bishop, who up till then had been so full of confidence, was now suddenly shocked and filled with trembling anxiety. Schlegel hastened to offer his help, although he had not the slightest idea how he would be able to implement his promise. Had he perhaps bitten off more than he could chew? How would he be able to transport this mass of treasures to safety? He possessed neither the vehicles nor the inexhaustible supply of petrol that would be required. Without the concurrence of General Conrath, he could hardly embark on so large and important an enterprise. In these circumstances, to act too hastily, he felt, would be unwise. He therefore advised the bishop to call his monks together in conference. He, Schlegel, would return in 2 days' time to learn their decision. As he was leaving, Father Emmanuel begged him to keep his promise and return. He himself would do all he could to persuade the monks to Schlegel's way of thinking. Meanwhile, the Fifth Army had crossed the Volturno and were approaching Cassino in their advance on Rome. General Clark's success had certainly influenced the monks' conference, for when Schlegel returned 2 days later, the die had already been cast. The bishop had decided that not only would he grasp the helping hand that Schlegel had offered, but he would also ask Schlegel to take the house of St. Benedict under his wing. For his part, he promised to assist in the rescue work with every means at his disposal. Schlegel's first suggestion was that a lorry, which he promised to send the same day, should be loaded with such articles as the bishop chose and, accompanied by 2 monks, should then be driven to Rome. After the lorry had been unloaded, the 2 monks should give the driver a receipt, which he, Schlegel, would then bring to the bishop. Gregorio di Amare gratefully accepted the suggestion, and when Schlegel handed him the receipt the next day, the ice was finally broken. Now all the bishop's misgivings had been dissipated. He urged Schlegel to get on with the work as quickly as possible and assured him that any orders he chose to give would be faithfully observed by the monastery. Schlegel, however, to whose tact and moderation all concerned paid tribute, did not avail himself of this right to give orders. Before taking any action, he always consulted the bishop or his immediate advisers. Colonel Schlegel had taken upon himself a heavy responsibility. When he had made his initial offer of help, he certainly had no means of forming a clear idea of what the offer involved, and he most certainly had not realized that 120 lorry loads would barely suffice to move even the more valuable treasures of the monastery. There was another point. Rome was nearly 100 long miles away, and the skies between belonged to the other side. Could he be sure that enemy fighter bombers would not dive down on the lorries and destroy them and their priceless contents at a time, too, when the question of whether or not the Allies might, after all, spare the monastery itself was still very much in the hands of the gods? These were indeed anxious days for the enterprising Schlegel, particularly as none of his superiors knew anything of the arrangements he had made. Even General Conrath had no idea of what was going on at Monte Cassino, and Conrath was a most rigid disciplinarian. Now Schlegel found himself confronted with an obstacle which at first sight seemed insuperable: the vast number of refugees to whom the bishop, faithful to the tenets of Benedictine hospitality, had given asylum, even to the extent of feeding them from monastery resources. In the courtyards, the apartments of the college and the seminary, which were separated from the rest of the convent by a wall, were something like 1,100 people, among them whole families who had brought their goods and chattels with them. The monks had closed their gates to no one, although the monastery was not in any way equipped to cope with such a mass of people. These refugees were now very much in the way. They had, Schlegel felt, to be moved, and for 2 reasons. Firstly, for their own safety, and secondly, because it would be asking for trouble to attempt to move in the presence of such a concourse the valuable articles of gold and silver work, the intrinsic value of which alone was very great indeed. He realized, of course, that the bishop could not turn them out without further ado, so he had no option but to resort to a subterfuge. He called all the refugees together in one of the courtyards and told them that he was well aware of the many things lacking for their comfort in the monastery. But, he said, to befoul the abbey in the way they had done, and not only the courtyards but all the rooms as well, was a poor way of showing their gratitude for the monks' hospitality. Apart from that, he continued, in view of the inadequate sanitary arrangements, there was a very grave risk of serious epidemic. He called upon them, therefore, to set to at once and clean the whole place properly. This, of course, was not to the liking of his audience, and what Schlegel hoped for actually happened. Most of the refugees packed up and departed. Whether they were prompted by the fear of possible epidemic, whether they were simply lacking in any elementary sense of sanitation, or whether they were simply work-shy, was of no importance. They had gone, and the small handful that remained were respectable people, with a proper appreciation of cleanliness. Later, they were to be of great assistance in packing and loading the treasures, and not one single article was stolen by them. At first, the lorries which Schlegel sent were loaded indiscriminately. As with the first consignment, each convoy was accompanied by 2 monks, who then remained in Rome, but faithfully sent back the receipts notifying safe arrival. The monks were very impressed by the orderly and reliable manner in which everything was done, and were highly appreciative of the organizational ability displayed by the Germans. Now that all was going so well, they urged that the archives and library, the pride of the monastery, should also be conveyed to safety. This was easier said than done. Certain preparatory measures had to be taken, which Schlegel already had in hand. The valuable parchments and ancient documents could not be just dumped naked into a lorry, for they could so easily have been damaged by the bumping and friction inevitable during the long journey. Packing cases, obviously, were essential. Schlegel was not defeated. In the monastery, he set up a complete packing case factory. The wood he obtained from a small factory he had found between Cassino and Teano. The necessary tools and a team of carpenters were provided by his own maintenance section. Any further assistance he required he recruited from the civilians who had remained in the monastery. With the bishop he arranged for the monastery to provide them with food, and from his own quartermaster's stores he managed to get them a small daily ration of cigarettes. These little benefits acted as a great spur to the Italian helpers, and in a few days his factory had turned out some hundreds of packing cases. In addition, he had to find wrappings for the pictures and a number of special chests for the more valuable articles. Everything now was running like clockwork. As soon as a case was ready, off it went either to the archives or to the library, to be filled with valuables and loaded on the lorries waiting in the courtyard. As soon as a lorry was fully laden, it set off for Rome. Even so, Schlegel felt he would be able to save only a fraction of the books and archives. As time passed, however, and there seemed to be good prospects of moving the less valuable contents, he found that the supply of packing cases was not keeping pace with the demand, and many volumes of manuscript had to be loaded, wrapped simply in protective cloth. All nevertheless reached their destination undamaged. Schlegel wrote, "In this way, something like 70,000 volumes were safely transported from the archives and the library. The original documents, some 1,200 in all, many of them hundreds of years old, of priceless historical value, and bearing the seals of Robert Guiscard, Roger of Sicily, and many distinguished popes and rulers, were brought to a place of safety." But this was by no means the end of Schlegel's labours. There were still masses of things of inestimable value waiting to be carried to safety. Schlegel did his best to ensure that every lorry was fully laden and that every nook and cranny in it had been used to the full. He had to ensure that there was no wasteful use of this transport which, in the ultimate analysis, he had withdrawn from the front, and a front which, since Sicily, had been shouting for lorries and fuel. Thus, together with all the other treasures of gold, silver, books and documents, room was found, among many other things, for a collection of fine paintings. Often the necessary packing was lacking, and he had no option but to place the pictures face to face or with such protective material between them as he could lay his hands on. The lorries were driven by specially selected men on whom the priceless value of their cargoes had been impressed. To avoid possible loss through air attack, they had strict orders to maintain an interval of at least 300 yards between lorries, and in actual fact, not a single lorry was hit. A fine record when it is remembered that there were in all 120 lorry loads, packed with treasures, monks, nuns, and orphaned children. Only once was there a narrow escape, when some outside lorry squeezed in between two of Schlegel's lorries and was promptly caught by a burst of machine gun fire. Schlegel's lorries escaped unscathed. So far, all had gone well. Innumerable loads had already reached their destination safely. No one had interfered with the good work, and all was going according to plan. Then, in a flash, the whole situation changed and disaster threatened. An Allied broadcasting station suddenly announced, "The Hermann Goering Panzer Division is busily engaged in looting the monastery of Monte Cassino." That was a bad business. Now the whole thing would be blazoned abroad, albeit in a distorted form. No one paused to ask whether the statement was true, or whether perhaps the Germans were acting with the consent of the monks. Without further ado, everyone believed what the enemy propaganda told them. German troops had disturbed the peace of the monastery and were looting its contents. A formation had been mentioned by name, so you could bet on it, people said, that the divisional commander had had a hand in the game as well. Potent poison indeed for the witch's broth in the propaganda kitchen. Schlegel found himself in a most unenviable position. It certainly seemed as though things had gone beyond his control. Initially, he had sent one lorry, then a few more, and only thereafter, at the urgent request of the bishop, had he organized column after column. From the military point of view, he had, of course, far exceeded his authority. How could he justify having given priority over his important military duties to private possessions, however valuable, and what right had he to employ German troops for a purpose which had nothing whatsoever to do with the prosecution of the war? For days on end he had been busily at work, without even having told his general what he was about. The latter would be furious when he heard about it, nor was he likely to confine himself merely to an expression of his fury. Unauthorized use of lorries and petrol, obviously a case for a court-martial, and the verdict could hardly be anything but guilty. Now the bombshell had burst. The division had been mentioned by name. He was in for a rough passage. Even though his conscience was clear as far as the looting was concerned, the first unpleasant repercussions were not long in coming. A staff colonel from up top arrived, charged with the job of investigating the truth of the Allied allegations and taking such steps as he deemed necessary. What he saw on arrival seemed at first sight to justify the Allied accusations. The courtyard of the monastery was full of German soldiers, busily engaged in loading up German lorries. The staff colonel questioned Schlegel closely. Was he acting under orders? Had the matter been reported to the commander-in-chief south, who had provided the lorries and fatigue parties? Had the bishop specifically asked for German help? And finally, was he, Schlegel, anything of an art expert? Under this bombardment of questions, Schlegel took evasive action and did not, perhaps, adhere very rigidly to the truth. But his answers at least satisfied the staff officer on the major issue, the charge of looting. And he also appreciated the point when Schlegel stressed the need for immediate action if the treasures were to be saved from the disaster that threatened them. It so happened that while they were talking, a fresh air raid descended upon the town of Cassino, pointedly underlining the cogency of Schlegel's arguments. The staff colonel took another swift look round the basilica and departed, without, however, interrupting the salvage work or ordering that it should cease. Scarcely had he left than a posse of military police arrived. Now the fat was properly in the fire. 20 men under the command of an officer entered the monastery at the double. Schlegel asked them what had brought them there, to which the officer replied that he had been ordered by the commander-in-chief south to find out whether the monastery was being looted, and if so, to arrest those responsible. Schlegel referred him to the monks, who of course told him the truth about what was happening. He had therefore no option but to express his regret and depart. Leccizotti, who, incidentally, is full of praise for the tactful way in which Schlegel had conducted the whole affair, referring to this incident, says that Schlegel stood no nonsense and peremptorily turned an SS group out of the monastery when they intruded in search of prey and booty. Good Dom Tomasco Leccisotti was a witness of this scene, but as he spoke no German, he did not know what passed between Schlegel and the military police officer. When the military police departed, he presumed that Schlegel had sent them about their business. He could not imagine that they had hastened up the mountain to protect the monastery, but imputed more sinister motives. And since Allied propaganda had always depicted the SS as the arch-perpetrators of looting and murder, he jumped to conclusions and turned perfectly honest military police into marauding SS men. I never had occasion to throw SS men out of the monastery since none ever intruded, wrote Schlegel in a letter to the author. It is interesting to note what a great influence Allied propaganda had on the monks. On the other hand, it must be remembered that Leccisotti wrote his book immediately after the war, before the events of it had had time to fall into perspective. In view of what had happened, Schlegel felt that he could no longer delay reporting to the divisional commander. It was high time to inform General Conrath before the story reached him from some third party. Schlegel was very uneasy about the outcome. He did not quite know how he could justify his high-handed action or whether he would be able to enlist the general's sympathy for the salvage work he had undertaken. It was Lieutenant Colonel Bobrovsky, the DQMG of the Hermann Goering Division, who proved to be a friend in need. He and Schlegel were intimate friends, and Bobrovsky himself was persona grata with General Conrath, and might well succeed in acting as mediator between Schlegel and the general. When Schlegel and Bobrovsky reported to him, General Conrath had heard nothing of the Allied broadcast. Vividly, the two officers described the importance of the monastery and its treasures, which Schlegel had begun to bring to safety. Admittedly, they were careful to avoid telling the general at once how much had already been done. Better, they thought, to break it to him gently. There were all those lorries and the petrol and the fatigues, and well better play for safety. To their great relief, the general did not turn out to be the wild man that Schlegel's guilty conscience had expected. Very much the reverse. Not only did he unreservedly approve everything that Schlegel had done, and order him to carry on, but he also directed that further means should be placed at his disposal. This was indeed a great triumph. Relieved of his burdensome responsibility, Schlegel could now extend his activities and do everything the bishop and monks had begged him to do. But time pressed. The Fifth Army was advancing. Very soon Cassino would be involved in the turmoil of battle, and disaster might come to the monastery overnight, and by no means all the movable treasures had already been removed. It was then that Schlegel came across a new treasure trove, the existence of which the bishop had kept hidden from him. Among the refugees, he had noticed two men dressed in the grey uniforms of Italy's Corps of Museum attendants. One day he questioned them and learnt to his surprise that they were indeed members of that corps and were on duty as such in the monastery. But there was no museum there, Schlegel argued, and surely the monks themselves were the guardians of their own treasures? True, replied the men, but there was also a very great secret which they could not divulge. With the aid of a little persuasion and a few cigarettes, the secret diminished in stature. Bit by bit, the men lifted the veil. The monastery, it seemed, had a proper picture gallery containing priceless paintings by all the most famous Italian masters. The details of how this unique collection had come to the monastery, Schlegel now learnt from the two attendants and Father Emmanuel. In Naples, an art exhibition had been organised, for which all the most important galleries in Italy had loaned their masterpieces. This was just before the war came to the mainland itself. When Naples was hit by the first air raid, the exhibits were packed up and, at the request of the Italian government, sent to the monastery for safe custody. The bishop had remained silent about these masterpieces because he had felt that he had no authority to take any decision as to what should be done with them. He had been by no means eager to accept the responsibility of being the custodian of such treasures in the first instance, but since the monastery was in receipt of an annual grant from the government for the upkeep of its archives, which, since 1868, had become the property of the government and not of the monastery, he felt that he could hardly refuse. For Schlegel, the question now was should he undertake to transport these pictures too, which in reality had nothing to do with the monastery. He would be taking a big risk if he did. They might so easily be damaged or destroyed in transit. and at the back of his mind was always the thought that the monastery after all might not be bombarded at all. What then if it remained unscathed and some of these irreplaceable treasures were destroyed in transit as a result of his own over-hasty action? In spite of his misgivings, he decided to risk it, but again, where should he take them? The paintings were the property of the Italian state and could not, like the treasures of the monastery, be taken to the Vatican. Obviously, there would have to be consultations with some state officials, but with whom? Mussolini had been back in office a bare month. The machinery of his new regime was still all too inadequate and was in any case far too busy with other worries to bother about the safety of an exhibition of paintings. In the end, he decided to take the paintings to a castle in Spoleto, in which his maintenance section had established a store depot under military guard. There they would at least be well guarded. His lorries were still busy, carrying the contents of the monastery archives to Rome. Each lorry was still being accompanied by 2 monks and was being unloaded in San Paolo or San Anselmo, the seat of the supreme head of the Benedictine order. There were a large number of mass vessels, each one of which was a masterpiece of the goldsmith's art, and of reliquaries that were of great importance to the whole Catholic world. There was also an old worm-eaten cross, so large that it could only be carried diagonally across a lorry. This venerable crucifix, which was of the 13th century Siena school, could not be left behind. There were numerous other treasures, ornate mass vestments, antique holy books, valuable paintings, the rich carpets from the church, 5 gold lamps from the sacrament altar, and many other things besides. With complete confidence, the monks gave into the safe keeping of the German troops the earthly remains of the holy saints of Cassino, of Desiderius, of Bertharius, who was put to death by the Saracens in the 8th century, and others. With solemn ceremony, the greatest treasure of all, one of the greatest holy relics of the Catholic world, the reliquary of St. Benedict himself, was handed over. With infinite care, it was lowered into a specially constructed case, and monks and soldiers alike stood respectfully by, while the bishop blessed it before it set out for Rome. For the old bishop himself, it was a bitter moment, filled with the painful thought that now at last the house of St. Benedict was no more. For 30 years, the 297th successor of the Patriarch had ruled in peace over the monastery. But now the founder of the order had forsaken it, and his protecting hand had been taken away from the monastery. By the beginning of November, Schlegel's task was nearing completion. From Monte Cassino, the noise of battle was already audible. The time had come to leave the monastery hill. When the bishop heard from Rome that the reliquary of St. Benedict had arrived safely, he told Schlegel, "You have earned our undying thanks," and he pressed him to say how he could give some concrete expression to his gratitude. But all that Schlegel modestly asked was that the bishop should hold a mass for him and his men. The mass, attended by all the remaining monks and the German soldiers engaged on the rescue work, was an impressive ceremony. The bishop himself conducted the service, visibly moved, as though he realized that this was the last mass he would celebrate in the superb basilica. After the service, the bishop beckoned to Schlegel to come to the high altar and there, with many expressions of gratitude, handed him a parchment manuscript, drawn up in the style of the ancient codices and embellished with the seal of Monte Cassino on an orange tassel, the text of which read, "In nomine Domini nostri Jesu Christi illustri ac dilecto viro tribuno militum, Julio Schlegel, qui servandis monachis, rebusque sacri coenobi cassinensis amico animo solerti studio ac labore operam dederit, ex corde gratias agentes, fausta quaeque adeo suppliciter cassinenses ad precantur Monte Cassini calendae Novembris 1943, Gregorius Diamare, Episcopus et Abbas Monte Cassini." These men had not only saved the world-famous collection of books, the priceless archives, reliquaries, and sacred vessels from destruction. They had also saved the lives of monks, nuns, and orphaned children, and had brought to a place of safety the masterpieces of the Naples art exhibition. Among these were 3 Titians, 2 Raphaels, some Tintorettos, Ghirlandaio's, Bruegel's, and many others besides. Of the works of Leonardo da Vinci, only a few have been preserved for posterity. His leader was saved by Schlegel's men, and has long since been restored to its rightful place in Naples. And it is these same men that the world has to thank for the preservation of vases and sculptures from ancient Pompeii. Thanks to them, these fine examples of Roman art escaped the bombs of February 15th and still grace the museums of the world. On November 3rd, the work came to an end. Schlegel offered to take the bishop to Rome in his car, but the latter refused, saying that he could not desert his diocese now in its moment of dire peril. The bishop was also bishop of the diocese of Monte Cassino, the Terra Sancti Benedicti. So this venerable man, who had ruled over the monastery since 1912, remained there with 5 of his own priests, 1 priest of the diocesan administration, and 5 monks. They remained at their posts to the bitter end, and they all came out of the inferno of February 15th alive. The time had now come for Schlegel, too, to say goodbye. On November 3rd, he left the place which owed so much to his endeavours, taking the aged prior and Father Emmanuel with him. While the last cases were being hastily packed in Monte Cassino, negotiations were being conducted between the Italian Ministry of Education, the Vatican, and the Commander-in-Chief, South, regarding the handing over of the treasures stored in Spoleto. Kesselring suggested that the archives and the pictures from the Naples exhibition should be transferred to the neutral territory of the Vatican, and that the Cassino monks who had previously had charge of them should go with them. In this way, thanks to Kesselring, all these great treasures were finally brought to rest in a place of absolute safety. On the evening of December 8th, the last lorry loads from Spoleto were safely delivered in Rome. In the presence of the German town commandant, high officials of the Curia and the Italian state, they were formally handed over, and the Bishop of San Paolo thanked the German authorities, and in particular Lieutenant Colonel Schlegel, for what they had done. The manner in which these treasures had been brought to safety was an act of exemplary military discipline and civic consideration. The German soldier had shown that he was capable not only of fighting cleanly against his enemies, but also, when appealed to, of doing what he could to help his fellow men. Rarely, if ever before, in the annals of war, can troops have been diverted from their lawful occasions, or an officer have disinterestedly risked severe punishment in a more worthy cause. Nevertheless, it was a long time before the world condescended to recognize and pay tribute to the work that had been done. It was not until Schlegel's articles appeared, supported by irrefutable proofs in the form of documents, photographs, and letters of gratitude, that public interest was aroused, and then, at last, the truth, for so long buried beneath a mass of lies, distortions, and calumnies, began slowly to emerge. In a series of press articles, The Times published an article by Schlegel on the 8th of November 1951 and lectures by Schlegel himself. The truth about Cassino and the behaviour of the German troops became known throughout the world. It was certainly high time that those malicious tongues should be silenced which, during and after the war, had deliberately and completely misrepresented and distorted the facts about Monte Cassino. Wartime propaganda is about as dirty a business as there is, and it is therefore no wonder that it seized upon Monte Cassino with eager avidity. Its object, of course, was to expunge the devastating effect that the destruction of the monastery had had on world opinion. The poison pens of the propagandists were by no means content with merely declaring that the Germans had misused the monastery for military purposes. They went a step further and asserted that Kesselring's troops had occupied and plundered the place with the thoroughness of the Huns of old. There must have been a number of guilty consciences, for it was not only the press and radio which broadcast these untruths to the world. Allied military historians joined in the witch hunt. Norman Macmillan, the chronicler of the Royal Air Force, says, "German propaganda asserts that the treasures of the monastery were saved and handed over to the Vatican authorities. But one statue was stolen from the altar and handed over to Goering, and of the 187 cases taken from the monastery, 15 were later missing, and a number of other valuable articles were stolen." The same tune was played by the director of the Naples Museum, who, in a broadcast in October 1943, trumpeted that the Naples collection of paintings taken for safety to Monte Cassino was now being looted by the German barbarians. Yet he is the one man above all others who can testify that not one of the paintings fell into unlawful hands and that all had been returned to adorn the galleries from which they had been loaned to Naples. But what, one may well ask, would have happened to these jewels of European culture had not the Germans saved them from the bombs that descended on their asylum? It was, however, not only our enemies, but also some of our own people who slung mud at the rescuers of the casino treasures. Some boast that it was thanks to them alone that they had not been smuggled into Germany. Others pointed the finger of scorn at the looters and joined the ranks of those who libelled the defenders of Cassino. In the notorious London district cage, the interrogation camp for German war criminals, officers of the 1 Parachute Regiment were accused by their own countrymen of having looted Monte Cassino. These calumnies continued until Field Marshal Alexander himself intervened and asserted that the casino treasures had been rescued and not looted by German troops. The monks themselves had, of course, from the very outset borne witness to Schlegel's good work, and when he revisited the monastery for the first time in 1952, he was given an enthusiastic welcome. In Rome, too, he was received as an honoured guest by the head of the Benedictine order. It sounds like a malicious joke that this man who had done such splendid work should have been kept under lock and key for 7 months as a suspected war criminal. Nor is that the end of the story. For years on end, his property and possessions remained sequestrated, and a communist of all people settled comfortably into Schlegel's house. Thus we see a representative of the very power, which we with justice regard as the arch-enemy of our European civilization, throwing out of his own home the man who saved some of the most cherished emblems of our Western culture. An injustice of this nature is food for thought. It is a symbol of how far this continent of ours is from achieving any semblance of solidarity. Surely it is time we realize that without Western solidarity, our civilization stands in grave danger of destruction, and it is perhaps not too much to hope that the tragedy of Monte Cassino will remain as a warning of this danger, and a mute appeal on behalf of reconciliation and peace. This chapter is based on a series of articles written by Lieutenant Colonel Julius Schlegel, the initiator and organizer of the operation, which appeared in Die Österreichische Furche, numbers 45 to 50, 1951, and which Colonel Schlegel placed at the author's disposal, and also on the article Der Untergang von Monte Cassino by Father Emanuel Munding, in Die Österreichische Furche, La Distruzione di Monte Cassino. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, to the illustrious and beloved tribune Julius Schlegel, who saved the monks and possessions of the holy monastery of Monte Cassino, these monks of Cassino give their heartfelt thanks and pray to God for his future well-being. Monte Cassino. In the month of November 1943, Gregorius Diamare, Bishop and Abbot of Monte Cassino. The Royal Air Force in the World War, Volume 3. Chapter 7. Monte Cassino, the Prologue. On November 8th, while the US Fifth Army was assaulting the Reinhard Line, Alexander, at a conference at his headquarters, accepted Montgomery's plan for a breakthrough on the Adriatic sector. While the Fifth Army maintained its strong pressure on its own front, Montgomery intended to drive a deep wedge into the northern sector of the Gustav Line on a narrow front, break through to the Rome Line and onto Pescara and Chieti. From there he proposed to wheel left along the Via Tiburtina, highway number 5, to Avezzano, in rear of the Cassino front, and threaten and perhaps capture Rome itself. Clark, meanwhile, would advance in the general direction of Frosinone, an important road junction some 30 miles behind the Gustav Line. Montgomery proposed launching his attack on November 20th, but heavy rain, which brought snow in the Abruzzi Mountains, forced him to postpone the operation repeatedly, until at the end of the month the weather god relented and the Eighth Army was able to advance. It was nevertheless doubtful whether at this season of the year the favourable weather would last very long. This uncertainty had a very direct influence on Montgomery's plan, and his insistence on secure lines of supply greatly curtailed the scope of his operations. He himself says, "The weather forced me to adopt a policy of advancing by short methodical stages, between which communications could be established and demolitions and obstacles overcome." The attack against the Lower Sangro was to be delivered by 5th Corps. The 78 and the Indian 8 Division were given the task of breaking into the Gustav Line on a narrow front and gaining possession of the Sangro Heights. The focal points in this first phase would be the attack on the strongly fortified strongpoints of Montecassino and Fossa Sesia. The second objective allotted to these divisions was the line Ortona-Lanciano, and their final objective was Pescara. On the Corps' left flank was the New Zealand 2 Division, which had arrived in October. Its task was to thrust towards Orsonia and Guardiagrele, drive back the right wing of the German 65 Infantry Division, and then break through to Chieti and advance on Avezzano. As a subsidiary part of the plan, the 13th Corps was ordered to attack Alfadena and Castel del Sangro with the object of drawing and pinning down enemy forces, before the main attack on the Lower Sangro was delivered. Between the 9th and 15th of November, 78 Division had succeeded in establishing a narrow bridgehead across the Lower Sangro, which by the 24th of November had enlarged to a width of some 5.5 miles and a depth of 1.5 miles. About the middle of the month, 12th Corps, on the left flank, delivered its subsidiary attack, capturing Alfadena on November 24th and holding it against numerous counterattacks. By this time, 4 armoured brigade had got about 100 tanks across the river and installed them in 78 Division's bridgehead, into which the leading elements of the Indian 8 Division's attack now also moved. During the next few days, the weather cleared, and Montgomery fixed November 28th for the launching of the main attack. 9 regiments of light and 3 of medium artillery had been concentrated on the Lower Sangro, and Conningham's bombers and fighters were standing ready to go into action. As has been already mentioned, the defence of the Adriatic sector of the Gustav Line had been entrusted to the 65 Infantry Division. It was a newly raised division, equipped with horse-drawn transport and devoid of any experience of major operations. From the Great Maella Massif to the coast, it had a front of well over 15 miles to defend. The right and middle sectors were in a good state of defence, but the coastal sector was less well found. Here the position was not organised in any great depth, and there were gaps in it which afforded excellent observation posts both up and down the river. 2 days before the start of the British offensive, Field Marshal Kesselring had visited the division and had been very worried about this weakness on its left flank. By that time, however, it was too late to hand over the sector to the experienced 1 Parachute Division, as it had been the Field Marshal's intention to do. The 20 Panzer Division, which was in position behind Zeilberg's 65 Division, was also not yet available. General von Zeilberg, however, was full of confidence about the future, but unfortunately the very first day of the battle was to show that his optimism had been misplaced. On November 27th, Air Marshal Conyngham delivered his first air attack and gave 65 Division a severe hammering. His principal targets were the fortified localities and the artillery positions. All day long the inferno continued, giving Zeilberg's troops their first taste of Montgomery's eggs. The next day the air attack was resumed, supported this time by an artillery bombardment of a ferocity that these German troops had never experienced in their lives and left them breathless. At 9:30 p.m. the first wave of the assault went in. The Indians captured Montecassino in their initial onslaught, but were driven out again by a counterattack. During the night they once again captured the village and held it. The 78 Division broke into the German position at Fossa Sesia, and by the morning of November 29th, the New Zealanders had established a strong bridgehead northwest of the Sangro. The 78 Division mopped up Fossa Sesia and was then ordered to advance on San Vito. By the evening of November 30th, the 5th Corps had reached the first of its objectives, and the whole hogsback of the Sangro Heights was in British hands. The German 65 Division had been completely shattered. More than 1,000 of its men had been taken prisoner. General von Zeilberg and the officer commanding the regiment on its left flank had both been severely wounded in the opening stages and had taken no further part in the battle. A huge gap had been blown in the German line, and the way to Pescara lay open. Montgomery does not appear to have realised the chance that was being offered to him. In any case, he did not grasp it. He contented himself with ordering the 78th Division and the 4 Armoured Brigade to attack and capture San Vito and to send light forces towards Ortona. When the 8th Army commander spoke of light forces, it was a sure sign that he had turned his attention from the front to his lines of communication. 2 divisions had burst open the door to Pescara, and only the New Zealanders had as yet failed to reach their objectives, Orsonia and Guardiagrele. Yet, before even thinking of exploiting these unexpectedly great initial successes, Montgomery first ordered that bridges be built across the Sangro, and then that the badly damaged roads be repaired and made passable for his supply columns, and by the time these tasks had been completed, it was too late. In the meanwhile, the countermeasures taken by 10th Army and the Commander-in-Chief South were in full swing. On November 29th, the trusty 29 Panzer Division was withdrawn from its position in the Reinhard Line, where all was momentarily quiet, and put into the Adriatic sector. Despite the heavy attacks delivered against it as it hastened along the steep mountain roads, the division's leading elements went into action against the Indian 8th Division on November 30th, and drove the leading Gurkha battalion of the 17 Brigade back to Mozzagrogna. In this way, the Germans were able to establish a strong position on the line Lanciano-Guardiagrele, which for weeks held the New Zealanders at bay. A second barrier, held by the 90 Panzer Grenadier Division, which had reached the front from Sardinia via Corsica, was thrust forward in the coastal sector. It was only with considerable hesitation that the OKW had released the division, which had been in the Venice area and was being retained by Führer headquarters as a general reserve. Its debut was anything but fortunate. Initially, it was sent into action piecemeal and far too hastily and achieved nothing. Nevertheless, it succeeded in holding the sector until the middle of December, and it was not until then that the British 10th Corps broke through to Ortona. Then command was assumed by Colonel Bard, who had made a name for himself at the storming of Bir Hachim during the battle for Tobruk in the summer of 1942. He was an exceptionally capable commander, comments Kesselring, who, like General Heydrich, proved equal to all the demands made of him. Finally, the southern flank of the German position was covered by 2 mountain battalions which occupied the Maiella Massif. The 3rd Battalion, 4 Parachute Regiment, reinforced the garrison of Ortona and greatly strengthened the German defences there. All was now ready for the second round. Montgomery, however, made no move until December 4th. On that day, the 78th Division and the 4 Armoured Brigade took San Vito, and the Indian Division captured Lanciano. But once again, Montgomery halted the advance, this time on the Moro sector. He found himself faced with a compact, continuous front, which forced him to regroup the whole of his forces. He withdrew the 78th Division from the line and sent it into the mountains. The coastal sector was taken over by the Canadian 1 Division, and to the south of the Indian 8th Division he put in the 5 Division, together with headquarters 13th Corps, under whose orders the New Zealanders and the 5 Division were now placed. As before, Montgomery's objectives were Pescara and Avezzano. The Canadians and 5 Division were ordered to establish a bridgehead across the river Pescara, while the New Zealanders were to take Chieti and from there advance against the rear of the Gustav Line. Montgomery was on tenterhooks. He had only a few weeks in which to attain his object before he was due to return to the United Kingdom at the end of the year. It is said that at the beginning of the offensive, he had promised his troops that they would celebrate Christmas in Rome. Now it was high time for him to keep his promise. The 3rd phase of the offensive was to be opened in the coastal sector by 5th Corps, which was ordered to threaten 26 Panzer Division's lines of communication and then help 13th Corps to capture Orsonia and Guardiagrele. The first objective was Ortona. Montgomery launched the Canadians against the town, situated close to the sea, and ordered the Indians to bypass it to the south and seize Tolo. On December 10th, the Canadians at last crossed the River Moro. They heavily attacked 90 Panzer Grenadier Division, driving it back northwestwards and finally breaking into the German northern flank on December 14th. The 90 Division had been severely mauled and was no longer capable of holding the gap in the Adriatic sector. These were confused and turbulent days, when even headquarters, 76th Corps, often did not know exactly where friend and foe stood. The fate of the German front was once more hanging by the proverbial thread, and there seemed to be no further possibility of quenching the fire at Ortona. But the fire brigade was on its way, the 3 Parachute Regiment, under its commander, Colonel Heilmann, who had been awarded the Oak Leaves to his Knight's Cross for gallantry in Sicily. General Hare himself personally briefed Heilmann at Corps Battle Headquarters, but was not able to tell him whether the Canadians had yet captured Ortona or not. Battle Headquarters of 90 Division was in a worried state of mind, and the situation on its front seemed to be in a pretty average mess. At length, however, Heilmann received definite information that Ortona was still free of enemy, that the pioneers were busy constructing obstacles, and that he would find the battle headquarters one of 90 Division's battalions southwest of the town. Heilmann decided to make a personal reconnaissance and found that the information given to him by divisional headquarters had been correct. But for the battalion headquarters, he searched in vain, and eventually learnt that the battalion commander had been severely wounded and had been captured by the Canadians. While on reconnaissance, Heilmann had suddenly found himself in the midst of a group of enemy tanks, which chased him all the way back to Ortona, but failed to put an unpleasant end to his Sunday picnic. This happened on Sunday, December 15th. Heilmann's report to Panzer Corps headquarters cleared up the situation. The left wing of 90 Division had ceased to exist, and Ortona lay unprotected at the Canadians' mercy. Speed was now of primary importance, but General Vaux, the Canadian commander, was kind enough to do nothing for the next 24 hours, and during the night of 15th and 16th December, the 2nd Battalion, 3 Parachute Regiment, commanded by Captain Liebscher, was able, under cover of darkness, to slip quietly into the sector of the lost position, into which no Canadian troops had penetrated. The next night, the experiment was successfully repeated on the right flank, where Heilmann's 1st Battalion occupied the Villa Grande. The paratroops arrived just in time, for on December 18th, General Vaux set his Canadians in motion again with a concentrated attack on Ortona. 9 light and 3 medium regiments of artillery supported the assaulting brigades, which, reinforced by the Canadian 12 Armoured Regiment, fell upon the German paratroops. There followed 2 days of bitter and fluctuating fighting before the Canadians gained a foothold in the suburbs of Ortona on December 20th. But some considerable time was still to elapse before they captured the rest of the city. Gradually, as its units were withdrawn and emerged battalion by battalion from the mountain sector, the whole of the 1 Parachute Division was advancing, and as each successive battalion arrived, it at once went into action in 3 Parachute Regiment sector. The Indian 8th Division worked its way forward to the Villa Grande, which barred the way to Tollo and in a furious onslaught overran this stubbornly defended strongpoint. But it was not until December 23rd that the Essex Regiment of the Indian 17 Brigade forced its way into Tollo. Even then, the 1st Battalion of the 3 Parachute Regiment clung obstinately to the northern portion of the town, which by now was in complete ruins. At Ausonia, Montgomery was even less fortunate. Both this village on its high perch and the fiercely contested Guardia Grail remained firmly in German hands. Montgomery wrote, "The opposition at Ausonia and Guardia Grail was still very sticky, for the 2 villages had been converted into major strongpoints, and their location on dominating ground made them very difficult to approach. The ground floors and cellars of the houses had been strengthened, and in them the enemy garrison withstood repeated air attacks. 4 times the New Zealanders had advanced to the capture of Ausonia, and 4 times had they been bloodily repulsed. On December 3rd, they were thrown back as far as Castelfrentano by 26 Panzer Division's counterattack. The second attempt on December 7th, supported by strong artillery and air forces, failed, as did also the third, the net result of which had been the capture of Poggio Fiorito by the 5 Division, attacking on the New Zealanders' right. Despite these failures, 13 did not give up. On December 23rd, supported by the whole of its own artillery and 5 of 5 Division's artillery regiments, it delivered its 4th attack against Ausonia and the German positions to the north of it, but yet again, with very little success. 5 Division captured Arieli, but Ausonia remained firmly in General von Leutwitz's hands. It was only to the northeast of the town that the New Zealand 5 Brigade succeeded in penetrating into the German position, but to break through it proved beyond its powers. In these engagements, the 26th Panzer Division fought magnificently and in a manner worthy of its high traditions. The New Zealand 2 Division's offensive had been blessed with but little fortune. Since crossing the Sangro, it had lost more than 1,600 men. The 26th Panzer Division had given the New Zealanders a sharp lesson and had left them in no doubt that in Italy the laurels of victory were far harder to gain than they had been in North Africa, where from El Alamein onwards the Germans had been facing hopeless odds. For these young men from the New Zealand farmsteads and for their commander, General Freiberg, Orsogne was a foretaste of what the German paratroops had in store for them at Cassino. Ortona, the other tough nut, had also not been cracked, and the battle for it reached its climax on Christmas Eve. General Vaux, it seemed, was anxious to make 8th Army Commander a present of the place for Christmas. During the afternoon of December 24th, the German defenders were subjected to the heaviest artillery bombardment they had yet experienced. Instead of decorating their Christmas trees, they had to rush to arms, and they returned in good measure all the Christmas gifts that the Allied gunners loaded upon them. At Villa Grande, the 1st Battalion of the 3 Parachute Regiment bloodily repulsed the Indian 8 Division's attacks, but at Ortona, the Canadians, after a bitter struggle through the ruined streets, succeeded in fighting their way step by step into the centre of the town. There, the German pioneers had left innumerable cunningly designed booby traps. The German artillery did its share in making things unpleasant, and what the pioneers and artillery failed to do was well and faithfully done by the 2nd Battalion of the 3 Parachute Regiment. Liebscher's battalion had served its apprenticeship in the house-to-house fighting in Centuripe. At Ortona, it qualified as a master of its craft and was destined 12 weeks later at Cassino to pass its final examination summa cum laude. The Canadians had been extremely surprised by the bitter resistance they had encountered at Ortona. Linklater says, "The noise of extensive demolitions in Ortona was heard by the Canadians as they approached the town, and the loyal Edmonton, and later the Seaforth of Canada, were gravely obstructed by the high piles of debris that confronted them when they advanced on the only line that topography permitted. The outlying houses were strongly defended, and the solitary avenue of approach, deliberately left open, led to the main square of the town, into which a great number of automatic weapons, well sighted in concealed and protected positions in the surrounding buildings, poured their fire. Anti-tank guns from positions close behind the barricades of rubble could fire at the bellies of the tanks climbing over the obstacles, and unoccupied houses had been cunningly prepared as booby traps. The 2 Canadian battalions, each on a front of about 1,250 yards or about 229 metres, sought limited objectives and made slow progress from house to house. The fighting was particularly savage. On one occasion, a whole platoon was killed when the house it occupied blew up, and immediately the Canadians withdrew from another house, which they had prepared with explosives and timed fuses, and a score of Germans, lured into it, lost their lives in a loud reprisal. For 7 days there was bitter fighting for possession of the town, and not until December 28th did a patrol of Princess Patricia's light infantry break out of the ruins and move northwards on the coast road to make contact with the 48 Highlanders, who had been fighting across country west of the town. "It was our first big street-fighting battle," comments Churchill, "and from it many lessons were learned. But to judge from the subsequent Cassino battles, these lessons do not appear to have been assimilated, for with the great air attack of March 15th, the Allies themselves barred their own way to Cassino, and created there a heap of ruins very different to those at Ortona. After evacuating the coastal town, the 1st Parachute Division retired to a previously prepared position some 2 miles in rear, at the same time setting about the task of reforming its units, which had become confused and intermingled during the recent fighting. This it succeeded in doing, despite the proximity of the enemy, though one sector of the new position remained unoccupied for the whole of one day. The Canadians had had enough. Their rifle companies had been reduced to a mere 20 or 30 men apiece, and they could do no more. The Indians and the New Zealanders had also fought themselves to a standstill, and Montgomery therefore had no option but to call off the attack. Perilously and with a great deal of good fortune, 76th Panzer Corps had survived the first round, for at the decisive moment, Montgomery had not the requisite forces available with which to complete its destruction. He had failed to crown his outstanding Mediterranean successes with the capture of Rome. In spite of his lavish material expenditure, his victorious Eighth Army had suffered a rebuff and had not succeeded in breaking the German front. In a month of hard fighting, it had been able to advance a bare dozen miles, and its left wing, indeed, less than 7 miles from the Sangro, and Pescara, Avezzano and Rome seemed farther away than ever. On December 30th, Montgomery handed over command of the proud Eighth Army to Lieutenant General Sir Oliver Leese. From the landing strip on the Sangro, Monty set out on his flight to the United Kingdom, where, as Commander-in-Chief of 21 Army Group, he was to play a vital part in the preparation and carrying out of the cross-channel invasion. Sir Oliver Leese showed no interest in Pescara and Avezzano, but turned towards Monte Cassino, the irresistible magnet of the Italian theatre of war. Consequently, it was not the US Fifth Army, but the British Eighth, though not British or Commonwealth troops, that eventually completed the capture of St. Benedict's Mount. It was finally captured by General Anders and his Poles, and how shabbily did Great Britain reward their feat of arms. Scarcely had Montgomery made his first move across the lower Sangro than Clark struck once again against the Reinhard Line. During the 2 weeks' pause since the previous assault, his army had been considerably reinforced. He had, it is true, been forced to surrender the British 7 Armoured Brigade and the US 82 Airborne Division, less the 504 Regiment, to Overlord, but replacements had more than filled the gap. The US Corps under General Keyes, who had made a name for himself in western Sicily, had been brought across, and from overseas had come the 1 Special Service Force, consisting of 3 mixed Canadian and American brigades specially trained in mountain warfare, and the US 1 Armoured Division. And at the end of October, General Dapino and the Italian 1 Mechanized Brigade, some 5,000 strong, also joined Fifth Army. These were the first Italian troops to go into action against the Germans. In addition, Clark had been promised the Moroccan 2 Infantry Division, which was due to arrive early in December and take over a sector of the right wing of the army. Thus, for Operation Raincoat, as the operations for the opening up of the Liri Valley had most appropriately been named, Clark had approximately 8 divisions at his disposal. The British 9th Corps, consisting of the 46 and 56 divisions under McCreary, was still in the coastal sector. To its north was the US 2nd Corps, Keyes, consisting of 36 Division, with 1 Special Service Force under command, and the 3 Division. The Army's right sector was formed by US 6th Corps, made up of 43 and 34 divisions, under General Lucas. The Italian contingent was placed under the command of 2nd Corps. 14th Panzer Corps was also preparing for battle. It could not hope for very much in the way of reinforcements, and all that General von Senger had in reserve were a few battalions of the Hermann Göring Division, and these could not make good the weakening of the Corps sector that had resulted from the transfer of 26 Panzer Division to the Adriatic front. The sector previously held by 26th Division was taken over by the 44 Hoch- und Deutschmeister Infantry Division. The old 44th had been decimated at Stalingrad, and the newly raised division had arrived in Italy immediately after Mussolini's fall. Like the 65, 94 and 306 infantry divisions, its transport was horse-drawn, a great disadvantage in action against a highly mechanized and well-armed enemy. Furthermore, it had had no training in mountain warfare, an omission which became glaringly apparent in its handling of its artillery, and the arrangements it made for getting supplies to its troops in the front line. The task allotted to the division was no easy one. It had not been in action before and had never had the experience of being subjected either to carpet bombing from the air or a concentrated artillery barrage. The coming battle was certain to be a severe test, for there was little likelihood that the Fifth Army would bypass the high ground, since the road from Venairo to Santa Elia Fiume Rapido, north of Cassino, passed through the middle of the division's sector, and the enemy would certainly wish to secure that important mountain road. The rugged heights of the Abruzzi Mountains were essentially terrain which demanded the employment of specialized mountain divisions. Such divisions existed, of course, but they were all fighting on the plains of Russia. They could, in any case, hardly have been kept in cold storage until the war had spread to the mountains of southern Italy. But to transfer them now from the Eastern Front was an almost impossible task. For one thing, available transport was already strained to the limit, and for another, any attempt at large-scale transfer to Italy was tantamount to an invitation to the enemy air arm. As a rule, major movements to the Italian front had to be halted far away in the north, whence the troops proceeded in penny packets southwards and were also generally thrown in penny packets into battle with disastrous results. This is exactly what happened to General Ringel's 5 Mountain Division. The division had for a long time been on the broad plains of the northern sector of the Eastern Front on Lake Ladoga, and, as subsequently transpired, had long since forgotten all it had ever known about mountain warfare. It was due to arrive in Italy in the middle of December, and the corps commander had decided that it should relieve the 305 Infantry Division on the corps' left flank. For there, astride the important Colli-Atina road, it would be in real mountain country, a tangle of precipitous, trackless and snow-clad peaks, round which an icy wind whistled. On the extreme left of the 14th Panzer Corps sector, the Abruzzi range was dominated by the 7,000-foot peaks of Monte Petroso and Monte Lametta. To the south was the Maynard Plateau with its commanding peaks, Monte Mare, 6,200 feet, or about 61 meters, and Monte Marone, 5,800 feet, or about 244 meters. Even Monte Pantano, south of the Colli-Atina road, was well over 3,000 feet, or about 0 meters high. In this sort of country, only specialized troops could hope to stand up to the highly trained and experienced mountain divisions which General Clark would launch against them. These were the only changes envisaged in the Reinhard Line. On the right flank, as before, was the 94 Infantry Division. The 15 and 29 Panzer Grenadier Divisions still occupied the key positions leading into the Liri Valley, against which the main assault would undoubtedly be launched, and where Monte Cassino, Monte Lingo and Monte Sammucro held the Via Casilina in a tight grip. The defence of the Monte Cassino Massif and its subsidiary spurs, Monte la Defensa, La Remontanea and Maggiore, was entrusted to 104 Panzer Grenadier Regiment of the 15 Division. Monte Lungo was held by 15 Panzer Grenadier Regiment, and the lofty San Pietro Infine and the Sammucro Massif by the 71 Panzer Grenadier Regiment, both belonging to the 29 Panzer Grenadier Division. The peak itself of Monte Sammucro, 3,800 feet or about 244 meters, was occupied by 11 Regiments 2nd Battalion. Here these 3 regiments fought a series of engagements as hard as any that had preceded them in the Italian campaign, engagements in which the Allied material expenditure reached an unprecedented height, and which in bitterness and the demands they made on the troops were in every way comparable to the struggle for Monte Cassino itself. It took the Fifth Army 14 days to break through the Mignano defile. 4 further weeks elapsed before it captured Monte Trocchio, the springboard into the Liri Valley. And it was not until January 24th that General Ryder, an old veteran thruster from the First War, was able to knock at the door of Monte Cassino. But the German doorkeepers kept them tightly locked, and even when General Eker pulverized the little town, they still remained where they were. Clark's plan of attack envisaged 3 phases. He intended to deliver his first blow against the Monte Cassino Massif, employing the British X and the US Second Corps. When this barrier had been burst asunder, Second Corps were to attack and take Monte Sammucro. In conjunction with this attack, the US Sixth Corps was to thrust westward astride the Colli-Atina road. The third phase was to be a continuation of the advance through the Liri Valley and the capture of Frosinone. By that time, it was thought, Montgomery's offensive might perhaps have won the decisive battle for Rome, or that, at least, was what was hoped. To divert attention from the main attack and draw German troops away from the Via Casilina and into the coastal sector, the Allied fleet was to steam into the Gulf of Gaeta, where the British 23 Armoured Brigade would deliver a feint attack against the lower Garigliano. General von Senger, however, was not taken in by this ruse. On the night of 1st and 2nd December, Clark opened the floodgates. The first wave surged towards Calabrito, which the British 46th Division captured after a sharp engagement. A few hours later, at 4:30 p.m. on December 2nd, a veritable torrent of shells descended on the Monte Cassino massif. 925 guns of all calibers up to and including G4S bombarded the German positions on Monte Cassino, La Defensa, La Rementania and Maggiore. 820 of them concentrated their fire on the 104 Panzer Grenadier Regiment, holding the slopes of Monte Cassino. This was the greatest concentration of artillery fire that had yet been seen in the Italian campaign. For 10 hours, the Allied gunners threw everything they had at the Germans. In the first 2 days of the battle, they fired 207,000 shells on the Monte Cassino massif alone, 4,066 tons of metal, or about 270 railway wagon loads, indeed an imposing visiting card from the American armament industry. In the dark early hours of December 3rd, the whole of the British 56th Division, the 136th Brigade of 46th Division, supported by 40 Armoured Regiment, advanced from the south to the attack on Monte Cassino. At the same time, the US Rangers and the 1 Special Service Force launched an assault from the east against the massif and before daylight came, captured Monte La Defensa and pressed on to Monte Rementania. To the north of them, the US 142 Infantry Regiment of the 36th Division stormed Monte Maggiore. For some days, a fluctuating battle raged. Attack and counterattack followed each other in swift succession. Individual battalions of the Hermann Göring Division tried in vain to drive back the enemy, but they did at least succeed in bringing the spearhead of the attack on Monte Maggiore to a halt. The summit of Monte Cassino was held by a weak battalion of the 104 Panzer Grenadiers. For several days, under continuous and heavy artillery fire, the battalion heroically stood firm and repulsed all attacks until December 6th, when the summit was finally lost. For some hours afterwards, messages from positions on the reverse slopes of the mountain reported that the battalion was still holding the summit. It was only when a patrol went forward that the truth became known. The men visible on the summit were corpses, and not a single grenadier remained alive. On December, Monte Maggiore at last fell to the Americans, and the defenders retired to the Peccia sector. A thrust by the 46th Division south of Monte Cassino, however, placed the left wing of 129 Panzer Grenadier Regiment in deadly danger. An orderly withdrawal across the Garigliano was not possible, for the floodwaters had washed away all the bridges. At the last possible moment, however, the OKW gave permission for the regiment to retire, and although it managed to escape, it lost all its heavy weapons. The gentlemen in Rastenburg obviously found it easier than did General Senger's battle headquarters at Roccasecca to decide whether or not an exhausted regiment should be permitted to withdraw a short distance. Montelungo, San Pietro, and Monte Sammucro nevertheless remained in German hands. In this sector, it was not until December 8th that US Second Corps launched its attack. The Italian contingent was detailed to participate in the attack on Montelungo. But when its reconnaissance section reached Second Corps' assembly area, the GYS of the 142 Regiment, who had never before seen an Italian uniform, took them prisoner as a precautionary measure. The Italians' first assault on December 8th was a fiasco and was repulsed by 15 Panzer Grenadiers with heavy casualties. The attack by the US 143 Regiment, delivered the same day against San Pietro, also failed to reach its objective. For the moment at least, the US 36th Division could win no laurels at Montelungo. 15 Panzer Grenadier Regiment defended stubbornly, and its 2nd Battalion was mentioned in dispatches. And it was not until December 16th, after a heavy artillery bombardment, that the Americans and Italians stormed and captured the mountain. On the same day, Monte Sammucro also fell. The 3,800-foot mountain was the key point of the Reinhard Line. Whoever held it had an uninterrupted view to Cassino and into the valleys of the Liri and the Rapido. For days, the men of the 141 and 143 infantry regiments and the paratroops of 504 parachute regiment had stormed against this bulwark, so stubbornly defended by 71 Panzer Grenadier Regiment. The attackers suffered heavy casualties. The 1st Battalion of the 143 Regiment lost 2/3 of its strength. The 2nd Battalion of the 141 could only muster 130 men after its unsuccessful attack on San Pietro. And this was against a German regiment which had been engaged almost without pause since Sicily, which, like the whole of Fries's division, had always been thrown in where the fighting was fiercest, and the companies of which had been reduced to a handful of emaciated, bearded but broken men. Great honour is due to them all, and to none more than the defenders of the summit of Monte Sammucro. The following extract from his book reflects the high opinion which Field Marshal Kesselring held of the fighting qualities of the 29 Panzer Grenadier Division. I well remember the somewhat apologetic report given to me at his battle headquarters by one of my most able divisional commanders, General Fries of the 29 Panzer Grenadier Division, in which he described his untenable position, which he continued nevertheless most firmly to hold. His exhausted companies, he told me, were facing 2 enemy divisions, both of which were being frequently relieved. The Allied divisions were nearly twice as strong as ours, while their artillery and its fantastically abundant supply of ammunition was in the ratio of 10-1 against us. Getting it frankly off his chest to his commander-in-chief was obviously a great relief to Fries. With a smile, I told him that though I was only a Bavarian, I would like to remind him, a Prussian, that the Prussians never asked how strong the enemy was, but only where he was to be found. The fact that Army Group in mid-December had entrusted to his division so momentous a task as the holding of Montelingo was not only a tribute to the men and their leaders, but also a correct appreciation of the opponents they were facing. And indeed, the 29 Division seemed to be indestructible. Until January 11th, it was continuously in the forefront of the Cassino battle, and 10 days later it launched a counterattack which brought British 10th Corps' offensive on the Garigliano to a halt and put an end to the danger threatening the Cassino front from that direction. After the loss of Montelungo and Monte Sammucro, General Fonseca could see no reason for trying to continue to hold San Pietro in fine, where the 71 Regiment had already repulsed 3 heavy attacks. On the night of December 17th, after a violent counterattack near San Pietro, and directed primarily against the 3rd Battalion of the 143 Regiment, which suffered heavy casualties, Fries's division disengaged from the enemy. General Keyes, commanding 2nd Corps, pursued closely on the heels of the Grenadiers. Slowly his divisions fought their way forward to San Vittore del Lazio, to Sevaro and to Monte Trocchio, the last barrier before Cassino. On the left flank of 14th Panzer Corps, the American attack had now also assumed threatening proportions. The battle for the Via Casilina was only one part of the Fifth Army's planned operations. While 2nd Corps was advancing slowly towards Cassino, 6th Corps was first to clear the way into the Rapido Valley and then exert leverage north of Cassino. An advance of this nature, diagonally through the mountains to the Colli Atina Road, would have enabled the Allies to break through the Gustav Line north of Cassino. It is obvious that 6th Corps' offensive had been planned by the 5th Commander simply as an attack in support of the British 8th Army, and had therefore not been adequately prepared to stand any chance of success. The failure of this enterprise, which was vainly continued in January by the French Expeditionary Corps, had grave consequences. The 5th Army refrained from turning the flank of 14th Panzer Corps, and contented itself with a series of fruitless frontal attacks against Cassino, until Alexander, after the Second Battle of Cassino, decided after all to prise open the gateway to Rome by means of a turning movement. But it had required 2 heavy defeats to make the enemy realize that there was no need to charge head-on at the wall when one could get into the house by the side door. Thus, from the very outset, the operations of 6th Corps were under an unlucky star. In the first week in December, General Lucas had set his divisions on the move. The 34 Division attacked Monte Pantano, which was held by the 577 Grenadier Regiment of the 305 Infantry Division. But after days of heavy fighting and the loss of 800 men, it had advanced less than 2 miles. The 46th Division crossed swords with the Hoch- und Deutschmeister on height 769, but without any marked success. The situation changed, however, in the second week of December, when the Moroccan II Infantry Division arrived in 6th Corps sector. The decision that the French Expeditionary Corps should participate in the Italian campaign had been taken before the Salerno landing, but for psychological reasons it had been agreed that the Corps should not be landed until Naples had been taken. In the middle of October, General Dodi concentrated his two Moroccan infantry division in the Bizerta Oran area. The main body of the division embarked on November 17th, and on November 25th disembarkation in Naples began. 2 days later, General Juin established the headquarters of the Corps Expéditionnaire Français in the Institut Français in Naples. The French Corps was ideally suited for the conditions in the Italian theatre of war. The tough North African hillmen were always a thorn in the flesh of the German divisions, and frequently caused Field Marshal Kesselring very grave anxiety. In the First Battle of Cassino, they came within an ace of capturing the monastery, and in May 1944 they it was who, in their final assault on the Cassino front, reached the goal for which Alexander had been striving for months, and for which so much blood had been shed the Liri Valley. On December 7th, the Moroccan II Division began to relieve the US 34 Division, and on December 12th, General Dodi assumed command of the sector astride the Colliatino Road. 3 days later, the Moroccans went into action. Their first objective was San Biago Saracinisco, which formed part of the Gustav Line. Experienced mountaineers that they were, the Moroccans had no intention, in this difficult terrain, of running their heads against the wall by delivering a frontal attack, but chose instead to execute an outflanking movement. Attacking northwards, the 4 and 8 Moroccan rifle regiments broke through to Michel, but a German counterattack on December 16th drove them back. On December 18th, the Goumiers tried their luck again, but their ammunition gave out, and the attack failed. General Lucas had no use for tactics of this kind. He called off the French turning movement and put in a frontal attack against the 305 Infantry Division. He was encouraged to do this by the fact that on December 17th, the 5 Moroccan Rifle Regiment had captured the Pantano Massif and advanced as far as the northern slopes on Monte Cassino. At the same time, the US 45 Division took the mountain village of Lagone and pressed forward to Monte Cavallo, halfway between Venafro and Sant'Elia. There they encountered the leading companies of the 5 Mountain Division, which was about to take over the sector from the 305 Division. The 5 Mountain Division, under the command of General Ringel, an officer of the old Imperial German Army, had fought side by side with the paratroops in Crete. Now they were to renew this old acquaintance at Cassino, but not this time in offensive operations, but in defence against an enemy who had long since recovered from the blows suffered during the early years of the war. Even so, the division, and particularly its 85 Regiment, did not make a very auspicious start in the fighting astride the Colliatino Road. It had not appreciated the conditions under which it was now being called upon to fight, and was unable overnight to readjust itself to them. It had come as an unpleasant surprise to find in the sunny south a climate which, with its snowstorms, its incessant rain and its icy winter nights, was as unpleasant as anything that the Eastern Front had had to offer. It is therefore not surprising that Ringel's division in its first encounters and in the over-hasty manner in which it was called upon to relieve the 305 Infantry Division suffered a number of sharp reverses. As each battalion arrived, it was thrown at once into battle, often without its proper complement of pack animals, a short-sighted policy which had dire consequences. General Ringel assumed command of his new sector on December 22nd. Dodi, who had been maintaining his pressure on the whole front, increased it very considerably on December 26th when he sent in the 8 Moroccan Regiment to attack the Maynard, where the 100 Mountain Regiment just managed to hold on to its position thanks to a timely counterattack delivered by the 115 Panzer Grenadier Regiment. The next day, however, the Moroccans again attacked with strong artillery support, and this time they captured the position. The fighting continued till the end of the month, but still General Dodi had not succeeded in breaking through to his objective, San Biago. The Hoch- und Deutschmeister Division had also been roughly handled. The US 45 Division, advancing westwards without pause and driving the Germans before it, captured the commanding height of Monte Cavallo on December 22nd, and then pressed on towards Viticuso. At the end of December, Middleton's division was withdrawn from the line, and its place was taken by 30 Division. The 45 Division had been withdrawn to take part in operations designed to bring about the collapse of the Gustav Line and the capture of Rome by the shortest possible route, a landing at Anzio Nettuno. On December 30th, the British No. 9 Commando landed from the sea in rear of the German outpost line on the lower reaches of the Garigliano, and at the same time, the 201 Guards Brigade delivered a frontal attack on the river's mouth. The British took a handful of prisoners, but failed to gain any ground. A heavy snowstorm on New Year's Eve, which cut off the positions and roads in the Abruzzi Mountains from the rest of the world, now brought operations for the time being to a standstill on the whole front. It was not until the 4th of January that the US 2nd Corps Less 3 Division, which had been withdrawn for the Anzio landing, resumed its attack astride the Via Casilina. On the Corps' right flank, the 1 Special Service Force advanced to the assault on Viticuso and Monte Maio, while the 34 Division attacked Savaro and San Vittore. Behind them was the US 1 Armoured Division ready to break out as soon as the Stars and Stripes were planted on Monte Trocchio. On January 5th, after heavy fighting, the 29 Panzer Grenadier Division was forced by the 135 Infantry Regiment to vacate San Vittore. The next day, an armoured combat group broke into the German positions on Monte Porcia, and though a battalion of the Hermann Göring Division drove the Americans out again, it could not prevent the enemy from finally gaining possession of this important feature, January 7th. In the Savaro area, General Ryder made a clean sweep. After the capture of Viticuso, the 1 Special Service Force drove the 132 Panzer Grenadier Regiment off Monte Maio and pushed the High and Mighties back to the high ground north of Savaro. It was only with the greatest difficulty that the greatly weakened 44 Division managed to hold its own in this confused engagement. Ryder pressed on vigorously. His troops drove the Vienna Grenadiers over Monte Aquilone to Monte Capraro and from there back to Savaro. On January 11th, the US 168 Infantry Regiment fought its way into the completely devastated town and established itself in the ruins. Now the time had come to occupy the Gustav Line if the Germans were to get there before the Americans. The 29 Panzer Grenadier Division was withdrawn for a long overdue rest and transferred to the coastal sector on either side of Ostia. The Hoch- und Deutschmeisters now took over the whole line between the 15 Panzer Grenadier and the 5 Mountain Divisions, and on the 13th of January retired to the Gustav Line. On the 15th of January, the US 135 Infantry Regiment captured the heavily defended Monte Trocchio, the bare, commanding height 1.5 miles in front of Cassino, on which, in the months ahead, the forward observing officers of the artillery and the Air Force liaison officers of the 5th and later the 8th Armies were to establish their observation posts. Since the 12th of January, fighting had again flared up on 14th Corps' northern front, where General Juin was aiming his hammer blows directly at the Gustav Line. At the end of December, the French corps had been reinforced by the Algerian 3 Infantry Division under General de Montsabert, and on January 3rd, General Juin had assumed command of the sector previously held by the US 2nd Corps, which was to launch the amphibious attack against the German flank at Anzio. The battle for the Gustav Line opened with heavy air attacks on the German airfields and lines of communication in central and upper Italy, in the course of which the railway stations of Florence, Pisa, Arezzo and Terni were very severely damaged. The French attack started at 6:30 a.m. on the morning of January 12th. The Moroccan division, hoping to catch the 85 Mountain Regiment by surprise, launched its attack north of the Colli Atina Road without any preliminary artillery bombardment. The Algerian division, after a short, intensive artillery barrage of 15 minutes duration, advanced against the 4,300-foot Monte Casale, which, towering above the upper Rapido Valley, dominates Valle Rotonda, Acqua Fondata and Santa Elia, and gives a clear view of the steeply rising Cairo Massif. Juin's main objective was Atina, which he regarded as the key to the whole Cassino problem. The place, admittedly, offered no tactical base for an advance on Rome, but once it was in French hands, the way to the rear of the Cassino front would be open and the scene set for a turning movement against the Gustav Line. Firstly, however, Monte Santa Croce to the south of Biago, Monte Cassino, Valle Rotonda, Acquafondata, and Sant'Elia, and the entrance into the Belmonte Valley all had to be captured. The Moroccan division took Cardita and Selva, where, according to French reports, the German pioneer officer responsible led them safely through the minefields, but were held up before Monte Santa Croce, which the Moroccan 5 Rifle Regiment then attacked incessantly, in vain, and with severe losses for 12 days on end. The Algerian division had an easier passage. At 5 p.m. on January 12th, its 7 Rifle Regiment reached the crest of Monte Cassino. Its leading battalion, however, suffered such severe casualties in the final assault that it had to be relieved forthwith. One after the other, Acquafondata and Sant'Elia fell into their hands. The Algerians nevertheless pressed on at the Germans' heels, and on January 16th they reached the Rapido, which they crossed on January 20th. The Moroccans, meanwhile, were still striving hard to capture Monte San Croce, but against the stubborn defence of the 8, 115 and 578 Grenadier regiments, they failed to achieve their object. Again and again they obtained a foothold on the lower slopes of the mountain, only to be thrown back by counterattacks. On January 24th, the Moroccan division called off its attack and went over to the defensive, leaving the mountain still firmly in German hands. Up to January 20th, Juin had adhered to his intention of advancing astride the San Biagio Vallegrande road and breaking through to Atina. But the latest developments now demanded new measures. On the southern flank of 14th Panzer Corps, McCreary had created an extremely dangerous situation, and the Anzio landing had begun. The breakthrough into the Liri Valley nevertheless remained problematical, at least for as long as Monte Cassino remained in German hands. The Fifth Army therefore planned a new manoeuvre to get round this bulwark. US 34 Division was ordered to attack north of Cassino and capture the Monastery Hill from the north. To the French corps, Clark gave the task of wheeling southwestward and capturing Terrell, whence it was to attack Piedimonte San Germano and thus get in rear of Cassino town and the mountain defences. This operation, which was the salient feature of the first Cassino battle, opened on the evening of January 17th with a general offensive by the British 10th Corps against the 94 Infantry Division. Notwithstanding the numerical and material superiority it enjoyed, it had taken the Fifth Army 2.5 months to break through the Reinhard Line, and in 11 weeks it had advanced only 12 miles. Its losses had been heavy. Clark put his casualties at 15,864 dead, wounded and missing. 14th Corps too had suffered severely. Its divisions had fought on till they were bled white. Under the most difficult conditions they had stood firm in the face of every assault that the enemy had launched against them, and in spite of the hitherto unparalleled artillery fire to which they had been subjected, in spite of snow, rain, and icy winds. Where failures had occurred, they had been due primarily to lack of battle experience, to over-hasty commitment to battle, and to unfamiliarity with the conditions prevailing in the Italian theatre of war. But the fighting spirit of the troops had remained excellent. In his New Year Order of the Day, Field Marshal Kesselring pays tribute to this spirit in the following terms. The fateful year of 1943, the 4th year of war, has ended. Despite his lavish use of American, British and French forces, the enemy has not succeeded in destroying the German armies in the Mediterranean area. Eisenhower's and Montgomery's hopes have been thwarted because we have survived all the hardships of mountain warfare and have risen superior to both the physical and moral effects of the heaviest possible artillery bombardments and air attacks. For this I give you my thanks. Your soldierly bearing in battle, the steadfastness of your morale and the skill of your leaders will continue to thwart every enemy attempt to destroy us. The gallantry displayed by the Allies is worthy of equal praise. The veterans of the British 10th Corps had fought as they had done in Africa and at Salerno. The new US divisions had put their teething troubles behind them. They were no longer the Green GIS who had dropped everything and run when Rommel had attacked them at Kasserine. The American troops in the forefront of the Cassino battle had fought with the greatest possible determination and recovered from numerous reverses in a manner that had exceeded all expectation. It was at this stage of the war that the Germans revised their opinions regarding the American soldier. Hitler's opinion of the United States Army was based on Rommel's first encounter with it in Tunisia. Both Hitler and the German command in the West were gravely at fault in their estimate of American strength and skill. The High Command was contemptuous because the American army had such a small professional corps and so little military tradition or experience. But Hitler's scorn had a different source. In assessing the military value of the Americans, says Speer, Hitler always argued that they were not a tough people, not a closely knit nation in the European sense. If put to the test, they would prove to be poor fighters. Hitler had learnt nothing since the Tunisian campaign, when he readily accepted the report by one of his entourage, Sonderführer von Neurath, that the American troops were a shocking crowd. According to Neurath, who said he had been interrogating hundreds of American prisoners, most of them have come over to make money, or for adventure, or to see something new, to be in something exciting for once. Not one of them has a political opinion or a great ideal. They are rowdies who quickly turn and run. They could not stand up to a crisis. When this was reported to him, Hitler commented, "America will never become the Rome of the future. Rome was a state of peasants. The Americans were not peasants. Therefore, they could not be tough. Their armies could not have that deep inner fortitude which the dumb but staunch peasantry had always provided in the mass armies of the continental powers." To Hitler, it was as simple as that. He did not realize that America's strength lay in the very absence of the peasant mentality, with its narrow horizons, its acceptance of the established order, and its ignorance of machines. The basic German miscalculation was the failure to appreciate that America's military prowess was a logical consequence of her industrial power. The Germans learnt by experience that this power had given the Americans boundless equipment, but they did not realize that it had also provided a vast reservoir of manpower skilled in the use of machines. It was not for nothing that among the Americans in Italy, the saying went round, "It takes 20 years to make a man, and a few hours to make a machine. So let's get busy on the machines." In the Abruzzi Mountains, however, machines alone were of little avail. There the most important factor was the infantryman, and in the preliminary battles before Cassino the American infantryman had fought with courage, skill, and determination. Bulwarks like Monte Sammucro cannot be captured by artillery alone, and still less with the aid of tanks. Here, the issue lay between man and man. The greatest surprise, however, was the fighting spirit shown by the French Expeditionary Corps. The 1940 campaign had cast a somber shadow over the French army, and no one believed that it would ever recover from the devastating defeat that had been inflicted on it. But now, General Juin's divisions were proving to be most dangerous customers. Nor was this attributable solely to the Algerians' and Moroccans' experience in mountain warfare. Three factors combined to mold these troops into a dangerously efficient fighting force: the mountain warfare experience of the French colonial troops, the ultra-modern American armaments with which they had been equipped, and the fact that they were led by French officers who were masters of the profession of arms. With these three basic elements, Juin had molded a formidable entity. In the battles that followed, the Corps proved equal to every demand made of it, and Field Marshal Kesselring himself assured the author that he was always very uneasy about any sector of the front on which the French popped up. Had Clark given more heed to Juin's views in the Cassino battles and accepted his plan of thrusting via Atina into the Liri Valley, the three savage battles of Cassino would probably never have been fought, and the venerable House of St. Benedict would have been left unscathed. But Juin's contribution to the force was, numerically, comparatively minor, and his influence in the council chamber, during the first few weeks at any rate, was proportionately small. It was only after he had achieved some undeniably great successes that more attention was paid to his views. But by that time the fat was already in the fire. On the evening of January 17th, when the British 10th Corps crossed the Garigliano, the deadly juggernaut was set in motion against Cassino. This was the beginning of the first Cassino battle. Mussolini, taken immediately after his liberation by the Germans on the Gran Sasso, behind him Scorzeni, who discovered where Mussolini was being held captive, Field Marshal Kesselring, General Alexander, Lieutenant Generals Clark and Leese, Lieutenant General Richard Heydrich, the GOC 1st Parachute Division, General Heilmann, the soul of the German defence at Cassino. The superb basilica of Monte Cassino Monastery before the bombardment, the departure for Rome of the mortal remains of Saint Benedict in suitcase. Archbishop Don Gregorio di Amare, with cross, bids farewell to the sacred relics. Some of the rescued works of art being unloaded at the San Paolo Monastery in Rome. From the portals of the monastery, Archbishop di Amare, with upraised hand, gives his blessing to one of the convoys about to depart for Rome. Extreme left, with outstretched hand, the German monk Father Emanuel Munding. In the background right, Lieutenant Colonel Schlegel, the instigator of the rescue operations. A Thanksgiving Mass, held by the Archbishop for the German troops on the successful completion of the rescue operations. Cassino and Roccahanula before destruction. In the background, the Santa Elia Hills, Cassino town at the end of January 1944. And 2 months later, after the second Battle of Cassino, view of the monastery taken from the ruins of Cassino town, Allied bombers attacking Cassino town, a photograph taken by a German war correspondent from the ruins of the monastery, German paratroops in the ruins of the monastery, General Juin, right, and General de Montsabert watching a French attack in the Monte Arunzi area. Cassino defenders, 2 German paratroopers in the ruins, Polish soldiers advancing. Another building is cleared, New Zealanders at Cassino. The monastery in ruins. The rebuilt new monastery 10 years later. Cassino, May 1960. An international reunion of those who fought at Cassino pay homage to their dead comrades. El Alamein to the river Sangro. The Campaign in Italy, the Second World War, Volume 5. Soldat bis zum letzten Tag, not to be confused with the mountain of the same name in the Liri Valley. Chester Wilmot, The Struggle for Europe. Chapter 8. The First Cassino Battle. More than 4 months had passed since the Salerno landing, and there was still no clear indication of when, at long last, the Allies would win the great prize of Rome. In fact, their most formidable task, the breaking of the Gustav Line, still awaited them. And when they decided to make their main effort against the strongest sector of the line, on either side of Cassino, it was obvious that they were about to engage in a battle which would far overshadow all the hard fighting on the Volturno, the Reinhard Line and the Sangro. The salient feature of these bloody battles was the struggle for the possession of Monte Cassino. Millions of shells, thousands of tons of bombs had to be expended before a breach was blown, through which the Allies could stream to the Italian capital. Thousands of German soldiers, whole legions of Allied soldiers of some 15 nations, were to lay down their lives in the struggle for the gateway to Rome. Cassino was the Verdun of the Second World War. Mark Clark wrote, "The Battle of Cassino was the most grueling, the most harrowing, and in one respect perhaps the most tragic, of any phase of the war in Italy. When I think back on the weeks and finally months of searing struggle, the biting cold, the torrents of rain and snow, the lakes of mud that sucked down machines and men, and most of all, the deeply dug fortifications in which the Germans waited for us in the hills, it seems to me that no soldiers in history were given a more difficult assignment than the Fifth Army in that winter of 1944. Yet the task which confronted the German divisions was even harder. They found themselves face to face with an enemy who lacked for nothing, whose resources were inexhaustible, who had thrown immense material power into the scales, and who had undisputed command of the air, not only in the battle area, but in the whole theatre of war. Despite the preceding battles, the Allied forces had by no means been decimated. Their formations were constantly being relieved, transferred for a rest to a quieter sector, or reinforced by new arrivals. For the majority of the German formations, things were very different. No sooner had they quenched the fire on one sector of the front than they were thrown into battle somewhere else. Scarcely had they enjoyed a day or so of rest than they were rushed off to oppose some threatened breakthrough. The 29 and 90 Panzer Grenadier Divisions, the 26 Panzer and the 1 Parachute Divisions were fire brigades in the truest sense of the word. These were the divisions which, decimated and with their battalions reduced to company strength, time and again thwarted the Allied hopes. In Italy, as in Russia, it was not possible regularly to relieve and rest the formations holding the front line, as had been the practice in the First World War. On the Italian front, the German forces were so thin on the ground that each and every division was worked to the limit of human endurance. Only the 94 Infantry Division went fresh and at full strength into the decisive Cassino operations. German and Allied accounts divide the struggle for Monte Cassino into 3 and 4 phases, respectively. The Germans regard the British 10th Corps offensive as the start of the Cassino battles. In the Allied concept, the first phase was the attack of the French Expeditionary Corps on January 12th, which the Germans regard as an epilogue to the operations on the Reinhard Line, rather than as the prologue to the Cassino battles. On January 15th, the US Second Corps had taken Monte Trocchio, and on the 17th, McCreary attacked on the Garigliano. Clark was on tenterhooks. On January 22nd, the US Sixth Corps was due to land at Anzio, and it was essential that by that time the whole of the Cassino front should be ablaze, that the German reserves should be pinned down and, if in any way possible, that the Liri Valley should have been opened. Otherwise, the invasion forces would be in dire peril. A few days before the attack, the 10th Corps had been reinforced by the 5 Division, which Alexander had transferred from the Adriatic front. The task allotted to it was to cross the Garigliano at its estuary, capture Minturno and the high ground to the north of it, and open up the Ausente Valley. The main thrust of the attack was to be delivered by the 56th Division in the Corps centre. Its orders were to take the strongly fortified Castelforte and break through via Corregno to Arsonia and San Giorgio, Liri. The 46th Division's task was to cross the river on either side of Sant'Ambrogio, and from there screen Keyes's US Second Corps, attack against the lower Rapido, fixed for January 20th. Clark's intention was obviously to pin down German reserves, force his way into the Liri Valley, and roll up the 14th Corps from the south. It was only after he had failed to do this that he shifted the main weight of the attack farther to the north and tried to shatter the northern hinge of the gateway to Rome by an attack delivered by Juin and Ryder. On the afternoon of January 17th, the usual barrage descended on the 94 Infantry Division, and at 9 p.m. McCreary's divisions advanced to the attack. The 17 Brigade of 5 Division launched itself, without artillery preparation, against 94 Division's outposts occupying the Burkhard Line forward of the Garigliano, and drove them back across the river at the first attempt. At the same time, the division landed a battle group from the sea behind the German lines in the vicinity of Minturno Theatre and Monte d'Argento. The amphibious attack, supported by the cruisers Orion and Sparta and 5 destroyers, was only partially successful because most of the assault boats lost their bearings and landed the troops not behind the German, but behind the British lines. Nevertheless, the German outpost line was completely overrun. In fact, the whole of the 94 Division was taken by surprise by 10th Corps' attack. To the north of the Great Road Bridge and close to the railway bridge, the 13 Brigade effected a crossing, and during January 18th captured Minturno and Tufo, and by the evening, the 5 Division was looking down into the Ausente Valley, where the divisional artillery of the 94 Division was in position. For General Steinmetz, who had taken over command of 94 Division at the beginning of January. These were anxious hours, particularly as the British 56th Division had broken through on a broad front. Templar's brigades had crossed the river without any difficulty. The 169 Brigade was directed against Monte Castelluccio and the village of Suio, while 167 Brigade attacked Monte Savatito. During January 18th, both brigades succeeded in penetrating deeply into 276 Grenadier Regiment's positions. By evening, Templer had the leading elements of his armour across in order to have them ready to hand for the assault on Castelforte. But the 46th Division met with a severe rebuff. Nowhere did it succeed in crossing the river, and after suffering severe casualties, it had been forced to call off its attack. In spite of this setback, the British 10th Corps succeeded in turning 94 Division out of the positions which it had been building and strengthening for months on the forward slopes of the Bear Mountain, and the German troops thus found themselves without any cover and at the mercy of heavy artillery fire. This was not the only misfortune on this unhappy January 18th. A far greater danger was threatening a breakthrough into the Liri Valley and the resultant collapse of the whole Cassino front. General von Senger telephoned to Field Marshal Kesselring from Steinmetz's battle headquarters, asking him urgently to send up the Army Group Reserves, the 29 and 90 Panzer Grenadier Divisions, to avert the danger that was threatening the whole of 14th Corps. General von Vietinhoff made a similar and urgent request. To him, the outlook seemed to be as sombre for the right wing of his army as it did to von Senger for his corps. Only by a counterattack could the position in the southern sector of the Cassino front be restored, and for that reserves were needed. General von Senger had none, and 10th Army had none. There remained therefore only the General Reserve, which Kesselring had prudently retained in his own hand. The Field Marshal was at that time convinced that the Allies would carry out a tactical landing in rear of the Cassino front, though when and where it would take place he did not know. He was certain that General Alexander would not for long be content painfully and with heavy losses to gain a few miles of ground, and that the pinning down of German forces in Italy was not the sole task given to the powerful forces he commanded. This massive concentration of force before Cassino must be aiming at a greater goal, and that goal could only be Rome. When he then found himself thus bombarded by 10th Army, with urgent requests to put in his general reserve and restore the Cassino situation, he did not find it easy to reach a decision. His own comment is as follows: "If I refused the requests of 10th Army, its right wing might be pressed back, and there would be no knowing where it could be brought to a halt again." At the time, I had visions of developments which in actual fact occurred in the May offensive. If our retreat coincided with a landing from the sea, the consequences would be incalculable. I did not believe that the US Fifth Army's attack had been launched simply to conceal a landing operation or solely in support of it. It seemed to me that the Allies would not land until the attack in the south had progressed to the point where it would be able not only to facilitate the landing itself, but also to cooperate on the spot with the invading forces in a species of battle of encirclement. However that may be, I felt I was right in assuming that General Clark and Field Marshal Alexander would have exploited the initial success on the Garigliano to roll up the right wing of 10th Army, had not the German countermeasures forced them to halt the attack. To avoid a blow which might well decide the whole campaign, something had to be done. The enemy's success had been swift, and half measures were of no use. I therefore thought it better to clear up the situation at one place, so that I should still have sufficient forces in hand with which to confront any new danger that might arise. Kesselring therefore decided to repair the damage on 14th Corps' front. To this end, he sent headquarters, 1st Parachute Corps, to the danger spot on the Garigliano, and placed 29 and 90 Panzer Grenadier Divisions and 94 Infantry Division under its command. This he did, although his Chief of Staff, General Westphal, was of the opinion that the attack and landing in 10th Army's sector was only a feint designed to pin down our own forces and denude the Rome area to the greatest extent possible. At the same time, the 3 Panzer Grenadier Division, now in Army Group Reserve, was brought forward to Arcy. Realizing that a British advance through the Arsente Valley must lead to the overrunning of the 94 Division, General Schlemm ordered the 29 Division to counterattack via Ossonia Carreno and placed the greatly depleted 276 Grenadier Regiment and the 194 Artillery Regiment under its command. On January 20th, Freyse's division launched its counterattack and drove the 56th Division back through Castelforte. By the second day, the division had taken 500 prisoners. The counterattack had caught Templar's division just at the moment when the first impetus of its own attack had waned, when the men were tired and the artillery was in process of taking up fresh positions from which to support the next advance. Now, however, appeals for help were coming in from Anzio, where US 6th Corps had landed on the morning of January 22nd. The main object had been achieved and the threatened breakthrough into the Liri Valley had been averted. The 90 Division had also been in action in the Minturno area. It had not launched any counterattack, because delays on the line of march had caused it to reach the battle area piecemeal. But as its battalions arrived, they were put into the southern sector of 94 Division to strengthen the defence and placed under 94 Division's command. In this way, the second menace against the Ausente was also frustrated. The Anzio landing now began to cast its sinister shadow equally over both sides on the Cassino front. On January 22nd, the same day as the Anzio landing took place, Headquarters, 1st Parachute Corps, established itself in the area of the beachhead, and the Garigliano sector was handed back to 14th Corps. A week later, just as Templar was about to deliver another attack on Castelforte, his 167 Brigade was withdrawn from the front and transferred to Anzio. Eventually, at the beginning of February, the whole of Templar's 56th Division moved to the Anzio beachhead, and the danger on the Garigliano was thus finally averted. Meanwhile, 10th Corps had succeeded, despite German countermeasures, in exploiting its initial success. 5 Division had taken final possession of Monte Natale, northwest of Minturno, on January 29th. 46th Division, using 56th Division's crossings, had captured Monte Huga, from which Bard's division had tried in vain to dislodge them. And 10th Corps' latest success had been the capture of the important Monte Faito, the little brother of Monte Maio, the southern pillar of the Cassino gateway. Although General McCreary had been denied success in the Liri Valley, the Allies had nevertheless achieved something by the attack on the Garigliano. At the appropriate moment, they had succeeded in drawing the German reserves to the Cassino front and away from Rome. This, however, did not bring them the results for which they were hoping, since General Lucas at Anzio failed to take advantage of the favourable opportunity offered to him and was content for the moment to mark time. Since the German reserves had been committed on the Garigliano, he had stood in no danger of being driven back into the sea before he had firmly established himself. The Garigliano bridgehead later proved to be of great use to the 8th Army when Alexander was preparing for the spring offensive. Clark packed the bridgehead with 20 assault battalions, American, French, Moroccan and Algerian, and it was from this bridgehead that the decisive blow in the battle for Cassino was struck, when General Juin took Monte Maio, broke through into the Liri Valley and thus burst open the gateway to Rome. But before that happened, a lot of water was to flow down the Garigliano. The attack launched on January 20th by US 2nd Corps against the 15 Panzer Grenadier Division on the Rapido, and the Gari had a very different outcome. Here, the 36th Texas Division under General Walker met with a severe reverse, losing 1,700 men and failing to reach its objective. With this attack too, General Clark had hoped to draw German reserves to the Cassino front and ease the task of the Anzio landing forces. At the same time, however, as on the Garigliano, his ultimate through the Gustav Line and then advanced to join up with the Anzio beachhead. But before the 2nd and 6th Corps joined hands at Anzio, no less than 4 long months were to elapse. To have attempted to cross the lower Rapido and the Gari, dominated as they were by the Monte Cassino massif, was from the very outset a daringly hazardous enterprise. The field of view of the German artillery observation officers over the battlefield on both sides of these rivers was so uninterrupted that any attempt to put troops across or to bridge them was inevitably doomed to failure. The Rapido and the Gari on the eastern side of the Liri Valley constituted a formidable obstacle. Some 10 to 15 yards wide, they flow in the rainy season in a torrent of floodwater, which, as we have seen, had proved fatal to one of the regiments of the 15 Panzer Grenadier Division during its withdrawal from the Reinhard Line. The name Rapido itself gives some indication of the speed at which this malevolent little river flows between its perpendicular banks to the sea. The main defensive line of the Gustav system adhered closely to the course of the river. At this point in the plains, it was slightly set back from the undergrowth on the riverbank and took a zigzag course, which explains why the Texas Division in its attack was caught in so murderous a crossfire and suffered such severe losses. The key point of the sector was the little village of Santo Angelo in Teodice, perched just above the Rapido, which the Allied bombers had destroyed, and the German pioneers had built up into a well-fortified and formidable strongpoint. Subsequent events were to show how well they had done their work, for the dugouts proved to be both shell and bomb-proof and, as later happened at Cassino itself, the debris resultant on each successive bombardment provided fresh and excellent cover for the defenders. The bombardment of towns and villages, as far as the attacker is concerned, often proves to be a two-edged sword, and is by no means always to the disadvantage of the defence. The river sector was held by the 15 Panzer Grenadier Division. The northern sector, up to and inclusive of Santo Angelo, was occupied by 104 Panzer Grenadier Regiment. South of it was the 115 Reconnaissance Section, while the defence of the Gari was entrusted to the 129 Regiment. Behind the division was massed a formidable array of artillery, consisting of the 51, 602, 988 and 992 sections of the Army Artillery, and the 71 Mortar Regiment, with its dreaded smoke shells. In addition, the artillery of neighbouring divisions, and particularly the 96 Artillery Regiment of the 44 Infantry Division in the sector on each side of Cassino, could bring fire to bear on 15 divisions' front. Here then, at the entrance to the Liri Valley, 14th Panzer Corps was very much better equipped than on the Garigliano, and it is no wonder that the US 2nd Corps came to grief. Clark planned to send the 36th Division, Walker, across on each side of Santo Angelo, whence it was to push forward as far as Pignataro and pave the way for the advance of one armoured division into the Liri Valley. The attack was to start on the evening of January 20th. Throughout the whole of January 20th, bombers of 12 Tactical Air Fleet dropped their bombs on the positions and the lines of communication of the 15 Division. In the afternoon, 2nd Corps Artillery, 34 and 36 Divisions, joined in, and at 8 p.m. the 141 Infantry Regiment surged forward to the riverbank, whence a heavy artillery barrage was to support its crossing. But the German artillery was very much on the alert. Its fire not only caused severe casualties among the troops, but also destroyed much of the equipment rafts, assault boats and bridge sections upon which the troops were relying. Nor was that all. The German fire tore to shreds the tapes with which the US pioneers had so laboriously marked out the lanes cleared through the minefields, and the infantry, hurriedly seeking cover from the German fire, strayed into the middle of minefields, where they suffered further heavy losses. Despite the fury of the fire it encountered, the 1st Battalion of the 141 Regiment succeeded in reaching the river to the north of Santo Angelo, but could do no more than get 2 companies across to the west bank. Although the US pioneers set to work at once behind the 2 leading companies to construct pontoon bridges, the remainder of the battalion failed to get across. The 2 companies which had succeeded were caught in the murderous fire of the 104 Regiment and had no choice but to dig themselves in up to their necks. The rest of the battalion was withdrawn to its assembly area at dawn on January 21st, south of Santo Angelo in 115 Reconnaissance Sections area. The 1st Battalion, 143 Infantry Regiment, had succeeded in getting across the river. Its attack was brought to a standstill, however, on the west bank itself before ever it had time to develop, and the devastating fire of the defence left the battalion with no option but to retire back across the river. The results of this first attempt were by no means flattering to the 36th Division, but Walker and Keyes had no intention of giving in. They well knew what was at stake, and Keyes was determined to get to Anzio. On the morning of January 21st, while he was at Walker's battle headquarters, he decided to make another attempt that same day, and as quickly as possible to cross the river to the south of Santo Angelo and relieve the 2 companies farther to the north. But the second attempt also brought nothing but more casualties. Towards 6 p.m. on January 21st, the 143 Regiment resumed its attack in the southern sector, and its 3rd Battalion crossed the Gari. During the night, it even succeeded in getting its 2nd Battalion across and pushing it forward some 500 yards, or about 457 meters westwards. But there it became stuck, and now it was the turn of the 129 Panzer Grenadier Regiment. Brilliantly supported by the artillery, the regiment drove the Americans back across the Gari, taking a large number of prisoners. The 1st Battalion alone, in masterly cooperation with the 3rd Battalion, the 96 Artillery Regiment, brought in 500 American troops. In the meanwhile, north of Santo Angelo, the 141 Regiment had succeeded in getting 2 more battalions across the Rapido. But here again, as had happened south of the village, they failed in their attempts to bridge the river and get tanks and heavy weapons across. The German gunners, who from the slopes of Monte Cassino had been able to observe every move, were as alert as gun dogs. Any movement in the vicinity of the river, anything that looked like an attempt at bridging, drew furious fire, some of it pretty heavy stuff into the bargain. For Section 992 of the Army Artillery was armed with those 8.2 mortars that had been famous during the First War, and where their shells landed it was a waste of time even to try and pick up the pieces. But the 141 Regiment itself fared no better than the 143rd, and it too met with a bad reverse. On the afternoon of January 22nd, the 104 Panzer Grenadier Regiment brought up its reserves, rose from its foxholes, and drove the Americans back across the Rapido. Once again, the Texas boys came out with a black eye. General Rott's cautious report estimated 36 divisions' losses to date at 400 dead and 500 prisoners. In reality, Walker's division lost far more. Clark himself put its casualties at 1,681, 143 dead, 663 wounded, and 875 missing. The 3-day battle had resulted in a brilliant success for the German defence. The 15 Division, which had already distinguished itself in Sicily, at Salerno and on the Volturno, had now performed yet another impressive feat of arms. In cooperation with Colonel von Grunder, commanding the 414 Artillery Regiment, it had inflicted a severe defeat on the American division, which had fought so well at Salerno, had captured Monte Maggiore, and had stormed and taken the hotly contested village of San Pietro Infine. To throw Rott's division out of its strong positions on the river, however, required greater strength than Clark at the time had at his disposal, and it was not until May that the greatly superior forces of the British 13th Corps was able to drive back the 15 Panzer Grenadier Division and cross the Rapido on a broad front. The heavy defeat suffered by the 36th Division on the Rapido caused a great outcry in the United States. After the end of the war, at a divisional reunion, the ex-servicemen passed a resolution demanding that the Congressional Committee for Military Affairs should hold an inquiry on the failure of the Rapido enterprise. The committee sought the advice of the Minister for War, and General Clark confirmed that the attack had been necessary and that the heroic enterprise and the sacrifices made by the 36th Division undoubtedly drew the Germans away from our Anzio landing in the first critical hours of our going ashore, thus contributing in a major degree to minimizing the casualties in that undertaking and to the firm establishment of the Anzio beachhead. But a study of the whole operation, made with the knowledge of the German countermeasures taken, shows beyond any possible doubt that not one single German soldier was withdrawn from the Rome area to the Cassino front as a result of 36th Division's attack. It had not even been necessary to call upon the reserves of 14th Panzer Corps, let alone those of 10th Army, in order to repulse Walker's attacks on the Rapido and the Gari. The 15th Division, supported naturally by the Corps Artillery of 14th Corps, crushed the attacks without any extraneous assistance. The credit for drawing the German tactical reserve to the Cassino front belongs to the British 10th Corps. But even though the 29 and 90 Panzer Grenadier divisions had been transferred when the Anzio landing occurred, their absence did not prove to be any great handicap, since General Lucas failed entirely to take advantage of the moment of surprise and made no move until his supply dumps had been replenished. The result was that the 29 Division, which was relieved from the Cassino front on February 10th, arrived back in ample time to prevent a breakthrough by US 2nd Corps at Anzio. It is true that the 90 Division was withdrawn when the fighting on the Garigliano subsided into Army Reserve in rear of the Cassino front. But the abortive attack of the Texas Division had no bearing on this move, since by that time Walker had long since been driven back across the Rapido. There is no doubt that Clark hoped with 11 Corps to break the defensive girdle south of Cassino, as indeed he himself admits. TT was the plan of this attack to penetrate the Gustav Line south of Cassino, open up the Liri Valley, outflank the Cassino bastion, and thus clear the way for a drive towards Anzio by elements of the 1 Armoured Division. The whole 2nd Corps operation seems from the very outset to have had all the makings of a failure. For either the attack of the British 10th Corps on the Garigliano would lead to the collapse of the Cassino front, or, if it did not, then the attack of a single US division would certainly not succeed in opening up the Liri Valley, particularly as Clark had chosen, from the point of view of ground, the most unfavourable place at which to launch it. The 5th Army commander, however, was not dismayed. 3 days after the Texas Division disaster, he launched his third attack, this time to the north of Cassino town. The third phase of the first Cassino battle was one of the bloodiest rites in the whole struggle for the possession of Monte Cassino. Clark threw everything he could lay his hands on into the battle, and Kesselring, von Wiedenhoff and von Senger did likewise. The furious onslaughts of the Americans, French, British, New Zealanders, Indians, Algerians and Tunisians came within a hair's breadth of achieving a decisive victory, and it was only with a last, desperate effort that 14th Corps prevented the capture of the Monastery Mount. The US 34 Division was knocking at the very doors of the cloister. From the heights to the west of Cassino, Ryder's troops were looking down onto the Via Casilina, leading to Anzio and Rome. The whole mountain was ablaze, and it was literally at the very last moment that the Fire Brigade appeared. This time, it was the 1st Parachute Regiment, reinforced by the machine gun and 3rd Infantry Battalions of the 3rd Parachute Regiment, and under the command of Colonel Karl Lothar Schultz, a veteran thruster of the German paratroops who had been with them at Rotterdam and in Crete. After the unsatisfactory affairs on the Garigliano and the failure of the Rapido enterprise, Clark set to work methodically to open up the Liri Valley from its northern slopes. He put 2 Army Corps into the battle with the object of finally opening the road to Rome for his armoured forces. On the right flank, he put in the French Expeditionary Corps with orders to break through the Gustav Line to the west of St. Elia, capture the Cairo Massif and cut the Via Casilina, the vital artery of the German defence, in the vicinity of Piedimonte San Germano. Between the town of Cassino and the French, the task allotted to US 2nd Corps was to cross the Rapido near Cairo and, having penetrated the Gustav Line, to swing southwards and fight its way to Monte Cassino. Clark was hoping to defeat his adversary with a right hook, but no blow he could deliver proved powerful enough to knock out his opponent. Just as the attack was about to begin, General Juin received orders to change the direction of his attack. He was not to bother about Atina, but was to swing southwestwards with Colle Belvedere, Collier Bait and Terrell, situated some 3,000 feet, or about 0 meters up on the northern slopes of Monte Cairo, as his objectives. The Algerian 3 Infantry Division was detailed to lead the attack, while the Moroccan Division was given the task of tying down the German forces on its front by means of a series of local attacks. The US 2nd Corps had only the 34 Division and the 756 and 760 armoured sections at its disposal. To harmonise with the plan of attack, General Ryder divided his forces into 2 columns, one of which was to advance towards Terrell in close cooperation with the Algerians, and the other to break through the Gustav Line north of Cassino and then press on to Monte Cassino itself. The French attack was fixed for 2200 hours on January 24th, and that of the Americans for the morning of the 25th. Before he could reach Terrell, Juin had first to capture Colle Belvedere, 2,250 feet, or about 76 meters, and Colle Abate, 3,000 feet, or about 0 meters. An extremely difficult task when it is remembered that the Algerians' assembly area in the vicinity of Saint Elia were only some 250 to 300 feet, or about 91 meters above sea level. The Algerians were being launched against high walls, at the feet of which were deep minefields, wire entanglements, and a broad stretch of flooded country barring the way to the Gustav Line. The defence of the Monte Cassino and Monte Cairo massifs had been entrusted to the 44 Infantry Division, command of which had been assumed by General Frank on January 10th. The Hoch- und Deutschmeisters were thus holding the most important key positions in the whole of the Cassino front. If the enemy succeeded in breaking through here, the results would be incalculable. In the area from the south of Cassino railway station to the Secco Valley, the division was occupying well-constructed positions in the Gustav Line itself, with strong artillery and the 71 Mortar Regiment in support in the Liri Valley behind it. Cassino town was held by the 132 Grenadier Regiment, to the north of which was the 131 Grenadier Regiment, and on the division's left flank, opposite the Algerians, was the 131 Regiment. The High and Mighties had already been pretty severely mauled in the previous engagements in front of Cassino, and there was little doubt that it would only be able to stand up to further attacks for a strictly limited period. But at first no reserves were available. The Anzio landing had had an introspective effect, and although the storm clouds were gathering at Cassino, such troops as 10th Army could spare were being drawn towards the beachhead. It was not until the end of January that the 90 Division could be withdrawn from the Garigliano and plunged into the bloodbath of Cassino. On the evening of January 24th, Juin launched his attack with the Tunisian 4 Rifle Regiment as its spearhead. The capture of Montecifalco, which dominated the Secco Valley and the Saint Elia area, was of primary importance, and although the 3rd Battalion of the Tunisian Regiment took the forward positions situated on height 470, it was unable to dislodge the 5 Mountain Division from the mountain itself. To the end of the battle it remained in German hands and was a thorn in the flesh of the French, for from its slopes the German artillery observation officers had a clear view both of the flanks and rear of the attacking French and of the Americans advancing southwards. With their left flank protected by the Algerian 7 Rifle Regiment, the Tunisians, who made short work of crossing the Rapido and passing through the German minefields, stormed the steep slopes with incredible dash. The 131 Regiment, obviously knocked off balance, was quite unable to prevent them from gaining a firm foothold on the eastern slopes of Monte Belvedere. The Grenadiers lost heavily, and the commander of the regiment was killed on the first day of the battle. But the situation in which the Tunisians now found themselves was no sinecure. The German artillery fire directed from Montecifalco was devastatingly effective, and in its attack on Monte Belvedere, the 1st Battalion of the 4 Rifle Regiment lost its commander, and all its company commanders were either killed or wounded. Despite this, the battalion planted its colours on the summit of Belvedere on the afternoon of January 25th. The next day, the Tunisians maintained their heavy pressure on Terrell, and their 2nd Battalion captured Colle Abate and the important height 862 to the north of it. Terrell now lay at their feet, yet despite these impressive successes they were in a somewhat precarious situation. They were suffering severely from the German artillery fire. They had advanced a long way. Reinforcements could not reach them, and ammunition and food were running short. Juin had advanced dangerously far into the Gustav Line. The American attack north of Cassino had failed, and Keyes had not, as arranged, pushed his reserves at once into the breach made by the Algerian division. It was while they were in this precarious situation that the German counterstroke on January 27th hit the Tunisians. Under cover of concentrated artillery support, some 5,000 rounds were fired by 80 guns. The 200 Panzer Grenadier Regiment, under the command of Colonel Baron Baer, launched a counterattack against Colle Abate and height 862. In spite of the heavy French artillery fire, the grenadiers captured both heights, but their subsequent attacks failed in the face of the Tunisian stubborn defense. On the left flank of 44 infantry division elements of the Tunisian 4 Rifle Regiment had pushed forward into the Secco Valley, but here too, the position had been restored by a German counterattack. South of Monte Belvedere, however, there still yawned a dangerous gap. Here the 44 Division stood in deadly peril of being rolled up from the north, and it was essential that something be done quickly to obviate the danger. To their rescue in the hour of need came the 191 Grenadier Regiment of the 71 Division, which succeeded in plugging the gap between Col Abate and Monte Castellone. Necessity had compelled General von Senger to use the regiment for this hazardous purpose. His original intention had been to reinforce Roth's division with the 71 Division, but when Juin broke fresh ground in the Tyrol area and the Secco Valley, von Senger's first thought was to use the 71 Division for a counterattack. But after the surprising successes of the Algerian Division, he could not do so, but had to content himself with using the regiments of the 71 Division to patch up the holes pierced in the forward defensive localities. With the 211 Regiment, he bolstered up the thinly held positions in the Cassino town sector, and by so doing, as will soon be seen, he saved Monte Cassino itself. General Rapke, the commander of the 71 Division, however, played no part in these new moves. All the reinforcements which were hurried to the threatened sectors automatically came under the command of 44 Division. The fight for Tyrol continued. On January 28th, the Tunisians on Monte Belvedere were relieved by the Algerian 7 Rifle Regiment, and the next day the Algerians stormed Col Abate and height 862. The 200 Grenadiers were hard pressed. The battle continued with fluctuating fortune, the heights changing hands again and again, until on February 1st they finally remained firmly in German hands. Thus the way was barred to the French corps, and the defence of this threatened sector was entrusted to a man of outstanding merit. Bard, who had been living in Spartan simplicity in a smoky dugout near Castro Cielo, had once again justified the confidence that the High Command had placed in him. In the meantime, the situation immediately north of Cassino had also become extremely critical. When Ryder's 34 Division, supported by a mighty artillery barrage, set out to cross the Rapido on the night of 24th and 25th January, the 133 Infantry Regiment succeeded in getting 3 battalions across the river in the vicinity of the old Italian barracks and penetrating into the positions of the 134 Grenadier Regiment. Heavy fire from the German artillery, however, made the Americans' position untenable, and they had to be withdrawn again across the river. On January 26th, the US 135 Infantry Regiment tried its luck north of the town, but without success. Only one company got across the river, and all the rest became bogged down in the morass, the minefields and the barbed wire exposed to the heavy fire of the German defense. A further attack delivered by the 100th Japanese-American Battalion suffered a like fate. Until the 30th of January, Ryder had met with no success worth mentioning, and it was not until that day that the first of his regiments, the 168 Infantry Regiment, succeeded in crossing the Rapido. On the evening of the same day, Colonel Böhmler, commanding the 168th, went on to capture the village of Cairo and heights 56 and 213. General Keyes now proceeded to strengthen his right flank. He withdrew the 142nd Regiment from 34 Division, placed it under Ryder's command, and sent it to the Belvedere area. But now, instead of exerting his pressure against Tyrol and the gateway to Piedimonte and Roccasecca, from the pillars of which Juin had already drawn the nails, Ryder ordered the 143 Regiment to veer southwards towards Monte Cassino. American attention was fixed wholly and solely on the town and monastery of Monte Cassino. Here, they realized, quite rightly, was the key point, but it never seems to have struck them that it was not necessary to take the bull by the horns if the beast was exposing its flank to a lethal blow. Monte Cassino exercised a magnetic influence, and General Keyes was not the only one who succumbed to it. His successors on the field of battle, General Freiberg of the New Zealanders and the Polish General Anders, equally fell victims to its spell. Ryder now launched 4 regiments at the hard-pressed 44 Infantry Division in an attempt to give it the coup de grace. General Frank was very worried. It seemed to him that it could only be a matter of time before his division was completely annihilated. His battalions had been reduced to weak companies and were being commanded by platoon commanders, and the prospect was indeed sombre. The 131 Grenadier Regiment, over which the storm of the Algerian onslaught had burst, had had to be completely written off. The 134 Regiment in the centre faced imminent destruction, and in and around Cassino, the 132 Regiment was but little better off. The divisional artillery had also suffered severe losses. 2 section of 96 Artillery Regiment, for example, was in position between the houses of Tyrrell with its last 3 remaining guns. It was lucky that the 190 Artillery Regiment, belonging to the 90 Division, was now in position and would provide a little stiffening. As far as the town of Cassino itself was concerned, there seemed to be no cause for undue anxiety. But the situation on the high ground to the northwest was critical in the extreme. It was here that disaster threatened, and here too that it occurred. On February 1st, the 9th day of the offensive, Ryder resumed his hammer blows against 44 Infantry Division. In the Cairo area, where his previous attacks had penetrated the German lines, he concentrated 3 regiments for an attack southwards in the direction of Monte Cassino. The 135 and 142 infantry regiments were directed against the heights of Monte Castiglione and Colle Santo Angelo, and the 168 regiment against the famous height 593, the cavalry mount and tactical centre of the Cairo Massif. In thick fog in the early hours of February, first, Ryder launched his vital attack. In swift succession, Monte Castiglione and Colle Maiola fell. After 3 days of fierce fighting, in which the US 34 Division lost heavily, the 2nd Battalion, 135 Regiment, and the 3rd Battalion, 168 Regiment, were less than 2 miles from the Via Casilina. Monte Cassino and Highway No. 6 seemed doomed. On February 4th, the 135 Regiment made further progress. Colonel Ward captured Colle Santo Angelo, but was thrown out again by a counterattack. To the southeast, Colonel Böhmler got within 500 yards, or about 457 metres of height 593. One last short rush, and the monastery mount, it seemed, must fall to him. On February 5th, a platoon of the 135 Regiment advanced to beneath the walls of the monastery itself, pressed onto height 435, and in broad daylight drove a German observation post out of its position. Never again were the Americans to get so close to the monastery. German reinforcements, the 361 Regiment, followed by Heydrich's paratroops, now began to appear on the scene. Down below in the town itself, the battle had been raging since February 2nd. Here, the US 133 Infantry Regiment under Colonel Marshall captured the barracks and advanced against the northern part of the town, and height 193, the Rocca Janula. Supported by 760 Armoured Section, its 3rd Battalion fought its way into the houses on the outskirts of the town. But Marshall had not reckoned with the enterprise shown by the 211 Grenadier Regiment. Knuth's Grenadiers launched themselves at the Americans and drove them back 1,000 yards, or about 0 metres northwards. Marshall, however, would not give in. On February 3rd, he delivered another attack and captured height 175 and a few houses. But despite strong artillery and air support, the Americans were unable to penetrate into the town. The 211 Grenadiers repulsed every subsequent attack, and its outstanding performance was mentioned in German dispatches. On February 5th, the 1st Battalion of the 133 Regiment attacked the steep slopes of Rocca Janula, but in vain. Here, too, Marshall's troops were knocked back with a black eye by Knuth's Grenadiers. Cassino town was proving to be a hard nut, and not even the heaviest sledgehammer in Alexander's well-equipped workshop proved powerful enough to crack it. Up in the mountains, a most stubborn battle was in progress. On the night of 5th and 6th February, the 3rd Battalion, 168 Infantry Regiment launched a direct attack on Monastery Mount from height 445. The monastery at the time was still undamaged, and its high walls still towered up into the snow-laden February sky. If the Americans had succeeded in capturing the hill and entering the monastery, then the latter would have been out of danger. But the 168th had no luck. In the deep ravine on the edge of the northern slope of the hill, they ran into a murderous crossfire which forced them to retire. The 135th Regiment fared better. On February 6th, Ward's 2nd Battalion took the Cavalry Mount, height 593, and the key to Cassino was thus in American hands. But General Bard, whose sector now extended to the monastery itself, was determined to deny his opposite number, General Ryder, the opportunity of opening the monastery gates. On February 7th, the 90 Panzer Grenadier Division, with 361 Regiment attached, delivered its counterattack. Though they suffered heavy casualties, the Grenadiers drove the Americans off height 593, but in spite of all their efforts, by February 9th, the Cavalry Mount was once again in American hands. By this time, however, the paratroops, with the 3rd Battalion, 3 Parachute Regiment, under its enterprising commander Major Kratzert, were at hand. Kratzert, an Austrian, was an ex-officer of the old Imperial Army and was therefore by no means a youngster. On February 10th, he launched his battalion against the Cavalry Mount and captured it the same day. And from then onward, despite the bloodshed on its bare slopes by Americans, British, Indians and Poles, it remained firmly in German possession. The Polish cemetery bears eloquent witness to the fierce fighting of which it was the centre. Schultz's battle group had reached the Monte Cassino massif at a very opportune moment. It had come straight from the other battle cauldron, the Anzio beachhead, into which it had been thrown, battalion by battalion, as and when it could be released from the Adriatic front. Now its 1st Machine Gun Parachute Battalion took up its position on the slopes of Monte Cassino from Roccagianola to the Cavalry Mount. Kratzert's battalion remained on height 593, and the high ground to the north as far as Monte Castione was occupied by the 1 Parachute Regiment. The Schultz battle group hung almost literally by its eyebrows on the last precipitous slopes in front of the Via Casilina. Its position had no depth whatever, and a determined onslaught on it might well have sent the defenders hurtling down into the valley below, but not 1 yard of ground did it surrender. Although it had found no prepared positions awaiting it, although hastily piled heaps of stones afforded the only cover it had, it nevertheless repulsed all the attacks launched by the US 2nd Corps and the Indian 4 Division against it. Whence this sudden appearance of the Indian troops? At the end of January, General Alexander had transferred the New Zealand 2, the British 78 and the Indian 4 Division from the Adriatic sector and formed them into a New Zealand Corps. His object was either to use these elite troops to break the Cassino front if Clark's operations then in progress failed to do so, or, if Clark succeeded, to use them in exploitation of his success and push them through to the Anzio beachhead. Command of this corps was given to the famous New Zealander, General Freyberg. Freyberg had served with distinction in the First War. In 1914 he made his way to the United Kingdom, joined the British forces as a volunteer, and during the war rose from 2nd Lieutenant to Brigadier. He had acquired a considerable reputation, particularly as a result of his vigorous intervention at Bailleul, where during the German summer offensive of 1918 he succeeded in plugging an extremely dangerous hole in the British line. For this action he had been awarded the Victoria Cross. In 1941 he was commanding the New Zealand 2 Division in Greece, and after the British withdrew from the Balkans he was appointed, on Churchill's recommendation, commander in Crete. But here too he had had to retreat in the face of German paratroops. The New Zealand 2, the Indian 4 and the British 78 divisions were indeed the finest weapons in the whole of Alexander's armoury. Just how good they were, a glance at their records will show. In their first engagement in Greece, the New Zealanders had been forced to give way in the face of greatly superior German weapons. But very shortly afterwards they fought a life-and-death battle with the German paratroops of the 5 Mountain Division in Crete. Names like Malemes, Galatas and Suda are stirring landmarks in the history of this fine division. Re-raised from the remnants that had emerged from Crete, the division was once more in action in 1941 at Tobruk, where it was the first to re-establish contact with the garrison that had been cut off for many months. When Rommel chased the 8th Army headlong back into Egypt, the division became surrounded at Mersa Matruh. But during the night, it stormed at the point of the bayonet through the encircling German forces and fought its way back to the 8th Army at El Alamein. In this daring enterprise, Freyberg himself was wounded, and Churchill telegraphed to him, "Deeply moved to hear of your new wound and new glory. Trust that your injury is not serious, and that you will soon be back commanding your splendid division. All good wishes to you and them." Referring to this exploit, Rommel remarks, "Unfortunately, the New Zealanders under Freyberg escaped. I would far rather have seen this division, which was one of the best of the British divisions, and which we had often met in 1941 and 1942, safely in our prisoner-of-war cages than at the front against us." The Battle of El Alamein found the New Zealanders in a key position, from which they launched the main attack against the dividing line between the German and Italian forces, broke the Axis front, and by November 4th were in full pursuit of their enemy. For anything in the nature of an outflanking movement, Montgomery always preferred to use the New Zealanders, as he did at Aguila and Tripoli, and it was an operation of this kind that led to the swift collapse of the Mareth line, where Freyberg made a wide detour to the south and then thrust into the rear of the German position. Only Ausonia had been a disappointment to them. It was one of the very few defeats that the New Zealanders had to admit. The war diary of the Indian 4 Division speaks for itself. As early as December 1940, it gained great distinction in Wavell's battles against Graziani in the Libyan desert. In March 1941, in the British attack on Abyssinia, it captured the famous Keren Heights on the northern front after 12 days of bitter fighting. Returning to Libya, the Indians were always to be found where the fighting was fiercest. At the Battle of El Alamein, they fought with great distinction on the Ruvaisat redoubt. In the battle for the Mareth line, they broke through the German front in the all but impassable Matmata Mountains, and in May 1943 Alexander threw them against the vital point, Mayed el Bab, where they burst through the German positions at their first onslaught and paved the way for the Desert Rats to march into Tunis. The deeds of the 78th Division are well known. Centuripe, Adrano, Termoli, San Salvo and San Vito are battle honours of this famous division, whose men wear a yellow battle axe as insignia on their arm, and now these picked men had been brought up to smash the Cassino barrier, for in the meantime Alexander had placed the New Zealand Corps under the 5th Army, and when all else had failed, Clark turned to the New Zealand Corps not to set them on the road to Anzio, that still lay a long way ahead, but at long last to wrest Monte Cassino from these stubborn Germans. On February 6th, Freyberg took over from the US 36th Division, and on 12th assumed command of the Cassino sector. The Texas Division moved up into the mountains beside the 34 Division, and the 4 Division prepared to continue the attack from the Cairo area. It had been Clark's intention, once 36th Division had captured Monte Cassino, to push the Indian Division on to Piedimonte, but if Ryder's attack failed, then the Indians were themselves to storm and capture the mountain. On February 11th, Keyes struck with both his divisions. The 36 were given the task of taking Massa Albaneta and the Calvary Mount, while 34 Division was to launch a direct attack against the monastery itself from the north. After a heavy artillery preparation, the Americans advanced to the attack in driving snow, but they did not get far. The 141 Regiment, which had not yet recovered from the wounds it had sustained on the Rapido, was held up before it was within striking distance of Massa Albaneta, and the 142nd were severely mauled on the slopes of the Calvary Mount. The abundant machine guns of the paratroops gathered a grim harvest. By the evening, the battalions of the 142nd Regiment, which had hardly been in action at all on the Rapido and had suffered only a few casualties on Monte Castelloni, were all reduced to an average of 100 men. The 168 Infantry Regiment fared but little better. Colonel Böhmler had seen plenty of hard fighting in his service, but in comparison with this black 11th of February, everything before faded into insignificance. As his regiment approached the northern slopes of Monastery Mount in a violent snowstorm, it was met with a murderous machine gun fire. Major Schmidt, the commander of the 1st Parachute Machine Gun Battalion, put in everything he had. The heavy machine guns wrought terrible havoc in the ranks of the assaulting Americans long before they reached the German positions. The attack collapsed, and the GIS retired hastily northwards, even abandoning some important high ground which had previously been in their possession. The fiasco of February 11th was enough to persuade Clark to relieve the 34 Division and put in the Indians. The positions occupied by the US 133 Regiment, which up to February 11th had been able to penetrate no more than 100 yards into the northern outskirts of Cassino, were taken over by the New Zealand 6th Brigade, and the stage was set for the next act. Meanwhile, the 90 Panzer Grenadier Division had taken over the whole sector hitherto held by 44 Infantry Division. General Bard, sitting in his foxhole, need not have worried. The front held. Below, in the town itself, the Grenadiers of 211 Regiment remained unshaken. The paratroops had proved themselves worthy of their reputation. The 191 Grenadier Regiment had done all that had been asked of it in front of Tyrrell. The left flank was now firmly held in the hands of his own division. Only at Monte Cassino was the enemy causing him a little anxiety. Here the Americans were in the immediate vicinity of Villa San Lucia, and from this mountain eyrie it was but a stone's throw to Piedimonte and the Via Casilina. To avert the danger, Bard launched a counterattack against Monte Castelloni on February 12th, and once again it was the 200 Panzer Grenadier Regiment under Colonel Baron Baer which had been detailed for the operation. There was plenty of artillery support. Colonel von Grunder, the commander of 14th Corps Artillery, made available every gun he had and produced the heaviest concentration of fire that had ever been produced on the German side in Italy. On the morning of February 12th, under cover of this awe-inspiring barrage, Baron Baer advanced to the attack and at first gained a certain amount of ground. But as soon as the American artillery got wind of the attack, it overwhelmed the Grenadiers with a devastating curtain of fire. In the bare, open country devoid of all cover, the German casualties were severe, the attack failed, the regiment lost nearly 150 men, and Monte Castelloni remained in the hands of the Texas Division. Although the Americans were able to repulse a German counterattack, they were no longer capable of further offensive action. Linklater wrote, "The Second Corps had broken through the Gustav Line only to be defeated on the last defences of Monte Cassino, where its forward troops were little more than a mile away from Highway 6. Victory had seemed to be within reach, but the closely packed fortifications on the mountains and in the town had been too strong for direct assault, and the extremely efficient movement of German reinforcements and the fanatical bravery of their persistent counterattacks had reduced the American division to a battered remnant, incapable of any further offensive. Responsibility for continuing the battle now passed to General Freyberg and his New Zealand Corps. The day before this, February 11th, on Alexander's instructions, Clark had ordered Freyberg to attack the Monastery Mount with the Indian 4 Division, and with the New Zealand Division to establish a bridgehead across the Rapido to the south of Cassino town. Heavy snowdrifts, however, had caused the attack to be postponed. In the meantime, feverish conferences were in progress on the question of bombarding the monastery itself, for Freyberg, assuming it to be occupied by German troops, was obstinately insisting that a bombardment of it was essential. The story of how the venerable abbey came to be destroyed is told in the next chapter. As the last bomber dropped its deadly load into the smoke and dust enveloping the monastery on that fateful 15th of February, one solitary company of the Royal Sussex Regiment, Indian 7 Infantry Brigade, advanced to the attack, but not against the ruins of the monastery, as would have been tactically the correct thing to do, but against the cavalry mount. The 4 Indian Division, whose commander, General Tucker, had in the meanwhile been admitted to hospital, was in no position to follow it up with an immediate infantry attack, since the Rajputana Rifles and the Gurkha Rifles, which should have participated in 7 Brigade's attack, were still on the other side of the Rapido. For the moment at least, the enemy was jarred off balance, and for a moment there might have been the chance of a decisive success if Freiburg had hit him quickly. This omission alone suffices to show how futile from the military point of view the bombardment of the monastery had been. Major Schmidt and the German gunners would have had ample time to reoccupy it if, prior to the bombardment, they had indeed been abusing the sanctity of the holy building. For Freiburg did not launch his attack against it until 18 hours after the end of the bombardment, by which time the effects of it had long since evaporated, if indeed it can be said to have had any effect at all on the German defence. On February 16th, fighter bombers again attacked the ruins, and on the evening of the same day, the Royal Sussex advanced alone to the assault. The attack was doomed to failure, since no single battalion could possibly have captured the hill. Scarcely had the British troops deployed than they ran into a minefield, and there suffered the same fate as overtook the US 168 Regiment. A murderous storm of machine gun and shell fire tore the Royal Sussex to shreds, and 12 officers and 130 men lay dead and wounded in front of the German position. Now, at last, it began to dawn on the Allied command that half measures against the paratroops would achieve nothing, and decided that the attack planned for the next day should be delivered by 5 battalions, with a 6th in support to act as fatigue parties for the assaulting troops. But this third and last assault on the monastery also failed. It is true that the Gurkhas pressed forward in battalion strength to height 444, 200 yards northwest of the monastery, but on February 18th, when daylight came, they found themselves penned in between the monastery and height 569, wavered, and finally withdrew to the position from which they had launched their assault. The attack of the Essex Regiment and the Rajputana Rifles against the Cavalry Mount, and that of the 1st Battalion, 2 Gurkha rifles on Case Donfrio also collapsed. That was the miserable net result of a series of badly organised attacks to ensure the success of which the monastery had been sacrificed in a most irresponsible manner. Down below in the valley, too, Freiburg had missed the bus by the time he at last decided on February 17th to strike a blow against the 211 Grenadier Regiment. The result was a complete air shot. Once more he had attempted something with forces wholly inadequate for the task set them. Freiburg's intention was to cross the Rapido south of Cassino, in the vicinity of the demolished railway bridge, and capture the railway station. If this succeeded, and if the Indians managed to capture the monastery hill, then he hoped the Germans would certainly evacuate the town. The attack across the river was to be delivered by the New Zealand 5 Brigade, but here again, a cheese-pairing policy was adopted. Instead of putting the whole brigade into the assault, General Parkinson, commanding the New Zealand 2 Division, decided to use only the 28 Maori Battalion. On February 17th, the Maoris assembled northwest of Monte Trocchio, between the Via Casilina and the railway station, with an assault group of the 4 Armoured Division behind them, ready to exploit their success. When darkness fell, the battalion went into the attack, captured the railway station, and advanced southwestwards to the Rapido. Success continued to reward their efforts, and they crossed the river without much difficulty. But the tanks were unable to follow them into the marshy swampland. The German counterstroke was delivered on the afternoon of the next day. After most careful preparations, Major Knuth's grenadiers, effectively supported by armour, bore down upon the Maoris and flung them back across the river. The grenadiers crossed in pursuit, overran the Maori company holding the railway station, and drove the whole of the 28th Battalion back eastwards. After this reverse, Freiburg called a halt, and Alexander decided that he would resume the attack only after a bombardment in the real sense of the word, and not simply a small demonstration like that of February 15th. The attack was scheduled for February 24th, but torrential rain and driving snow led to repeated postponements, until finally on March 15th there descended upon the town of Cassino that terrible deluge of bombs, which was the overture to the second act of Alexander's controversial plan of campaign. The success achieved by the Allies in the first Cassino battle, which started on January 17th and ended on February 18th, were by no means convincing. All they had succeeded in doing was to pierce the right wing of the Gustav Line at a few places and to drive a wedge into the German front north of Cassino. In their main purpose to break through the Gustav Line and open the gateway to Rome, they had failed completely. The battle had ended in an undeniable victory for the German defence. Infantrymen, grenadiers and paratroops had successfully confronted an enemy endowed with inexhaustible material assets, who enjoyed absolute superiority in the air, had thrown his best divisions into the battle, and who had now been fought to a standstill. Only the New Zealand division was still capable of offensive action. Why General Freyberg set about his task in so hesitant a manner will always remain a mystery. Had he perhaps expected from the bombardment an effect so devastating that no concerted attack by infantry and armour would be necessary? This would seem to be the only possible explanation of his hesitancy. Why had he used only 6 of the 24 battalions under his command, and why did he not launch his assault against the monastery immediately after the air attacks? The First Battle of Cassino ended in a victory for the defence. The press of the world made no secret of its surprise that, for the first time since El Alamein, German troops had succeeded in resisting the vast material resources of the Allies and in standing their ground in the face of daunting enemy superiority. Disappointment in the various Western headquarters was keen. This time the previous calculations had not worked out, and the usual procedure of crushing the enemy with bombs, shells and armour had not brought the anticipated success. Even so, those in the Allied camp persisted in their belief that with a concentration of bombers and artillery unprecedented in the annals of war, they would be able to burst asunder the gateway to Rome. But even the 1,250 tons of bombs and the 600,000 shells that crashed down on the defenders of the town and ruins of Cassino in the Second Cassino battle did not suffice to break the German resistance.
Continue now with the final part of Monte Cassino. Click the video on your screen to begin part 2.